Young Hiroshi hugs his mother tightly, happily declaring that he wants to become a superhero when he grows up. His parents explain that to become someone who helps those in need, he will have to work really hard just like the person in the poem they are reading. Staring up at the bright sky through the trees, the young boy resolves to do exactly that for his parents. He imagines himself as a heroic adventurer setting out to turn an exiled land into a beautiful paradise. Years later, adult Ijima Hiroshi stands stunned outside Hoshikawa Industries after being abruptly asked to retire despite 10 years of hard work. Shocked by the sudden news, the 29-year-old confronts Hoshikawa and demands to know why he has to leave. Reclining in his chair, Hoshikawa dismissively blames the termination on company restructuring due to a financial bind. Sweating and desperate, Hiroshi argues that the decision is too sudden considering he gave up his leave and worked massive amounts of overtime. Hoshikawa coldly interrupts him, stating that complaining will not change a thing. The boss leans forward aggressively, accusing Hiroshi of paying back the debt he owes with spite. Clenching his fist, Hiroshi earnestly expresses his gratitude to Hoshikawa for being like a father and taking him in as a student so he could support his little sister. Hoshikawa acknowledges that Hiroshi's late father used to boast about his studious son whose knowledge rivaled managers with real work experience. Pausing to think, Hoshikawa maliciously suggests a new path for Hiroshi to make full use of that knowledge. Laughing mockingly, the boss tells Hiroshi he is screwed anyway and jokingly suggests he should just reincarnate as someone else. Gripping his own arm in defeated resignation, Hiroshi falls completely silent. Bowing deeply, he sincerely thanks Hoshikawa for having him for the past 10 years. Hoshikawa carelessly tells him to leave his retirement request on the desk because he has somewhere else to be. Leaving the building with his bag, Hiroshi walks dejectedly down the city street as his phone dings. Reading a message from his sister thanking him for taking care of her now that she landed a job, he fondly remembers their father's old words. Reaching into his bag at the crosswalk, he reflects on his father's teaching that kindness must continue to spread and every favor must be gratefully repaid. Pulling out his cherished collection of Miyazawa Kenji poems, he reaffirms his desire to become that exact type of strong and kind person. Suddenly, someone yells for him to watch out just as he holds the book that acts as the compass guiding his life. A massive truck hurtles straight toward a young boy frozen in the middle of the road. Accepting his fate without holding a grudge against anyone, Hiroshi throws himself forward to do everything that he can. Bleeding on the ground, his last thoughts are of relief as bystanders confirm the young kid didn't get hurt. Thrown through the air by the deadly impact, he drops his book while realizing that he truly means it when he says he will be unbeaten by the rain and wind. As his life fades, the text of the poem merges with game-like stats granting him incredible magic resistance and vitality. A flurry of magical skill cards materializes around him, granting him the powers of a sturdy castle and a nightingale's hands of healing. Drifting through a white void, he embraces the idea of being called useless by all while shedding tears in times of drought and a cold summer. He accepts being neither praised nor a bother as his superhuman abilities continue to stack up. Waking up in a brand new body, he realizes he actually managed to become someone just like the person in the poem. Reincarnated into another world, he introduces himself as the 13-year-old hero Roswell instead of Ijima Hiroshi. Flocks of birds fly over a grand estate in Roswell, a sprawling territory located within the kingdom of Asgard. Striding down the lavish halls past bowing maids, he explains that he was born as the eldest son of the Roswell family which serves as the guardian shield of the royal knights. Stepping towards a large window, he notes that despite his life of luxury, he isn't wholly happy with being the next lord of this land. His younger twin brother, Marisun Roswell, approaches from behind and asks what he is looking at. Staring out the window together, Hiro tells his brother that he noticed something concerning about the town below. Observing the bustling streets, Marisun points out that the town is lively because of their upcoming birthday, but Hiro remains sharply focused on the carriages. Pointing at the merchants from other territories, Hiro explains that all their returning carriages are completely unloaded. Turning to his shocked brother, Hiro warns that this stoppage in the circulation of goods proves their people will soon be unable to make a proper living. Marisun points out to Hiro that procuring daily necessities is becoming increasingly difficult due to shortages and inflation, a concern shared even by the head maid. Hiro reflects that the harvest period now lasts only half as long because of a natural disaster that struck the year they were born. Looking nervous, Mari-san deduces that this shortened harvest period is the reason they are only able to yield half as much food. Sweating and forcing a smile, Hiro awkwardly admits that his brother's assumption is not entirely accurate. Hiro warns that things continuing this way will inevitably lead to problems, prompting Mari-san to scratch his head and complain that it is all too complicated to understand. With a determined glare, Hiro declares his burning desire to save their people from heavy taxes and asserts that as the eldest son he is the only one capable of doing so. Staring out the window at the estate, Hiro notes that he will soon receive a divination from the gods bestowing him with governance or military powers. Swallowing his anxiety, he reassures himself that the extensive knowledge retained from his previous life will certainly prove useful. Gazing upon the grand cathedral as its heavy bells chime, he acknowledges that this impending divination ceremony marks his true first step. Breaking into a jog, Mari-san urges his brother to hurry toward the church so they do not miss receiving their divine revelations. The grand holy hall of the divine church stands before them in majestic silence, serving as the sacred divination area. Approaching the stern Oliver Roswell, the boy's father and head of the family, Hiro quickly apologizes for their tardiness after getting caught up in conversation. As the high priest asks to commence the ceremony, Oliver sternly reminds his eldest son to show more awareness since the entire family's future rests on his shoulders. Stepping forward, the high priest explains that divinations are sacred revelations granted to humans coming of age and that they will manifest physically as texts. Spreading out examples, he details that the heir may be bestowed with 4 possible revelations consisting of 2 governance and 2 military command abilities. Moving the ceremony forward, the high priest instructs the young heir to open his scriptures and begin his solemn prayer. A blinding and radiant glow violently erupts from the open pages of the scripture in Hiro's outstretched hands. As the light intensifies, a massive and ethereal winged figure magically materializes directly behind the glowing boy. Bathing in the divine radiance, Hiro closes his eyes and fully embraces the surging power overtaking his small body. An eerie, profound silence descends upon the grand cathedral as the supernatural light finally fades away. Staring in shock at the sheer number of scattered revelation cards littering the floor, the high priest nervously suggests they begin reading them immediately. Examining the first few cards in awe, the high priest notes that 2 relate to governance and will permanently assure the abundance of their future harvests. His celebration halts as he picks up a bizarrely glitched and distorted card labeled GACH, causing him to stutter in absolute confusion. Leaning in with sparkling eyes, an excited Hiro eagerly asks if this mysterious GACH text could be some kind of brand new military revelation. Admitting he has never encountered such a thing, the high priest strokes his beard and decides to use his own revelation ability to inspect the strange card. Focusing his divine magic, the priest opens his mystical all-seeing eye with an intense and serious glare. The glitched card suddenly snaps with violent, rejecting energy, forcing the priest to cry out in sudden pain. Groaning and dripping with sweat, the startled priest collapses backward as the dark card flutters harmlessly to the stone floor. Staring in pure horror at the fallen card, the priest mutters that such an ominous text actually rejected the eye of God itself. Turning his trembling gaze toward Lord Roswell, the high priest warns that they might have a truly grave situation on their hands concerning the young heir. He dramatically reveals that the eldest son has somehow caught the eye of a demon, leaving a nearby Mari-san utterly shocked. A wave of panic ripples through the adults as they question what this demonic revelation will do to their noble family standing with the kingdom. The high priest grimly confirms that harboring a demon-marked heir will inevitably cause their entire family to be eradicated by the crown. Desperation immediately sets in as someone pleads with the high priest to find any other way to resolve this catastrophic crisis. Pondering the dire request, the high priest shifts his gaze back toward the confused Hiro as he considers a much darker alternative. Leaning in to whisper secretly to Oliver, the priest suggests the incredibly cruel choice of exiling Hiro to a provincial territory and promoting the next heir instead. Stepping forward with a sudden and sinister smirk, Mari-san interrupts the hushed conversation to suggest that Hiro was perhaps never the eldest son in the first place. Mari-san smugly fans out his own newly acquired revelation cards, proudly displaying incredibly rare abilities like the protection of the dragon and the minor god of abundance. After the high priest confirms those were all the texts meant for the eldest, an arrogant Mari-san asks if his father would care to look at just one more. Mari-san confidently displays the fate-weaving sword of victory, leaving everyone stunned that he received a miraculous revelation from the legendary guardian sword family. Realizing the massive potential of the revelation, Lord Roswell concludes that true independence from the kingdom is finally within their grasp. Turning his back on Hiro entirely, the ecstatic father embraces Mari-san and proudly praises him as his true eldest son. Stunned by the sudden betrayal, Hiro protests that he is the actual eldest and demands to know what his father is saying. Oliver glares down at the shocked boy with a terrifyingly cold and silent intensity. The ruthless patriarch explains that simply exiling Hiro would besmirch the family name and coldly offers a different suggestion. He proposes leaving a piece of land for Hiro to manage as a mere foster child since the boy always wanted to be a ruler. Outraged at being demoted to a foster child, Hiro furiously demands an explanation from his smug brother. Unfazed by the anger, Mari-san slides away and casually tells Hiro to take the hint already. Turning his back with a dismissive clink of his cape, Oliver bluntly states that he does not wish to sully the church with blood. Staring at his father's retreating back, a horrified Hiro realizes that the man is dead serious about killing him if he resists. Oliver cruelly reasons that they should give Hiro a piece of land too dangerous for their own vassals now that he is merely a foster child. Pausing to finalize his malicious decree, the patriarch makes his ultimate decision. With a dramatic gesture, Oliver officially grants his discarded son the deadly territory known as the Great Demon Forest. Clenching his fists in silent frustration, Hiro steps forward to face his grim new reality. Swallowing his pride, the young boy kneels on the stone floor and humbly accepts the lordship of the Great Demon Forest. Hiro bows his head in quiet submission while his father glares down at him with undisguised contempt. Sweating nervously, the high priest stammers out that the Roswell family's divination ceremony is officially concluded. Oliver instantly shifts his attention back to Mari-san to prepare a grand celebration for his new heir while carelessly telling Hiro to hurry off to his new territory. Happily following his father away, Mari-san answers the call with a cheerful smile. Pausing for a brief moment, the younger brother admits that he has something left to say since this will likely be the last time they ever see each other. He spitefully reminds Hiro of how everyone always fawned over him just because he was born a few minutes earlier. Revealing his deeply rooted jealousy, Mari-san confesses that he has always completely hated Hiro's stinking guts. Giving a mock salute, the treacherous brother cheerfully tells Hiro not to die in his new territory and bids him a final goodbye. Watching his usurper walk away, Hiro resolutely vows that this will absolutely not be the last time they meet. Gripping his chest with newfound determination, the reincarnated boy declares that his territory management begins now because his life's compass remains exactly the same in this new world. Meanwhile, an unknown figure trembles while recognizing Hiro's distinct habit of nervously gripping his own arm. Sitting behind a grand desk bathed in blinding light, the mysterious man realizes with absolute certainty that the boy is actually Iijima Hiroshi. Walking through the quiet woods, a startled Hiro spots a rabbit and nervously wonders aloud if he is weirdly lost. Hurrying down the dirt path, he worries that at this rate he might just end up exactly like Mari-san predicted. He recalls that his designated territory is a harsh land unsuitable for trade or farming and is dangerously close to the monster-filled Great Demon Forest. Despite the bleak prospects, he confidently resolves to use his abundant past life knowledge and a secret trump card to alleviate the suffering of the local people. Spotting a mysterious figure slumped against a large tree root, he stops in his tracks and hums in confusion. A heavily injured demi-human girl with animal ears leans against the wood while panting heavily in exhaustion and pain. Noting her terrible physical condition, Hiro realizes with alarm that she does not look well at all. Stepping quickly toward her limp body, he urgently asks if she is all right. Kneeling beside the groaning girl, he gently touches her shoulder and asks if she can hear him or move. Supporting her unconscious form, he notes her deep back wound and realizes an amateur cannot treat it out here without a doctor. Laying her down gently on a mat, he frantically rustles through his heavy bag with a loud thud to find anything useful. Pulling out an ornate glass bottle, he confidently declares that this specific item should be able to save her. Popping the cork off the bottle with a quick motion, he carefully brings the rim to the injured girl's lips. Given to him by his grandfather for his birthday, this magical medicine will completely cure absolutely any wound or illness just by drinking it. Serving as his sole asset and ultimate trump card for territory management, just one of these priceless elixirs costs enough for a noble to live a lifetime of luxury. He perfectly remembers the altruistic teachings to go east to nurse a sick child and west to lighten a weary mother's burden. Drawing upon the Hand of Healing and Nightingale revelation cards, he activates recovery magic with maximum effectiveness to save the demi-human. A gentle fluttering light miraculously envelopes the girl's body as the potent magic finally takes hold. Hero patiently watches over the resting girl in the tranquil forest clearing while waiting for the medicine to work. Her breathing steadies as the wound miraculously seals itself completely, leaving Hero amazed by the incredible results. Laughing softly to himself, he humorously accepts that this single healing act just consumed the power of his entire fortune. A sudden realization makes him pause and hum in surprised curiosity. Staring at a skill book now clearly bearing the title of Benevolence, he wonders if the cover always had that specific name written on the front. Shrugging off the minor mystery, he notes that her clothes are in tatters but decides her recovered health is all that truly matters for now. Clenching his fists with comical determination, he playfully declares that now is his perfect chance. The injured girl slowly groans as she opens her eyes and groggily asks where she is. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Hero smiles warmly and gently asks the confused demi-human how she is feeling. Shocked to find her clothing altered, she covers herself defensively and furiously demands to know what he did to her. Flinching back from her anger, Hero innocently explains that he was simply fixing up her torn hood. Her aggressive demeanor shatters into nervous realization as she suddenly remembers that her clothes were indeed torn up. Holding out her fully repaired cloak, Hero gently offers to give it back to her right now. Snatching the fabric with a quick swipe, she stares at him in complete disbelief and asks if he actually saved her life. Standing tall, he formally introduces himself as Hero, the foster child of the noble Roswell family. He calmly explains that he was simply on his way to his assigned territory when he came across her lying on the road with a major injury. Since there were no doctors anywhere nearby, he used his own personal medicine to completely heal her wounds. Narrowing her eyes with deep suspicion, the girl fiercely states that his lies will not fool her. She furiously accuses him of being a slave trader or mountain bandit since humans absolutely love to capture and enslave demi-humans. Pointing accusingly, she argues that a high-ranking Roswell noble who leads the Royal Knights of Asgard would never travel alone without attendants in a dangerous place like this. As she continues arguing that an ordinary traveler would not have medicine capable of healing such a fatal wound, she suddenly spots a metallic clink at his side. Her eyes go wide in shock as she recognizes the official family crest sparkling on the empty elixir bottle hanging from his bag. Seeing her shocked expression, Hero smiles softly and admits that he only had one elixir, so he is truly glad that it actually worked. Still highly suspicious of his intentions, the Beastman stammers out a question, demanding to know why he would waste such a valuable medicine on a complete stranger. Tilting his head in genuine confusion, Hero asks if saving a person who is about to die is really such a strange thing to do. Glancing at the discarded empty bottle, he firmly declares that the monetary value of an elixir is absolutely nothing compared to the priceless value of a living life. Struck by his completely selfless answer, the demi-human girl stares at him with wide and utterly stunned eyes. Breaking into a sudden burst of genuine laughter, she notes that this is the first time she has ever met a noble who could say something so ridiculously cheesy with a straight face. Looking away somewhat awkwardly, Hero admits that his current status as a noble is actually a bit iffy right now. He explains that due to certain circumstances he was demoted to a foster child and banished from his family to serve as the lord of the land up ahead, prompting her to realize they are in very similar situations. Looking down with a melancholic expression, she solemnly confesses that she is also considered the black sheep of her entire race. Leaning in with an inquisitive look, Hero softly repeats the phrase, quietly asking her what she means by being a black sheep. Standing up tall to formally introduce herself, the demi-human proudly declares that her name is Amelia and that she is a warcat. As the nearby bushes suddenly rustle, Amelia explains that it is the strict custom of her race to always repay a favor, especially for something as incredibly valuable as an elixir. Reacting to the hidden threat in the bushes, Amelia immediately steps forward to place herself protectively in front of the startled Hero. Noticing her sudden shift in demeanor, a concerned Hero urgently asks her what the matter is. Amelia grimly warns him that there are enemies nearby, prompting Hero to nervously ask if she means the same people who severely injured her. As a heavy boot loudly stomps onto the grass, Amelia clicks her tongue and clarifies that she is talking about a completely different group of hostiles approaching them right now. Four rough-looking men emerge from the tree-line, sneering that they thought they had lucked out finding a defenseless noble kid alone and expressing annoyance at his unexpected beastman guard. Sweating nervously as he stares at the armed thugs, Hiro realizes these dangerous bandits are specifically targeting him. Glaring fiercely at the approaching bandits, Amelia addresses Hiro directly and declares that she will repay a portion of the massive favor she owes him right here and now. She urgently instructs him to run away as fast as possible while she selflessly draws all of the bandits' attention to herself. Extremely worried for her safety, Hiro desperately asks if she can really take on that many armed men all at once. Narrowing her eyes with grim determination, she honestly admits that she does not think she can actually defeat them all. Clenching her fists tightly, she explains that while warcats are a species specializing in combat, she was always the weakest of them all and probably doesn't stand a chance against these mountain bandits. Explosively kicking off the ground with a loud bang, she fiercely shouts that she can at least buy enough time for her savior to run away safely. Reaching out his hand in sheer panic, Hiro screams for Amelia to stop and desperately begs her not to throw her life away. The crude bandits mockingly yell that she sure talks a lot for a mere kitty as they aggressively prepare to violently strike her down. One of the smug thugs lunges forward with a vicious punch, confidently yelling out that he has her trapped. Her keen feline instincts instantly flare up as her innate danger sense skill rapidly activates to heighten her combat awareness. Moving with incredible agility, she smoothly dodges the incoming fist with a loud whoosh and fiercely yells at the bandit not to underestimate her. Following up her flawless evasion, she flips dramatically through the air and expertly slams her heel down with a devastating, earth-shattering impact. Delivering a crushing upward strike straight to the bandit's jaw, she proudly declares that noble warcats are a tad bit different from average house cats. Unfazed by their comrades' quick defeat, another bandit sneers that her incredible warcat fighting skills will not matter once they surround her since she is completely alone. Instantly activating a powerful skill card labeled Spatial Movement, Amelia multiplies her explosive strength by 4 and vanishes from her original spot. Utilizing her magically enhanced spatial movement, she rapidly ricochets off the surrounding tree trunks with heavy thuds to completely disorient her attackers. Unable to track her blindingly fast movements, one of the frustrated bandits curses loudly and frantically yells at her to just stay still. The frustrated thug's eyes suddenly widen in pure terror as he realizes the deadly demi-human has abruptly completely vanished from his line of sight. Reappearing directly in front of him like a blur, Amelia effortlessly delivers a brutal, bone-crushing flying kick squarely into the startled bandit's face. Blood heavily spurts from his nose as the massive impact savagely launches the cursing man backwards into the dirt. Landing gracefully back on her feet without wasting a single second, the fierce warcat immediately winds up a devastating punch to continue her relentless assault. Driving her fist forward with terrifying, explosive force, she mercilessly buries her knuckles deep into the remaining bandit's gut to swiftly end the intense battle. Reeling back from the devastating feline strike, the injured bandit groans in pain before quickly recovering to excitedly challenge Amelia to another round. Without a moment of hesitation, the fierce warcat mercilessly drives her fist right into the thug's groin with a sickening crunch. Spinning around to face her startled companion, Amelia urgently screams for Hiro to get out of the area as quickly as possible. The exhausted demi-human desperately admits that despite her best efforts, she simply will not be able to take down all of the remaining enemies by herself. Clenching his fists nervously, Hiro interrupts her desperate warning to point out that the enemies she is so worried about are actually already dealt with. Amelia blinks in sheer confusion as she watches the battered bandit collapse motionless into the dirt with a heavy hiss of defeated breath. Examining his glowing hand with intense curiosity, an amazed Hiro cheerfully remarks that Amelia was being way too humble about her incredible strength. Staring at her own trembling hands in total disbelief, the stunned warcat confesses that she feels as though her combat techniques have suddenly become significantly sharper and infinitely stronger than usual. Pondering the bizarre power surge, Hiro curiously asks the bewildered girl if this sudden physical enhancement could simply be a lingering side effect from the magical elixir she drank earlier. Shaking her head to immediately dismiss the boy's logical theory, Amelia firmly clarifies that legendary healing elixirs absolutely do not possess the ability to artificially enhance a warrior's technique mastery. A terrifying new enemy violently wraps a massive arm around Hiro's neck from behind, agreeing that elixirs don't grant strength before maliciously suggesting the boy might possess a rare beast tamer skill instead. As her enhanced danger sense skill violently triggers to warn her of the massive threat, a horrified Amelia frantically screams for Hiro not to move a single muscle. Trapped in the crushing grip of the heavily scarred bandit leader, a terrified Hiro freezes in place as Amelia grimly recognizes just how incredibly dangerous this new ambush truly is. The war cat Amelia stands protectively between Hiro and the massive, hulking figure while whispering that the man is truly dangerous. Hiro looks at the towering man with visible sweat and trepidation while asking him what he meant by his earlier statement. Amelia remains on high alert and admits she could not even sense the man's presence or hear a single sound as he approached. She reflects that despite Warcats possessing the danger sense skill for constant awareness, this man managed to bypass it entirely. As the man lunges forward with a sudden, powerful motion, Amelia shouts that he was not being overconfident but warns her to never get complacent about her own abilities. The man moves with impressive speed and power, proving that even humans can perform such astonishing feats with enough dedicated training. Stepping in closer to the pair, the man leans down and casually asks exactly what it is they want with him. He bluntly states that he is merely here to tie up some loose ends, leaving Hiro and Amelia on edge. With a sudden roar, he shouts for the group of stunned thugs to get off their backs and stop napping on the job. The bandits look up at their leader in disbelief and wonder if he actually came back to save them from the warcat. He tells them to get ready to fight before taunting them about their luck finally running out. The man bows down deeply and apologizes to Hiro and Amelia for all the trouble his rowdy subordinates have caused them. Hiro and Amelia stare at him in utter shock as they try to process his strange and sudden change in demeanor. The man smiles broadly while introducing himself as Smirnov, the very same leader tasked with keeping all these bandits in line. He claims that he prefers to view his group as honorable outlaws instead of common bandits, noting they have an ironclad rule against harming law-abiding folks. A frustrated thug yells about how they are always starving because of that strict rule, but Smirnov ignores the complaint while preparing to make a move. Smirnov lets out a loud battle cry and swings a massive, blunt weapon down toward them, vowing not to let anyone bring shame to the name of heaven. As debris flies everywhere from the impact, Smirnov tells them he has a special proposition and explains that while he would love to compensate them for their trouble, his pockets are currently empty. He gestures with the heavy scroll as he insists that disciplining his rowdy men is his own personal responsibility. Smirnov grins and asks if they would be willing to let the group off the hook with just this simple explanation. Hiro stares at the offered object with intense curiosity and wonders what this mysterious item actually is. Smirnov clarifies that the object is simply his own head, causing the stunned pair to ask if he is serious. The scroll he holds reveals a wanted poster for the Sword Saint, a legendary S-rank criminal with a massive bounty on his head. Hiro and Amelia gasp in disbelief as they realize the bounty on this villainous-looking man is worth significantly more than the price of a rare elixir. Smirnov asks if they might be the ones to collect his head, but his own men panic and beg their boss not to do such a crazy thing. The bandit leader lets out a sharp, dismissive scoff and tells them to shut their loud traps once and for all. With a sudden burst of speed, he lashes out at his own men and sends one of them flying away into the distance. The leader shouts that the Smirnov family has absolutely no place for useless hoodlums who act like common criminals. He sternly orders them to head back to the countryside and find odd jobs to support themselves instead of acting like bandits. The thugs fearfully scramble away as their leader warns them that he never wants to see their pathetic faces again. The man's aura intensifies as he calls for the group to get back there and face him right now. The man continues to stare down his cowering men while Amelia pulls up her danger sense card to track his movements. Hiro shouts in terror for the leader to stop as the situation escalates rapidly. The leader's immense shadow looms over Hiro and Amelia as they realize the true danger of the man standing before them. The leader stands over them as he demands to know why they are just standing there looking confused. He looms over the scene with an imposing and intimidating presence that dwarfs the two travelers. The leader prepares for another massive attack as the air around them begins to tremble from his raw power. Hiro and Amelia cower in fear, realizing that if his next strike actually connects, there will not be a single trace of them left. The man lifts his massive, blunt weapon high above his head and prepares to strike down at the ground with terrifying force. Smirnov yells at Hiro to use his beast tamer skills to calm the situation down before someone gets killed. Hero nervously clarifies that he is not a beast tamer and doesn't have any skills like that at all. Realizing they have no other choice left, Smirnov tightly clenches his heavy weapon in preparation. Smirnov bravely steps forward with a loud clang to deal with the terrifying beast himself. The bandit leader lets out a painful grunt as the massive minotaur forces him back with a booming impact. Sliding backwards across the dirt, Smirnov fiercely struggles to hold his ground against the monster's overwhelming strength. Calling out over his shoulder, Smirnov orders the boy to grab the Missy and run while he creates a distraction. A horrified Hero utterly refuses to run away and leave the man behind to die alone. Smirnov smiles reassuringly and explains that a real man knows when to pull out and when to put his body on the line to save others. Turning to his injured companion, Hero urgently tells Amelia they need to escape and find Smirnov's friends for help. A trembling Amelia stares blankly ahead and confesses that the terrifying monster chased her all the way here. Hero suddenly realizes with dread that this horrifying creature is the exact same one that caused Amelia's major injuries. Looking down in despair, the warcat tearfully apologizes to Hero and begs him to forget about her so he can escape. Smirnov furiously snaps at the pair and demands to know if they are going on a date instead of running away. The beastly bull suddenly rears its head back, causing Smirnov to panic as he recognizes the devastating incoming attack. The massive minotaur unleashes a terrifying torrent of blazing fire breath straight toward the defenseless group. Acting on pure instinct, Hero instantly jumps in front of Amelia and promises to block the deadly flames so she can run. With a barrage of magic resistance cards activating around him, Hero calmly accepts that dying to protect someone isn't a bad way to go. To his absolute shock, Hero opens his eyes and realizes he doesn't feel any heat at all from the raging inferno. Realizing his benevolent skill shielded them, he desperately searches for a way to strike back since their dire situation hasn't changed. Pulling up the heavily glitched gacha card, Hero determines that the unreadable revelation is his only remaining option left. He stares at the mysterious card through the flames while admitting he has absolutely no idea what kind of power or ability it holds. Glowing feathers suddenly drift around him as he firmly resolves to use the mysterious ability. Acknowledging the High Priest's warning that the card is extremely dangerous, Hero decides he must use it because it is all he has left. Surrounded by projections of all his other lost skills, Hero places his absolute faith in this one and only divine text lottery. Clenching the glowing card with fierce determination, he proudly declares that this unique lottery is his true skill. The skill description reveals it bestows divine treasures based on the number of times he performed self-sacrificing deeds in difficult situations. Sweating nervously, Hero realizes this divine power is basically just a gacha game and worries because his past life lottery luck was terrible. Shaking off his doubts, he loudly declares that this is definitely no time to be hesitating. Thrusting his hand forward, Hero boldly shouts to fully activate the divine text lottery skill. A brilliant glow erupts as a majestic angelic figure materializes behind him and gently drops a mysterious book. Catching the pristine tome, Hero hums in confusion and notes that the book gives off the gentle feeling of an innocent child. The cover reveals itself as the text of the divine dragon, boasting an incredibly rare and legendary status. Staring in sheer disbelief, Hero excitedly questions if he actually just pulled something genuinely amazing. He quickly flips open the heavy book to reveal complex magical circles and ancient scriptures. The pages violently explode with blinding light and chaotic magical energy, causing a panicked Hero to scream out in terror. A massive sphere of tightly bound magical scripture instantly materializes right in front of the stunned boy. Looking closely at the massive scripture-covered sphere, Hero realizes that this must be the legendary text of the divine dragon. Staring in pure shock at the giant orb, he deduces that it is actually a divine dragon's egg. A small instruction note suddenly appears on the shell as Hero desperately commands the divine dragon to come forth and protect them. The manual details that the slow-growing dragon requires a suitable environment and lots of meat to properly raise it. Sweating nervously, Hero complains that the divine dragon is asking for way too much while they are all about to be reduced to cinders. Smirnov frantically yells for the boy to watch out as the minotaur unleashes its fiery assault. Hero flinches and braces for the devastating impact as a massive shadow suddenly completely eclipses them. A colossal explosion rocks the entire forest as a massive shockwave brutally scatters the surrounding trees. Smirnov tightly shields Hero and Amelia with his own body while enduring the terrifying brunt of the blast. Checking on his newly formed comrades, the rugged bandit leader anxiously asks if the two of them are all right. A stunned Amelia stares up into the settling dust and murmurs that something massive just saved them from certain death. As the thick smoke finally clears with a heavy gust of wind, an exhausted Hero sighs that it is just one crazy thing after another. A majestic and towering ancient dragon with grand feathered wings and branching antlers now stands proudly before them. Smirnov sweats in absolute terror while admitting that not even he can take on an ancient dragon and a minotaur at the exact same time. The majestic dragon violently swats the minotaur aside while furiously yelling that the cowhead's ceaseless snorting is ruining its foul mood. Glaring down at the defeated beast, the dragon notes that the appetizing smell was likely just the minotaur roasting its own cow parts with fire breath. The majestic creature swiftly wraps its massive tail around the minotaur's neck while bitterly complaining that not a single part of the beast is actually edible. Squeezing its tail with bone-crushing force, the furious dragon decides to simply violently execute the minotaur instead of eating it. The minotaur's eyes roll back into its skull as the immense pressure brutally snaps its neck. Watching the terrifying display of raw power, a trembling Hero nervously wonders if the dragon is actually here to help them. Amelia stares in absolute awe while muttering that a proud dragon willingly helping humans is the kind of stuff that only happens in ancient legends. Turning its majestic gaze toward the tiny humans, the dragon scoffingly asks what possible merit there is for a noble creature to ever lend aid to mortals. The winged beast clarifies that it merely descended from the heavens because it felt the distinct presence of its own kind. Staring intently at the glowing scripture orb behind Hero, the dragon demands to know exactly where the boy acquired that presence. Sweating under the intense draconic gaze, Hero awkwardly admits that he didn't exactly get the egg so much as it simply popped out completely on its own. The dragon closes its eyes in quiet contemplation and calmly accepts the boy's bizarre explanation. Snaking its long tail carefully around the glowing egg, the beast declares that it shall take charge of the orb since it cannot be left out here in the wild. The ancient creature explains that this egg is a sacred keepsake of the divine dragon and allowing it to fall into human hands would be a massive blow to their draconic dignity. Flapping its massive feathered wings to take flight, the dragon bids the human child farewell but reminds him to never forget the life debt he now owes. Stepping forward with sudden resolve, Hero bravely interrupts the terrifying beast to request permission to take care of the egg himself since it was a power granted to him by the gods. The colossal dragon freezes in place and glares down at the audacious boy with piercing and narrowed eyes. Smirnov immediately panics and apologizes to the beast while urgently whispering to Hero that they definitely crossed a dangerous line and need to run away immediately. The tense silence is suddenly broken by a massive and echoing rumble, prompting the dragon to casually look away and admit that it was just its stomach growling. Hero and Smirnov and Amelia all stare at the fearsome creature in utter and deadpan disbelief at the completely anticlimactic moment. The dragon's massive belly jiggles as it embarrassingly confesses that moving so vigorously made its joints hurt and head spin due to the weight it gained from a rich diet. Slumping its heavy head onto the dirt with a pathetic groan, the ancient beast whines that it is currently on a fasting diet and no longer has the strength to fly. As the dragon's stomach unleashes another deafening gurgle, an exasperated Smirnov pinches his brow and begs the legendary creature to get it together. A blushing Amelia quietly apologizes, prompting the others to realize she is also dealing with her own severe hunger pangs. Clutching his own stomach with an awkward smile, Hero admits that he also feels rather hungry now that the intense battle is finally over. While Hero checks his empty bag for rations, a defeated Smirnov sighs that his bandit hideout unfortunately only has grass and booze to offer them. Pulling out an impressive bounty of pork, soy sauce, sugar, salt, and special herbs passed down by his race, Hero confidently prepares to cook a meal that will easily warm their exhausted bodies. Staring in absolute shock at the rare ingredients, both Smirnov and Amelia loudly exclaim in unison to ask if he truly possesses real soy sauce. Sniffing the unfamiliar dark liquid with deep curiosity, the bandit leader questions if this so-called soy sauce is truly as special as everyone claims it is. Flashing a confident and somewhat mischievous grin, Hero tells his new companions to leave everything to him because they absolutely will not regret it. The group quickly sets up a lively cooking station in the forest clearing, joyfully preparing the massive feast while the ancient dragon rests peacefully right behind them. Awakening to the irresistible aroma of the delicious food, the massive ancient dragon leans in closely with heavy drool dripping off its sharp teeth. Greedily chugging down a wooden mug of alcohol with loud gulps, an ecstatic Smirnoff happily declares that he simply cannot stop drinking. Devouring a massive wooden barrel of food in a single bite, the ancient dragon praises the absolutely divine meal and desperately demands to know what this incredible cooking is. Standing proudly before his highly satisfied diners, Hero cheerfully explains that he prepared a delicious pork ginger fry alongside a hearty bandit's hot pot. Watching the towering dragon and the rugged bandit leader aggressively scarf down their meals, a smiling Hero expresses his genuine relief that the warm food perfectly suits their tastes. Pausing mid-chew with a curious expression, Smirnoff asks what exactly Hero used to make the hot pot since the strange ingredients are so incredibly crunchy and delicious. Smirnoff spits out his food in pure horror as Hero casually reveals that he used some nearby wriggling slimes as the secret crunchy ingredient. Presenting perfectly filleted slices of the gelatinous monsters, Hero explains that he learned the preparation method from his maid since slime actually tastes incredibly good despite its bizarre appearance. Offering a steaming bowl to a highly skeptical Amelia, Hero cheerfully encourages her to eat to her heart's content. Since there are literally tons of edible slimes bouncing everywhere in the forest. Wiping his mouth and shifting to a much more serious tone, Smirnoff announces that there is something important he needs to ask the two young travelers. The bandit leader points out that this dangerous forest is heavily avoided even by seasoned adventurers and questions why a noble kid would ever be taking a casual stroll out here. Sitting comfortably on the grass, Hero explains that he was simply heading to his new territory up ahead when he stumbled across an unconscious Amelia on the side of the dirt road. Hearing this concerning revelation, a highly confused Smirnoff turns his gaze toward the war cat and asks exactly what happened to make her collapse like that. Looking away in obvious shame, Amelia awkwardly mumbles that she is the weak black sheep of her combat-oriented race and simply wanted to challenge herself. Connecting the dots immediately, Smirnoff leans forward and incredulously asks if she actually tried to fight that terrifying minotaur all by herself just to prove her strength. Sweating nervously under the bandit's intense scrutiny, the deeply embarrassed war cat hesitantly admits that he hit the nail right on the head. Glancing over at his injured companion, Hero gently notes that it is a very good thing he happened to have a magical elixir on hand to fully heal those severe wounds. Smirnoff erupts into total disbelief, loudly demanding to know why a noble would waste a priceless elixir on a complete stranger and where he even acquired such a legendary item. Maintaining his calm and gentle demeanor, Hero explains that the miraculous medicine was actually a cherished birthday gift from his late grandfather. He elaborates that he received such extravagant gifts because he was originally born as the eldest son and rightful heir to the prestigious Roswell family. Recognizing the famous name of the kingdom's guardian shield, Smirnoff's eyes widen as he realizes the young boy must have his own complicated and tragic circumstances. Smiling through his lingering pain, Hero confesses that his family replaced him with his younger brother after he failed to inherit the expected skills, eventually exiling him to manage this dangerous forest. Acknowledging the harsh reality of noble politics, Smirnoff bluntly points out that cashing in his massive S-rank bounty would easily give Hero enough prestige to reclaim his stolen airship. Staring back with unshakable resolve, Hero firmly declares that he has absolutely no intention of returning home or taking the bandit leader's head. Leaving Smirnoff utterly bewildered, Hero proudly states that he would gladly remain dirt poor if the only alternative is violently selling out the honorable man who just saved their lives. Leaning forward with a frustrated grimace, the seasoned outlaw warns the naive boy that being too nice to others will ultimately prevent him from ever gaining anything in this cruel world. Ignoring the cynical advice, Hero silently reflects on the beautiful poem from his past life that taught him to always prioritize the happiness of those who are suffering. Flashing a blindingly pure and radiant smile, the reincarnated noble proudly proclaims that a selfless savior is exactly the kind of person he truly wants to be. Utterly defeated by the boy's blindingly genuine kindness, Smirnoff clutches his forehead and mutters that they really stumbled across one hell of a nice guy. Realizing he now owes a massive life debt, the bandit leader decides to slowly pay Hero back for the expensive elixir before asking Amelia if she plans to tag along with her savior. Clenching her trembling fist with newfound determination, the deeply grateful war cat slowly addresses the young noble. Smirnov and his rugged crew suddenly stand tall behind the boy, eagerly offering to become his loyal underlings to provide all the muscle and fists he will ever need. Pounding his muscular chest with absolute confidence, the reformed outlaw promises that his surprisingly sincere men will serve their new lord exceptionally well. Pointing a stern finger at the towering men, Hero demands they officially give up all violence and stealing, a strict condition that Smirnov immediately and happily accepts. A flurry of magical skill cards magically materializes around the newly formed group as the young lord warmly shakes hands with the bandit leader to seal their brand new alliance. A rugged man guides a young boy forward as something massive and unseen sways into view nearby. The giant, antlered dragon rubs against the boy affectionately, demanding to know if he is being left out while complaining about the stench of alcohol. Thoroughly enamored by the boy's cooking, the dragon offers him the incredible honor of caring for the divine dragon's egg. Overjoyed by the trust placed in him, the boy declares that this pact officially makes them sworn friends. The massive beast leans in closely, eagerly anticipating many more delicious meals from his new companion. Promising a healthier menu for their next feast, the boy smiles warmly at the towering creature. A quiet moment settles between them as the surrounding forest seems to echo their newfound bond. Suddenly, a glowing status window appears showing an improved health buff, leaving the ancient dragon utterly bewildered. The magnificent creature stands tall in all its glory, its sheer scale dwarfing the young boy before it. Realizing the miraculous effects of the food, the dragon marvels at how his joint pain and mental fog have completely vanished. Feeling as though he has suddenly shed 1,000 years of age, the beast rejoices over his newly sharpened senses. Invigorated and craving 1,000 more servings of ginger fry, the dragon triumphantly takes to the skies to hunt devil boars. Watching his friend fly off, the boy panics and realizes this escalating situation is rapidly getting out of hand. The boy desperately cries out that he lacks the seasoning for 1,000 meals, prompting a deadpan ally to question his skewed priorities. Exasperated by the sheer absurdity, the rugged man admits he is completely lost but acknowledges the boy's boundless kindness. Throwing an arm around his shoulders, the man excitedly declares that things will be much more fun now that the boy is their new boss. Startled and flustered, the boy violently objects to being called the boss of a bandit crew when he is actually a lord. Caught completely off guard by the chaotic turn of events, the boy loses his balance and wildly tumbles backward. Instead of hitting the ground, he is caught and joyously launched into the air by a roaring crowd of celebratory bandits. Meanwhile, a sinister figure smirks from the shadows, chillingly greeting someone named Smirnov after a long absence. Two intimidating assassins step into the light, their cold eyes locked onto their target as they announce their lethal intentions. Stepping out of the shadows, the dark-clad assassin coldly announces he has come to take Smirnov's life after all this time. Unfazed by the deadly threat, Smirnov dryly remarks that he never hired a Dark Guild bounty hunter while noting Richard's bluntness. Hearing the ominous name, the young boy freezes in sheer panic as he remembers his father mentioning the terrifying syndicate. He recalls the chilling rumors of the secretive organization pulling the government strings from the shadows through brutal assassinations and torture. Sneering at his former rival, Richard mocks the once great hope of the Holy City's night order for falling so low as to scrap with petty bandits for pocket money. Narrowing his eyes at the stinging insult, the rugged warrior challenges the notion that he has fallen from grace. The young boy silently marvels at the hypocrisy, wondering how Smirnov can judge when he himself went from a wealthy noble to a mountain bandit. Striking an absurdly confident pose, Smirnov insists his noble birth is entirely obvious despite the boy's absolute disbelief. As Richard darkly swears to remember the slight, the cat girl and boy whisper to each other that Smirnov undeniably looks exactly like a savage bandit. Shrugging off their whispers, Smirnov explains he willingly severed ties with his family because the corrupt, tax-lining nobles disgusted him. Completely indifferent to the tragic backstory, Richard chillingly declares that the reason matters little since Smirnov is going to die today regardless. Refusing to back down, Smirnov warns the assassin that the fight won't be as easy as he thinks now that he has a fierce war cat on his side. Stepping heavily onto the battlefield, the massive female assassin recognizes a familiar voice and questions the presence of this supposed war cat. Flashing a predatory smile, the towering woman mockingly greets Amelia after their long time apart. Recognizing her childhood tormentor, Amelia's eyes widen in unadulterated terror. The imposing woman realizes this is where Amelia has been hiding and wonders aloud if the war cat actually has a purpose here. Licking her lips with sadistic glee, the assassin begins to tease a far darker motive for her presence. She cruelly asks if Amelia came crawling back to search the great forest ruins for their race's sacred treasure, Artemis's bow. As Amelia glares in silent rage, the woman brutally mocks her failure while dubbing her the weakest and most useless black sheep of their village. Trembling with frustration, Amelia listens as the assassin cruelly blames her utter uselessness on her defective eyes. The woman fondly recalls the days when Amelia was hailed as a child prodigy with the bow, acting like a hotshot who even tried to teach others. Smiling wickedly, she confesses how much she thoroughly enjoyed watching the prodigy's life turn upside down when her eyesight suddenly deteriorated. A bitter memory flashes of a deeply frustrated Amelia crawling on the ground while her rival mocked her inability to land a single hit during combat lessons. While the young boy yells in furious defense of his friend, the assassin shivers with perverse delight just thinking about Amelia's desperate, shattered expression. Quickly throwing an arm out to restrain the furious boy, Smirnoff warns him that charging the assassins is a terrible idea and a quick way to die. The boy realizes the terrifying truth that the Dark Guild isn't just a mob of thugs, but a group of legendary fighters skilled enough to rival 1,000 soldiers. Richard solemnly admits that back during the Holy City's tournament, he could barely land a strike on Smirnoff, and the bastard has only gotten stronger since then. Smirnoff smirks confidently, acknowledging that his opponent didn't earn the title of Sword Saint for nothing. Standing protectively beside Amelia, the young lord quietly praises the assassin for having a good eye for strength. Licking the edge of her blade, the female assassin gleefully notes that the boy would have been her very first victim if he had foolishly charged in. Stepping forward with a twisted sense of generosity, she decides to give the supposedly close friends a single chance to survive. Mocking her former peer, the towering warcat generously offers Amelia one completely free hit. Tauntingly exposing her form, she invites Amelia to take a good look and aim straight for her vitals if she wants any hope of winning. Gently patting the trembling warcat on the head, Smirnoff reassures her that everything will be fine because the god of war is on their side. Looking at her with unwavering faith, he confidently declares that she has the power to end this entire fight with a single strike. Paralyzed by her profound insecurities, Amelia desperately tries to explain that her failing eyesight makes such a feat entirely impossible. Remaining perfectly calm, Smirnoff softly interrupts her rising panic to offer a simple, alternative suggestion. He encourages her to just try her absolute best, promising that if it completely fails, they will simply turn around and run for their lives. A tense silence falls over the frozen battlefield as the small group stands their ground against the overwhelming threat. Empowered by her leader's unwavering trust, a small, confident smile finally breaks across Amelia's face. Touched by her leader's unwavering faith, Amelia quietly promises to do her absolute best and thanks him. Stepping up to face her towering opponent, the young warcat readies herself for the impossible shot. Muttering that she just needs to treat this like aiming a bow, Amelia steels her nerves and prepares to strike. Narrowing her eyes and calming her racing heart, she gathers every ounce of her focus to aim all her power directly at the target. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashes her devastating strike squarely into the assassin's chest. The impact freezes the battlefield for a split second as the two warriors lock eyes. Suddenly realizing her strike had absolutely zero effect, Amelia lets out a confused gasp as the giant woman grabs her. Before she can even react, the towering assassin casually thumps Amelia on the forehead and instantly knocks her out cold. Collapsing to the ground in a daze, Amelia weakly mutters in disbelief that her direct hit did absolutely nothing. Looking down at her fallen opponent, the assassin sneers that beasts will always just be beasts. Drawing his blade, Richard scolds them for getting cocky over playtime and announces that his real massacre begins now. Unfazed by the deadly threat, Smirnoff calmly agrees that the gap in their strength is indeed massive. Confident in his absolute victory, the dark assassin generously offers Smirnoff the honor of dying a true swordsman's death. He mockingly demands gratitude from his former rival just as a sudden blur of motion interrupts him. Exploding forward with blinding speed, Smirnoff brutally punches the arrogant assassin square in the jaw before he can even react. Standing triumphantly over his stunned foe, Smirnoff clarifies that the massive difference in power actually meant that he is the stronger one. Coughing up blood, The humiliated assassin curses Smirnov as a coward and sneers at his underhanded bandit fighting style. Scratching his head, Smirnov casually corrects him by explaining that he isn't a bandit anymore because he found a true lord to serve. When Richard mocks the mythical level of stupidity required to take in someone so troublesome, Smirnov simply points right at the young boy sitting nearby. The newly appointed lord of the Great Forest, Hero Roswell, offers an incredibly awkward and nervous laugh at the sudden attention. Glaring fiercely at the unassuming child, the assassin angrily dismisses the entire revelation as pure bullshit. Shaking off his injuries, Richard demands his towering partner wake up and declares a sudden change of plans to kill the brat immediately. Smirnov smirks knowingly and asks if the assassins still plan to attack after seeing what comes next. Throwing his head back, Smirnov loudly bellows to the heavens that there won't be any ginger fry left if their trump card doesn't hurry up. A massive, earth-shattering boom rocks the battlefield as a colossal beast violently touches down, leaving the assassins screaming in sheer disbelief. Trembling in absolute terror, the assassins wildly demand to know why a mythical, legendary monster has suddenly appeared before them. The ancient dragon casually asks about the newcomers, prompting Smirnov to explain that these strangers want to murder Boss Hero. Looming over the terrified assassins, the dragon furiously roars that anyone targeting his personal chef will become his dinner instead. Paralyzed by the dragon's overwhelming aura, the assassins instantly pass out from fear, leaving the great beast thoroughly disappointed by their weakness. Watching the unconscious bodies, Hero nervously wonders if they overdid it, but Smirnov insists a brutal display of force was necessary to prevent future attacks. Still staring at her hands, Amelia admits she is completely shocked that she managed to unleash such a powerful attack. Smirnov gives her a warm, knowing smile and reminds her that he promised the god of war was fighting on their side. Deeply confused by the recurring phrase, Hero finally asks Smirnov to explain exactly who this mysterious god of war is. Instead of answering directly, the rugged warrior gently addresses Lord Hero and asks about his inherent military command skills. Checking his glowing status window, the young lord confirms that he does indeed possess several incredibly potent support buffs like military command and territory management. Smirnov reveals that the terrifying true identity of the god of war is actually Hero himself, whose perfectly stacked buff effects turn his allies into unstoppable juggernauts. Letting out a sheepish sigh, the unassuming boy admits he kind of wishes those incredible powers would just make him physically stronger instead. Firmly shaking his head, Smirnov proudly declares that a true lord possesses a fundamentally different and far more valuable kind of strength than mere individual fighters. Thanks to his buffs, Hero now commands the sure-hit bow maiden Amelia and the mythic tier sword Saint Smirnov, whose blade rivals 1,000 soldiers. Furthermore, he is sworn friends with an ancient dragon who serves as the sacred keeper of the divine dragon's egg. Smirnov grins and informs the flustered boy that the loyal allies he gathered purely through kindness now possess enough raw power to rival an entire country's military force. Meanwhile, far away from the chaotic forest, a quiet tension settles over the elegant halls outside the Roswell family study. An enigmatic woman explains she only arrived at the Merchant Guild's behest because of the family's suspicious behavior, never expecting to discover they had exiled their own eldest son. Sitting rigidly at his desk, the cold patriarch aggressively orders the great sage to leave immediately, refusing to let her but into their private family matters. Flashing a dangerous smile, the great sage produces a massive debt ledger and smoothly mocks the man for his chilling lack of concern. Scowling furiously, the stubborn nobleman commands great sage Lillian to deliver a definitive message back to those meddling idiots. He viciously boasts that exiling his useless son will quickly generate enough wealth to clear their debt, silently prompting Lillian to wonder who the truly useless one actually is. Turning her back on the arrogant fool, the sage coldly announces that this will likely be the very last time she ever graces their estate with her presence. Letting a delicate white flower slip through her fingers, she issues a final, ominous warning about the path he has chosen. With a chilling smirk, Lillian promises the doomed nobleman that the very ground he stands on is nothing but a one-way gateway to absolute destruction. Amelia violently kicks the wolf away, causing a massive magical explosion as Hero yells for her to get down. The stunned beast crashes heavily into the ground while Amelia lands gracefully near Hero. Hovering over him protectively, she asks if he is alright, and he confirms he somehow survived. Realizing the dire wolves are hunting the Dragon Lord's egg, she tells Hiro they must flee before the pack gathers, just as another wolf lunges at them. Amelia swiftly strikes the leaping wolf away with a devastating kick to the jaw. Undeterred, two more dire wolves aggressively emerge from the tree-line. Blushing deeply, Amelia holds on to Hiro as he frantically asks if she is okay. Hiro apologizes for not noticing the danger in time, lamenting that they really should have forced Smirnoff's crew to escort them. Unfortunately, all of Smirnoff's crew is currently passed out over barrels from a severe hangover. Smirnoff was the only one capable of handling the dangerous underground guild situation. To make matters worse, the ancient dragon is currently out hunting a demon boar for dinner. Hiro nervously notes that continuing alone is too risky since the monster encounters will only increase from here. Consulting their map, Hiro informs Amelia that they should be seeing the village and the lord's estate nearby. Spotting a chimney through the trees, Amelia excitedly points it out and wonders if it belongs to the mansion. Relieved by the sight, Hiro drops his shoulders and states they can finally take a proper rest. Amelia smiles hopefully, though Hiro immediately second-guesses if they actually can relax. They finally arrive at a large, dilapidated mansion completely overgrown with vines and severely damaged. Taking in the ruined state of the mansion and the absent village, Hiro recalls hearing this was a harsh land. Hiro stammers in utter disbelief, questioning if he has truly been appointed as the lord of a completely ruined territory. Confirming the location by the crest on the wall, Amelia suggests they head inside, hoping she is wrong about the place. They cautiously walk up the cracked stone pathway toward the overgrown and broken entrance. Observing the absolute ruins around them, Amelia desperately hopes they can find at least one usable room. They enter a surprisingly intact room where a giant tree from out back has grown completely through the walls. Hiro notes the room is strangely clean, theorizing the massive tree shielded it from wind and rain. Deciding to make this room their base, they carefully set down the wrapped dragon egg by the tree trunk. Hiro examines a sharp piece of magic ore he found, explaining it is commonly used for fuel. Amelia wonders out loud why such a valuable item would be left behind in this abandoned place. Hiro suggests a past camper might have left it, and he decides to gratefully put it to use in the fireplace. Admitting he is a little nervous since it has been a while, Hiro points his finger at the floating ore. With a sudden burst of energy, Hiro successfully ignites the ore using a flash of fire magic. Startled by the sudden flames, Amelia asks in shock if Hiro can use magic too. Hiro modestly explains he only knows basic lifestyle magic, which he learned as part of his noble education. Gathering her resolve, Amelia approaches Hiro and admits she has something rude to say. She bluntly states that his father must have known the terrible state of this land, suggesting nobles would easily sacrifice their own children. Frustrated on his behalf, she compares his appointment to a death sentence wrapped in a convenient lie. Hiro's expression immediately darkens as he strictly commands her never to say something like that again. Softening his tone, he explains that both kindness and resentment will eventually come back around to you. Noting her guilty reaction, he correctly deduces that she has felt bad about lying that her Minotaur encounter was just a trial of skill. Confronting her gently, Hiro asks her to reveal the real reason she was being chased by the monster. Looking determined, Amelia reveals her true goal is to obtain the divine artifact of clairvoyance, the Bow of Artemis, to save her sister. Amelia explains that the divine insight of clairvoyance allows the user to sense a target's location regardless of distance. Hiro questions what this has to do with saving her sister, prompting Amelia to clarify that the artifact allows someone with poor eyesight to effectively wield a bow. Gripping a small pendant around her neck, Amelia reveals that their parents died young from illness, leaving just her and her sister. She explains that just the other day, they received a formal request from the village elite demanding someone from the lowest-ranking family be taken into permanent service. The horrifying reality of the demand meant they would be taken as playthings for the elite's son and kept captive for life. Enraged by the insane demand, Hiro insists they must refuse, but Amelia grimly replies she would if she could. She explains that among the Warkatir tribe, an annual martial arts tournament determines each family's social rank. Because their clan forces the weak to submit to the strong, her family has consistently ranked at the very bottom since she became the head. To save her sister from this cruel fate, Amelia must somehow prove her strength in the next tournament exactly 1 month from now. Displaying the clairvoyance revelation, she declares this is exactly why she desperately needs the Bow of Artemis. Although she is incredibly confident in her unmatched archery skills, her deteriorating eyesight has crippled her abilities. She bitterly admits her poor vision caused her to fail completely, leaving her unable to even handle the Minotaur in the temple. Staring downward in despair, Amelia realizes that at this rate, her sister is doomed. The terrifying image of her sister bound in chains flashes through her mind as she laments her stolen future. Driven by fierce devotion, Amelia vows to protect her sister no matter the cost to herself. Looking at her with steady resolve, Hiro gently asks if she wants to try an alternative solution. He offers to use his magic to help her, even though it isn't a divine artifact. Warning her that he cannot guarantee success or explain exactly what he will do, Hiro asks her to close her eyes for a moment. Amelia blushes deeply as Hiro steps incredibly close and gently touches the side of her face. Her mind races with panicked thoughts, wondering if he is about to kiss her like a prince breaking a curse in a fairy tale. Trembling with anticipation, she braces herself for the romantic gesture she feels completely unready for. To her sudden surprise, Hiro simply steps back and calmly tells her she can open her eyes. Blinking in utter confusion, Amelia touches her face and asks what he just placed on her. Hiro explains that the device is a vision-enhancing tool called glasses. Examining the thin lenses, Amelia marvels at the craftsmanship and asks how he managed to carry them around. Hiro reveals that he actually used a scavenged metal frame and filled it with magically crafted ice instead of glass. He notes that while the design is based on memories from his past life, he can adjust the magical ice to perfectly fit her specific eyesight. A drop of water suddenly rolls down Amelia's face as Hiro hastily apologizes for the melting ice. Looking around in sheer wonder, Amelia excitedly declares that even though distant objects are slightly blurry, she can finally see her hands and the entire room. Her sharp feline eyes widen with absolute joy as her vision miraculously clears. Overcome with immense gratitude, Amelia tightly embraces the flustered Hiro and thanks him profusely. Still holding him close, she softly whispers that there is one more thing she can finally see clearly. Smiling warmly into his eyes, Amelia tells the blushing Hiro that he has a remarkably handsome face. Hiro instantly panics, his face erupting in a bright red blush as he stammers about her sudden bold compliment. Leaning in with a teasing smile, she suggests he drop the formalities and simply call her Amelia. The two stand intimately close together, completely lost in the quiet, romantic tension of the moment. Their faces draw agonizingly near as they both part their lips to speak. Suddenly, a loud noise shatters the silence, causing both of them to violently flinch and jump apart. Flustered and breathing heavily, Amelia frantically asks what just made that sound. They turn to see a blinding light erupting from massive cracks in the giant dragon egg. Shielding his eyes from the intense glare, Hiro yells in shock as the protective cloth and the egg itself begin glowing fiercely. Holographic revelation cards suddenly manifest in the air around them, displaying powerful dragon blessings. Hiro watches in absolute awe as two of the glowing revelation books physically merge into a brand new dragon-related artifact. The combined cards instantly forge into the legendary Divine Dragon Master Revelation. As the glowing shell splinters apart, Amelia gasps in shock and points out that the egg is finally hatching. Hiro stares at the shattering shell, terrified of the incredibly powerful Lord Divine Dragon that even the ancient dragon bowed to. The blinding light fades to reveal a surprisingly tiny silhouette, leaving them both utterly speechless. A beautiful, naked dragon girl with tiny horns sits amidst the broken eggshells as they both stare in utter disbelief. A cheerful laugh echoes through the ruined courtyard as splashing water fills an old wooden tub. Amelia carefully bathes the squirming dragon girl, urging her to hold still so the soap doesn't sting her eyes. The little girl giggles uncontrollably, squirming away because the thick bubbles tickle too much. Peeking innocently over the rim of the wooden tub, the dragon girl asks why her papa isn't joining them. Amelia gently explains that their papa is very busy sewing clothes and doing the laundry for them. Realizing something important, Amelia pauses thoughtfully and mentions the sudden change of clothes. Bursting from the bathhouse completely naked, Amelia and the dragon girl playfully scold Hiro not to peek. The two naked girls joyfully grab onto the flustered Hiro, demanding to know why he won't join them in the bath. Blushing furiously, Hiro stammers in absolute panic while desperately trying to avert his eyes from Amelia's exposed body. Squeezing his eyes tightly shut, Hiro begs the girls to forget this deeply embarrassing encounter ever happened. Amelia frantically apologizes to Hiro, who has dramatically collapsed face-first onto the stone floor in pure shock while the dragon girl playfully declares him dead. Groaning from the floor, Hiro laments that everything was going fine until the divine Duke Dragon suddenly hatched and ruined his peace. Amelia stares at the tiny girl, struggling to comprehend that this innocent child is actually the legendary divine Duke Dragon. Hiro nervously points out that the mythical leader of the dragons was supposed to be a massive ancient beast, not a humanoid child. Wondering if the newborn can even speak yet, Amelia pragmatically suggests they try asking her directly. The tiny dragon girl sits silently in her cracked eggshell, blinking blankly as she stares back at them. Tilting her head in confusion, the little girl softly mutters the words for mother and father. Launching herself forward, the dragon girl enthusiastically tackles a stunned Amelia and calls her mama. Completely bewildered by the sudden title, Amelia asks Hiro how they ended up in this crazy situation. Hiro nervously explains that he has heard rumors about the dragon race automatically imprinting on others. Realizing the implications, he deduces that the newborn dragon has imprinted on the very first people she saw upon hatching. Confirming his theory, the little girl cheerfully points at Amelia as her mother and Hiro as her father. Utterly overwhelmed by their sudden parenthood, the two stand awkwardly in the ruins, wondering what to do next. Regaining her composure, Amelia scoops up the giggling child and declares that both of them urgently need a proper bath. The cheerful sounds of splashing water echo from the makeshift bath as Amelia successfully cleans the energetic little dragon. Exhausted from the sudden ordeal, Hiro rubs his aching back and sighs, wondering how his life took such a drastic turn. Staring at the system interface detailing the dragon's slow maturation process, Hiro realizes he is now fully responsible for raising a daughter. Surveying the dilapidated mansion, he despairs over their complete lack of supplies and proper living conditions for a growing child. His depressing thoughts are interrupted by the little girl, who innocently asks if his tummy hurts because he looks so weak. Reassuring her that he is fine, Hiro watches in awe as the newly bathed dragon girl approaches him wearing an adorable maid outfit. Hiro expresses sheer amazement that Amelia managed to create such cute clothes in such a short amount of time. Amelia modestly admits she just took apart the old sheets and her bed canopy, though she is relieved the child likes it. Blushing slightly, Amelia nervously asks if the outfit looks alright since she has never actually dressed anyone before. Hiro warmly compliments the craftsmanship, assuring her that the outfit and the tied hair look absolutely perfect. Hearing the praise, the little dragon girl happily grabs her skirt and asks if she is cute. Amelia smiles warmly and confirms that the divine Duke Dragon is indeed incredibly cute. Pointing at herself in awe, the little girl seems surprised to learn she is the legendary leader of the dragon race. Trying to pronounce her intimidating title, the toddler awkwardly fumbles over the complex syllables. Amelia fiercely declares that the toddler's butchered pronunciation of her title makes her sound even more adorable. Seeing an opportunity, Hiro gently suggests they should just give her a proper nickname instead of calling her by a formal title. Throwing her hands down in exasperation, Amelia scolds the tiny dragon and declares that the title Shinryuko is way too hard to say. Hiro stares blankly ahead and calmly agrees that she is absolutely right. Observing the toddler closely, Hiro notes her cute horns and red eyes, marveling that this tiny girl is actually the leader of the dragon race. Smiling gently, Hiro suggests they call her something fitting for a golden, shining divine dragon. Looking directly at the curious toddler, Hiro proposes the cute nickname Joel-chan. Stepping forward, Hiro explains to Amelia that the name comes from the word gold. The tiny dragon girl cheerfully repeats the end of her new nickname. Overjoyed by her new identity, Joel flashes a massive, bright smile. Excitedly yelling for her mama, Joel happily embraces her new name. Blushing fiercely, Amelia nervously admits that being called Mama and Papa makes her feel strangely self-conscious. He melancholically reminisces about discussing finance with his father, mistakenly believing the man actually enjoyed spending time with him. A deep sense of sorrow washes over Hiro as he considers the isolation he has felt since before he was even born. Lowering his eyes in quiet despair, Hiro painfully admits that he never had anything resembling a true family. Breaking the somber mood, Joel points proudly at herself and cheerfully declares that she can fix his loneliness. Beaming with innocent joy, Joel explains that spending time with her papa and mama is incredibly fun. Reaching out with her tiny hands, Gol firmly grabs both Hiro and Amelia to pull them closer. Yanking the flustered pair together, Gol happily screams that she loves them both. Touched by her sweet words, Hiro and Amelia warmly hug the giggling toddler and thank her for teaching them such a valuable lesson. Stepping back with a proud smile, Hiro declares they should give the smart little girl a special reward. Gol immediately protests when Hiro approaches the wash tub, assuming he wants her to do more chores. Telling her to watch closely, Hiro forms a circle with his fingers and gently blows through it. The little girl stares in absolute wonder as magical, shimmering spheres float gracefully into the air. Reaching out to touch the floating orbs, Gol excitedly asks if this beautiful display is her papa's magic. Hiro explains they are just soap bubbles, leaving Gol completely amazed as she calls for Amelia to look. Spotting Amelia standing quietly nearby, Hiro turns and asks if something is wrong. Blushing furiously and scratching his head, Hiro awkwardly blurts out that she looks really beautiful. Deeply flustered by the sudden compliment, Amelia frantically waves her hands and blames her different outfit for the illusion. Noticing their strange behavior, Gol peeks over the rim of the tub and asks what is wrong. Leaning in with an overly curious expression, Gol bluntly asks if they are about to kiss. Both Hiro and Amelia recoil in absolute panic, demanding to know why she would suddenly say something so serious. Innocently gesturing with her hands, Gol explains that she saw parents kiss from inside her egg whenever they looked like that. Frantically waving his arms in denial, Hiro begs Amelia for help to explain the embarrassing misunderstanding. Completely abandoning him to his fate, Amelia abruptly claims she needs to prepare food and runs away. Watching her flee, Gol bursts into laughter and teases her papa for getting rejected. Smiling softly, Hiro rests his hand gently on Gol's head and decides that her new nickname makes her even cuter. Looking over his ruined estate, Hiro vows to transform the territory into a happy place to give Gol the best life possible. Beaming up at him, Gol promises to laugh a lot because she has so much fun being with her papa. Reflecting on his past life, Hiro realizes that protecting someone like his little sister or Gol is the true source of his strength. A sudden, terrifying scream shatters the peaceful moment, prompting Gol to urgently warn Hiro that her mama is in danger. Sitting peacefully in the grass, Hiro turns his attention to the squirming little girl and asks what she needs. Holding the toddler firmly, Amelia explains that Gol is upset because playing with one parent means she cannot simultaneously play with the other. Shifting the conversation entirely, Hiro opens a large metal case and tells Amelia he needs her to look at something important. Throwing the lid wide open, Hiro stares down in absolute dismay and reveals that almost all of their food supplies have mysteriously vanished. Amelia nervously breaks into a cold sweat as she apologizes for her carelessness, while an innocent Gol bluntly asks if her mother ate the missing food. Hiro explains that he foolishly stored a leftover slime with their provisions, completely unaware that the voracious monster was actually still alive. This horrifying discovery perfectly explains why Amelia had screamed in absolute terror and dramatically fainted when she opened the bag the day before. Amelia stares in utter shock as Hiro grimly reports that their only remaining sustenance is a single piece of dried meat and some basic seasonings. Suddenly, a tall, imposing stranger steps into the clearing and casually mentions he came to pay his respects after sensing the birth of the new divine dragon lord. Enraged by Hiro's completely blank stare, the mysterious man leans in aggressively and demands to know why he is being treated with such blatant disrespect. Sighing in pure exasperation, the horned stranger sits heavily on the grass while a sweating Hiro politely asks for his identity. The stranger narrows his sharp eyes in sheer disbelief, deeply insulted that his sworn ally could forget his face so quickly. Processing the familiar phrase, Hiro widens his eyes as a terrifying realization suddenly dawns on him. Staring up at the dignified, humanoid figure adorned with elegant robes and antlers, Hiro realizes this eccentric man is actually the terrifying ancient dragon. Scoffing haughtily, the ancient beast points out the obvious and proudly declares that he looks exactly like himself. Releasing a heavy sigh, Hiro deadpans that it is an absolute miracle they even managed to recognize the monster based on such ridiculous logic. The starving dragon eagerly asks if breakfast is ready, only to be completely blindsided when Hiro bluntly informs him that they merely have dried meat left. Gesturing in sheer panic, the ancient beast explains that a tiny scrap of dried meat is utterly useless because even a dragon child eats significantly more than a full-grown human. Turning his gaze toward the forest, the dragon declares he could easily hunt a giant demon boar, stressing that they must resolve this food crisis immediately. Suddenly dropping his dramatic flair, the ancient being looks directly at Hero with intense seriousness and asks for a personal favor. Bowing his head slightly, he formally requests permission to become the tiny divine dragon's official mentor. He passionately explains that every unique race possesses sacred customs and specific techniques that only their own kind can properly pass down. Hero listens intently as the dragon points out that 2 humans will inevitably lack the specialized knowledge required to properly raise a dragon. Kneeling down to meet the toddler's gaze, Hero gently tells Gol to listen to the ancient beast's offer and make her own decision. Smiling warmly, Hero encourages his adopted daughter, admitting that learning from an older, wiser dragon would be incredibly beneficial for her future. The majestic ancient dragon stands tall in the clearing, waiting with absolute confidence for the child's inevitable acceptance. A bead of nervous sweat rolls down the ancient beast's face as the tiny toddler stares blankly at him in total silence. Throwing her hands up in absolute joy, Gol cheerfully agrees to play with her new Gramps. Utterly horrified by the disrespectful nickname, the prideful dragon violently rejects the title and furiously swears to raise her into a proper, dignified ruler. Unintimidated, the fierce toddler marches right up to the massive ancient being and aggressively establishes her own absolute rules. Completely ignoring his dramatic protests, Gol triumphantly climbs onto the defeated dragon's back and excitedly orders her new steed to march forward. Hero calmly waves goodbye as the ancient being rockets into the sky with the screaming, joyful toddler clinging tightly to his horns. With the dragon occupied, Hero turns his serious gaze back to the ruined camp and focuses entirely on solving their immediate starvation problem. Stepping forward with newfound resolve, Amelia quietly interrupts his grim thoughts. Placing a determined hand over her heart, the feline warrior volunteers to head into the dangerous forest to hunt for their survival. She humbly explains that since the ancient beast took over the role of mentor, securing food is the best way she can prove her usefulness to their little family. Drawing on her tribal heritage, she details how the catfolk survived the harsh winters by hunting daily and meticulously stockpiling every scrap of leftover meat. Furthermore, she expertly notes that harvested monster parts like horns and pelts can be bartered for precious spices or crafted into vital survival tools. Hero looks thoroughly impressed by her deep survival knowledge but pragmatically asks how she plans to hunt without any proper weapons. Amelia instantly breaks into a nervous sweat, awkwardly stammering that she might be able to scrounge up some basic traps to catch small game. Hero decides it's faster to demonstrate the trap-making process directly since they are short on time. Amelia explains that the simplest traps require only vines and sticks, which is the very first hunting method catfolk children learn. She instructs Hero that they must always source their materials on site, preventing animals from detecting the traps by a foreign smell. Leading the way to a nearby game trail, Amelia explains that they can easily braid vines for rope and use local tree branches for the setup. Hero nervously surveys the forest, worrying that the game trail leading from the Vilewood might harbor seriously dangerous creatures. Sensing his apprehension, Amelia reassures him that she thoroughly scouted the area beforehand and found no dangerous presences. Relieved by her expertise, Hero notes that they might even be able to forage for wild vegetables while they hunt. Her feline tail twitching with alert focus, Amelia strictly warns him that they still must not let their guard down. Shivering at the memory of their food-stealing mishap, Hero traumatically recalls that giant slimes can easily swallow a full-grown adult whole. Halting near a thicket, Amelia surveys the terrain and declares they have found a perfect spot. Dropping to her knees, the skilled huntress confidently announces she will begin setting the trap. Deftly handling the gathered vines, Amelia demonstrates the initial knotting process. She proudly presents the completed snare hidden under leaves, planning to set 3 more identical traps along the animal trails. When Hero notes her cheerful demeanor, Amelia blushes and admits she is just happy to finally be useful to him. Spotting a distant bird, Amelia asks Hero to prepare her magical glasses while she readies herself for a ranged attack. Hero swiftly channels his magic, conjuring the custom ice lenses into the metal frames to restore her perfect vision. Gazing at the distant target, Amelia laments lacking a bow, leaving Hero to wonder how she plans to hit it from so far away. Pulling out a sturdy woven cord, Amelia proudly reveals that her tribe specializes in the sling, a signature weapon capable of felling large game. Winding up her stance with a small stone, she explains that she will hold back her strength since a bird is such a fragile target. With a swift and practiced motion, Amelia forcefully hurls the stone through the air. The tiny projectile breaks the sound barrier, rocketing toward the target like a destructive meteor. A devastating explosion violently erupts in the distant trees, completely annihilating the intended target area. Trembling in absolute shock at the massive crater, they both nervously realize how lucky it was that she held back her immense power. Sweating profusely, Amelia resolves to practice controlling her terrifying new strength. Watching her panic, Hiro silently notes that suddenly receiving a massive power boost from a divine artifact is not always a pure blessing. Retrieving the miraculously intact bird, Amelia sighs in relief that the precious food was merely knocked out rather than blown to bits. A cheerful shout suddenly echoes from above as they spot Gol and the ancient dragon standing perilously on the mansion's high roof. Staring up in utter confusion, Hiro and Amelia wonder what the toddler is doing so high up. Beaming with innocent pride, Gol yells for them to watch as she prepares to demonstrate a cool new trick. Taking a massive breath, the tiny dragon unleashes an absolutely terrifying beam of pure energy into the sky. The concentrated roar pierces the heavens, detonating into a blinding explosion that violently shatters the cloud cover. Looking incredibly smug as charred debris rains down, the ancient dragon proudly boasts that this absolute devastation is the result of his expert training. The ancient beast praises Gol as a true prodigy, revealing she has already mastered the catastrophic annihilating roar. Sprinting back to a stunned Hiro, the giggling toddler eagerly demands to be praised for her incredible display of power. Gently patting her head while hiding his internal terror, Hiro manages to praise the terrifyingly impressive feat. Puffing out his chest with supreme arrogance, the ancient beast invites Hiro to shower him with well-deserved praise. Fixing the dragon with an absolute death glare, an infuriated Hiro bluntly declares that the mentor will not be getting any dinner tonight. Grabbing the panicked dragon by the robes, Hiro furiously reminds him of their dire food shortage while the beast whines about his unappreciated genius. Eyes wide with desperate rage, Hiro screams that the irresponsible attack just vaporized days' worth of potential food in their starving territory. Refusing to back down, Hiro insists the punishment stands, completely ignoring the ancient dragon's tearful pleas for mercy. Desperate to avoid starvation, the sweating dragon begs his tiny student to intervene on his behalf. Blinking her large eyes innocently, Gol pauses to consider her grandfather's desperate plea. Betraying him instantly, the drooling toddler cheerfully declares she will eat his share of the food, leaving the ancient beast to wail in absolute despair. Meanwhile, a mysterious bespectacled woman watches the chaotic scene from afar, sinisterly musing that this remote lord might represent a highly profitable opportunity. A series of heavy thuds violently echoes across the ruined courtyard of the dilapidated mansion. Lowering her bow, Amelia stares intently at the arrow she just flawlessly sunk into the dead center of a distant tree trunk. Relaxing comfortably against a nearby tree, Hiro smiles and notes that her training seems to be going quite well. Her glasses glinting sharply in the sunlight, Amelia confidently declares that next week's martial arts tournament will be a breeze now that her vision is fully restored. Hiro nods in agreement, noting they only need the ancient dragon to return with staple foods, just as a cheerful shout interrupts his thoughts. Gol excitedly announces her return by violently tackling Hiro, triggering a system alert that compares the toddler's terrifying physical resistance to a sturdy titan. Groaning in sheer agony from the devastating impact, Hiro struggles to stay upright while asking the energetic toddler how her hunt went. Throwing her hands high into the air, Gol excitedly proclaims that she caught something amazing and brought back lots of food. Intrigued by the bold boast, Hiro and Amelia wonder aloud what kind of incredible prey the tiny dragon managed to secure. Sprinting ahead with uncontained excitement, Gol frantically waves for her parents to hurry up and follow her. The tiny toddler stands proudly atop an absolutely massive, terrifying mountain of slaughtered, high-level monster corpses. Beaming with innocent pride, Gol eagerly asks the completely stunned Hiro what he thinks of her incredibly large catch. Hiro stares in absolute horror, immediately recognizing the terrifying forms of a devil boar and a sea serpent mixed into the bloody pile. To his mounting dread, he spots even more dangerous creatures, including a massive minotaur and a deadly Medusa. Turning an icy, furious glare toward the sweating ancient dragon, Hiro strictly reminds his mentor that he explicitly asked for staple foods. When the arrogant beast huffs dismissively, an exasperated Hiro demands to know why he hunted completely inedible monsters instead of normal meat. Averting his eyes in deep embarrassment, the ancient beast shamelessly admits he just wanted to show off his overwhelming power to his new student. He stubbornly defends his reckless actions, claiming that slaughtering disaster-class monsters like Medusas is the absolute perfect way to display true strength. Releasing a heavy sigh, Hiro acknowledges the beast's immense power but sternly reiterates that he had a highly practical reason for requesting normal food. Gesturing to their primitive camp, Hiro explains that smoking is their only preservation method, meaning excess meat will inevitably just rot away. The ancient beast attempts to sound profoundly philosophical, smoothly arguing that rotting flesh naturally decomposes to enrich the soil and continue the great circle of life. Thoroughly defeated by the beast's grand natural logic, an exhausted Hiro reluctantly admits that the dragon isn't technically wrong. Suddenly raising her hand, Gol cheerfully volunteers to eat the entire mountain of meat right away since her tiny body can apparently consume endless amounts of food. To Hiro's sudden shock, a terrified human man cowers on the ground near the smug toddler, desperately begging not to be eaten. Stepping forward, Amelia calmly explains that the mysterious stranger accidentally stumbled right into one of her hidden pitfall traps. Leaning in closely to sniff the trembling captive, a drooling Gol notes that he smells delicious and will probably taste incredibly good too. The panicked captive flails his arms wildly, desperately screaming for the terrifying group to just spare a second to listen to him. Hastily adjusting his crooked monocle, the sweating man frantically introduces himself as Jack. Trying to regain his professional composure, Jack explains he is a traveling merchant from the Ardwick Trading Company who regularly does business in the Rothwell territory. Narrowing her feline eyes in deep suspicion, Amelia sharply points out that it is incredibly suspicious for a merchant to travel without a single wagon or bag. Gesturing proudly to a tiny pouch tied securely to his waist, Jack confidently claims that all of his precious merchandise is stored right there. He reveals the small pouch is actually a powerful magical artifact left by his father, capable of easily storing an entire warehouse worth of items. Unfortunately, Jack violently complains that he also inherited his father's massive debt, and the newly skyrocketing local prices make it impossible to conduct any profitable business. Sighing in total defeat, the merchant explains he simply uses this ruined mansion as a safe stopover while traveling to other territories just to scrape by a meager living. Noting that he secretly spotted their group resting here last week, Jack decided to finally step forward today to formally introduce himself. Hiro's expression darkens as he grimly realizes the devastating effects of his brother's heavy taxes are already destroying the territory's economy much faster than anticipated. Analyzing the dire situation, Hiro notes that Jack should easily be outperforming other merchants with his magical storage artifact, yet the man remains completely broke. Clenching his fist in quiet determination, Hiro vows he must take immediate action before those two completely destroy the Rothwell territory. Completely misreading his grim silence, a concerned Gol tugs at his clothes and innocently asks if her massive catch was somehow disappointing. Snapping out of his dark thoughts, Hiro quickly reassures the toddler and explains they absolutely cannot eat Jack because shopkeepers bring them tasty things. Screaming in frustration, Gol demands to know what they should do because she desperately wants to eat something tasty while Hiro stands silently, deep in thought. Breaking the tense silence, Hiro casually suggests that their best course of action is to simply apologize to Jack. Drooling uncontrollably over the merchant, Gol reluctantly bows and apologizes to the terrified, tasty-looking person. Smiling warmly, Hiro gently strokes the little dragon's head and praises her for doing such a good job. Releasing a massive sigh of relief, Jack slumps onto the grass and expresses his deep gratitude for clearing up the terrifying misunderstanding. Extending his hand respectfully, the traveling merchant formally apologizes for causing the group so much unnecessary trouble. Stepping forward, Hiro officially introduces himself as an adopted member of the Rothwell family who was assigned to this ruined territory under the Lord's direct orders. Shocking the merchant completely, Hiro generously offers to let him continue using the dilapidated mansion entirely for free. Flinging her arm out in protest, an outraged Amelia furiously demands to know what they will do if the merchant is secretly lying to them. Staring at Hiro with wide, intense eyes, the feline warrior fiercely scolds him for being way too naive and freely accepting every suspicious stranger. Desperately worried for his safety, Amelia warns that his reckless kindness will eventually get him seriously hurt, and she cannot bear to see that happen. Looking at her with steady resolve, Hiro gently apologizes but firmly states that as the lord of this land, his absolute duty is something he cannot back down on. Listening quietly, a solemn Jack lowers his gaze as Hiro explains that a selfish ruler can never truly save the people who desperately beg for help. Turning back to the worried warrior, Hiro calmly concedes that she is completely right about the undeniable risk of being used or deceived by malicious opportunists. Flashing a gentle, unwavering smile, Hiro reaffirms his ultimate conviction to do what is right despite the constant danger. Raising his hand with pure sincerity, the young lord swears that he will always reach out to save anyone who desperately asks for his help. Blushing deeply and averting her gaze, a thoroughly defeated Amelia mutters that she cannot argue against such an absolutely pure and clear conviction. Chuckling to himself, Jack remarks on Hiro's ridiculously big heart, suddenly understanding exactly why such powerful creatures fiercely follow the young boy. Blushing modestly under the sudden praise, Hiro awkwardly rubs his neck and points out that they are currently struggling just to survive their own messy situation. Staring bleakly at their surroundings, Hiro laments his pathetic status as a lord with absolutely no citizens, a ruined estate, and a massive pile of rapidly spoiling monster corpses. Adjusting his intricate monocle with a shrewd glint in his eye, the merchant smoothly steps in to offer a highly beneficial proposal. Sensing a massive business opportunity, Jack confidently offers to purchase the entire mountain of slaughtered monsters right on the spot. Puffing out his chest, the merchant proudly explains that since his main trade is food, moving bulk demon boar meat will be an absolute breeze. Surprised by the generous offer, Hiro cautiously asks how the merchant plans to handle all the completely inedible disaster-class monsters. Flashing a razor-sharp, confident smile, the seasoned merchant assures him that the dangerous beasts are absolutely not an issue. He eagerly details how a minotaur's sturdy horns make top-tier armor, while a Medusa's cursed eye is an incredibly rare and valuable magical catalyst. Gesturing wildly, Jack excitedly explains that ultra-rare dragon parts fetch such astronomical prices that he will have to securely sell them at a high-end auction. Raising a single finger, the pragmatic merchant clarifies that he will have to strictly deduct the hefty dismantling and handling fees from their final payout. Sweating nervously and scratching his head, Jack awkwardly admits that he simply does not have enough raw cash on hand to buy the massive mountain of materials up front. Instantly losing her temper, an enraged Amelia aggressively steps forward and accuses the penniless merchant of trying to run a scam. Waving his hands in absolute panic, Jack frantically defends himself, clarifying that no normal traveling merchant carries enough gold to outright buy disaster-class materials on a whim. Recovering his professional composure, Jack suggests forging a formal, binding contract to ensure everyone gets paid fairly and safely. Pulling out an intricate document adorned with glowing magical circles, Jack reveals the official promissory note used exclusively for high-level territorial trade. Detailing the lucrative terms, the merchant promises to visit weekly for orders and properly deliver their massive payout by the end of the following month. Placing a respectful hand on his chest, Jack generously offers to personally cover the company's mandatory 5% guarantee fee. Immediately rejecting the special treatment, Hiro strictly insists that a business contract must remain completely fair so Jack does not end up at a financial disadvantage. Smiling warmly, the young lord reassures the stunned merchant that simply establishing a reliable trade route out in the dangerous wilderness is already a massive victory for their territory. Deeply moved by the boy's absolute integrity, Jack bows respectfully and apologizes for desperately trying to secure the deal through cheap financial favors. Regaining his strict business persona, Jack explains that formal noble contracts legally require either a wife or a direct heir to act as the official guarantor. Sweating slightly, the merchant awkwardly admits that the strict rule exists simply because wealthy nobles are notoriously irresponsible with their massive spending habits. Adjusting his monocle, Jack asks if someone could briefly act as Hiro's wife just to clear the formal paperwork. Turning back to the group, Hiro immediately asks a stunned Amelia if she would mind filling the role. Pointing frantically at herself, Amelia violently flinches as Jack reassures her that it is just a harmless technicality. Amelia breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing that even on paper, they will officially be listed as husband and wife. Smiling gently, Hero tilts his head and asks if she truly does not want to be the guarantor after all. Averting her gaze, Amelia softly admits she would instantly refuse if he were someone she disliked. Blushing a bright crimson, the flustered feline warrior demands that he at least say it properly like a real proposal. Hero stares earnestly into her flustered eyes and softly calls her name. Dropping gracefully to one knee, Hero extends his hand and formally begs Amelia to become his wife. Blushing furiously, Amelia bashfully accepts his proposal, only for a harsh voice to suddenly scream out in absolute rejection. The unseen intruder furiously berates Amelia, demanding to know if disgracing their family name inside the village was not enough. Glaring with intense hatred, the newcomer sneers that it is absolutely disgusting for a proud catfolk warrior to marry an invader. Gripping a large bough, a fierce new catfolk warrior issues a terrifying ultimatum for Amelia to return to the village immediately or face the consequences. Standing tall with her large bough, Amelia addresses the newcomer as Natasha and demands to know why she is here. Glaring coldly, Natasha tells her not to answer a question with a question and issues a grim ultimatum to either return to the village or die by her hands. Watching the tense exchange, Hero remembers Natasha as the person who taught him many things when he was a child. Sweating nervously, Amelia explains that Natasha is an elite reconnaissance specialist likely sent to track her down. Lowering her weapon slightly, Natasha clarifies that Amelia's departure was never the real issue, but rather the fact that humans exist on this land. Hero asks in confusion why humans are considered a problem, prompting Natasha to point out that the Rosewell family has inherited this territory for generations. She bitterly explains that this land was once a center for human-led demi-human hunting, proving that humans never bothered to learn its true history. Though she claims to have done nothing wrong, Natasha expresses deep disgust that one of their own would side with the humans they came to scout. Amelia steps forward to fiercely defend Hero, insisting he is different from past humans because he spent his entire fortune to save her from the brink of death. Natasha scoffs at the absurd claim, arguing that history proves humans wouldn't even offer water to starving demi-humans, let alone expensive medicine. Waving his hands frantically, Jack tries to de-escalate the situation by suggesting they sit down for tea since humans are no longer as cruel. Natasha shoots Jack an icy glare, immediately recognizing him as a traveling merchant and refusing to fall for his cheap tricks. Calling him a filthy slave trader, she furiously threatens to feed him to her magic wolves while demanding to know what they secretly put in Amelia's medicine. Realizing the dire situation, Amelia connects the recent wolf sightings to Natasha as a sweating Hero notes they are heavily outnumbered. The massive ancient dragon steps up behind Hero, offering to instantly turn the hostile group to ash if given the order. Hero firmly rejects the violent option, knowing that escalating the conflict will completely ruin Amelia's standing with her people. Desperate for a peaceful solution, Hero frantically racks his brain to find a way out of the escalating crisis. He quickly realizes that begging for mercy won't work because they might simply demand his life instead. Clenching his fist in frustration, he admits that challenging the elite warrior to a duel would be suicide. Hero grimly recalls Marison's past warning that neither the wisdom nor the combat experience of his dragon heart can save him in this specific situation. A memory of his mentor urging him not to give up and survive in his own domain flashes through his mind. Gritting his teeth, Hero refuses to surrender and desperately searches for a way to turn the tide. He knows he needs to make a decisive, unpredictable move to completely flip the tactical situation. Gathering his resolve, Hero decides to take a massive risk because protecting Amelia is worth the unknown consequences. Staring at his glowing hand, he prepares to use the accumulated points Amelia gave him to trigger a miracle. As Natasha commands her snarling magic wolves to prepare for attack, Hero boldly activates the Book of Revelation. A blinding light erupts from the magical tome as he triggers a powerful divine lottery. An enormous, ethereal figure manifests behind Hero as he successfully summons the special rank Book of Senna, God of Abundance. Standing bravely in the clearing, Hero opens the ancient, glowing book to unleash its divine power. Staring at the resulting magic, Hero's eyes widen in absolute, horrified shock at what he just summoned. Instead of a combat ability, the revelation grants bags of beans and a purely agricultural blessing that triples crop growth speed. Utterly defeated by the terrible luck, Hero realizes this farming magic is useless and he lost the moment he chose to gamble. Unamused by the bizarre display, Natasha coldly asks if this pathetic trick is really his grand plan. Drawing her bowstring back, she demands he stop the strange behavior and angrily asks if he is trying to buy her off with beans. Throwing her arms wide, a brave Gol jumps in front of Hiro and demands the intruder stop hurting her papa and mama. Natasha freezes in absolute confusion, staring at the tiny dragon girl and asking if she just referred to Amelia as her mother. Glaring fiercely, the toddler shouts a confident confirmation to protect her newfound family. Lowering her weapon in exasperation, Natasha mutters that this entire chaotic situation is incredibly pathetic. Sighing heavily, she admits she already knew Amelia was deeply struggling with the upcoming martial tournament. As Hiro and Gol watch carefully, Natasha reveals she also knew Amelia desperately needed Artemis's bow to resolve her crisis. Natasha demands to know what Amelia truly needs, coldly accusing her of abandoning her sister to play house with humans. Drawing her bowstring back, the fierce warrior declares she will force Amelia to realize her grave mistake. Amelia desperately screams for Hiro to dodge as Natasha unleashes a glowing, lethal arrow. Staring down the incoming projectile, Hiro freezes as he realizes he cannot evade the attack. Hiro quickly calculates that dodging would sacrifice Gol, and if Amelia shields him, her tribe's pride will be upheld, leaving him no choice but to take the hit. The deadly arrow rockets across the clearing directly toward its stationary target. Hiro braces himself as the massive projectile hurtles straight toward his face at blinding speed. Anticipating his absolute end, Hiro apologizes internally as the others watch in sheer horror. Suddenly, Smirnov appears out of nowhere and casually catches the lethal arrow barehanded right in front of Hiro's face. Hiro stares in absolute shock, exclaiming that he cannot believe the mercenary actually came back. Snapping the arrow in half, Smirnov scolds the young lord for valuing his own life too lightly and asks what would happen to his family if he died. Hiro looks up in utter confusion, softly repeating the word "them" as he processes the unexpected statement. Smirnov steps aside to reveal a group of weary farmers and craftsmen, explaining he brought them because they firmly believed they could be of use to the territory. The mercenary explains that these people lost their farmland to heavy taxes and sought him out while he was returning from dropping off the rogue guild members. Looking incredibly somber, Smirnov admits that his strength alone is not enough to save them. He strictly warns Hiro not to misunderstand the situation before them. Smirnov emphasizes that these citizens are not just begging for help, but genuinely believe they can contribute to building the domain. He fiercely declares that a territory is built by everyone who lives in it, warning Hiro that trying to handle everything alone is a huge mistake. Staring with wide eyes, Hiro realizes his fundamental flaw and admits that raw power was never what he lacked. Burning with a newfound lordly resolve, Hiro loudly commands everyone to listen to him. Stepping forward with absolute confidence, Hiro declares he will lead and orders everyone to follow his instructions exactly. Hiro swiftly orders Smirnov to subdue the hostile War Katyr tribe women the moment he gives the signal. He then commands Amelia and the ancient dragon to prioritize guarding the vulnerable citizens. A panicked Gol is strictly ordered to stay completely hidden during the upcoming clash. Confirming everyone is ready, Hiro aggressively commands his team to move out. Activating a powerful revelation card depicting wild beasts, Hiro channels a massive wave of dominating energy. Leaning forward, Hiro unleashes a devastating, booming command for the enemies to sit. Natasha is caught completely off guard as her massive magic wolves instantly cower and whimper under the overwhelming pressure. Recovering her focus, Natasha quickly assesses the situation and realizes Hiro moves much faster than a standard heavyweight fighter. Aiming her bow with lethal precision, she prepares a rapid counterattack to end the fight. Calculating her strike, she decides to aim directly for the neck since dodging a second arrow is impossible. Before she can loose the string, Smirnov instantly appears beside her and threatens to take her heart in exchange. Pinning her completely, Smirnov effortlessly subdues the stunned warrior and mocks her for yielding her life so easily. Blushing deeply and entirely helpless in Smirnov's powerful grip, Natasha begrudgingly surrenders to her capture. Hiro excitedly praises Smirnov for his incredible work, prompting the mercenary to warmly return the compliment. Surveying the battlefield, Hiro sighs in deep relief noting that the subdued magic wolves appear completely uninjured. A thoroughly confused Smirnov asks what exactly the young lord just used to instantly tame the ferocious beasts. Hiro explains he used the roar of the Beast King, a revelation meant for peaceful negotiations that he forcefully weaponized into an absolute command. The ancient dragon and Gol lay utterly flattened against the grass, proving Hiro's command was so powerful it inadvertently forced dragons to submit as well. Shifting his attention back to his feline companion, Hiro softly calls her name. Amelia stands quietly in the clearing as Hiro announces he has one final thing to ask. Still held captive, Natasha interjects to angrily demand why Amelia defends the humans so fiercely when she knows the bloody history between their races. Amelia admits she initially felt the same hatred, but clearly remembers how Hiro looked her in the eyes and asked if it was truly wrong to save a dying person. Placing a hand over her heart, Amelia proudly declares that the Warcapped tribe always honors its traditions and repays its debts. Natasha lowers her head in total defeat and admits she was the shameless one, prompting Hiro to calmly approach his prisoner. Hiro informs the captive that he has no plans to punish her, but politely asks for one single favor in return for her absolute freedom. Looking directly at Natasha, Hiro respectfully asks her to guide their entire group straight to the Warcapped tribe's village. Sweating nervously, Natasha suspiciously asks what the young human lord plans to do once they arrive in hostile territory. Hiro confidently declares that since Amelia is returning for the martial tournament anyway, it makes perfect sense for his entire faction to accompany her. Setting their sights on the distant village, the unified group prepares to march forward to confront the upcoming martial tournament together. The chapter opens with the ominous title, Depths of the Demon Forest. Trudging through the dense woods, a hooded hero wipes his sweat as his catgirl companion encourages him that the village is just ahead. Following behind, a tall figure groans under the weight of a small girl on his shoulders, complaining that flying would be much faster than walking. He boasts that subduing a simple village from the air would be effortless if he didn't have to carry them on his back. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs him as he is strictly reprimanded that an aerial assault is absolutely not allowed. They are firmly reminded that their goal is peaceful, intending to greet the villagers simply as neighbors. Walking alongside them, a muscular man notes the existing tension between humans and demi-humans, warning that even a small mistake could spark a war. Hiro threatens the ancient dragon that starting a war will result in a lifetime ban from eating meals. As the group continues their trek, the muscular man questions Hiro on whether their current small force is truly enough for safety. Two catgirls express their deep concern, noting that the local tribe's hostility toward humans is intensely dangerous for Natasha and Amelia. They worryingly ask if it would have been safer to mobilize their entire force for this diplomatic mission. Hiro dismisses the idea immediately, explaining that mobilizing everyone wouldn't work since they all have important jobs to do back home. Looking down the winding path, he states they will be gone for 14 days and has left Jack in charge of the materials and tools. Furthermore, he points out that they cannot leave their territory unattended while craftsmen are busy building houses and repairing the mansion. Meanwhile, farmers are actively developing the land with blessed seeds, and even the underlings are pitching in by dismantling monsters. Acknowledging their busy schedule, they realize they have already asked a lot of their people back home. Refocusing on their current mission, Hiro emphasizes that their important work here is to improve relations with the Warcapped tribe. He reasons that the demon forest isn't fertile enough to sustain them, making trade with the village essential to enrich all their lives. Filled with determination, Hiro declares his goal to win the upcoming martial arts tournament and become a bridge between the forest and the village. One of the catgirls anxiously admits that she left the village on her own terms, casting doubt on whether they will even allow her to participate. She nervously adds that while a simple moving-in greeting might be fine, the rest of their plan might face heavy resistance. Fearing the worst, she warns the group that things definitely won't go as smoothly as Hiro hopes. She explains that her clan strictly worships strength, noting it will be obvious what happens if they foolishly try to resist Hiro's immense power. The muscular man grimly questions if the clan truly understands the difference, warning that some hotheads might still risk their lives charging in. Unveiling a large object, the catgirl reveals they have a secret weapon from Smirnoff-san ready to be used if negotiations fail. Staring at the ominous bundle, a sweating Hiro mutters that he really hopes they can just settle things peacefully. They arrive before a massive, sunlit corridor formed by towering trees, marking the grand entrance to the Warcapped village. Staring up in sheer awe, the muscular man remarks that the entrance is massive and perfectly resembles a fortress created by nature itself. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air, declaring that the fortress is designed to keep lowly beings from trampling on their sanctuary. The fierce Warcapped chief appears with her armed guards, issuing a single lethal warning that stepping any closer will cost them their lives. Bravely stepping forward toward the hostile line, Hiro apologizes for the sudden visit and politely introduces himself as a new resident of the demon forest. Maintaining a gentle smile, he explains that he simply came to offer a moving-in greeting and hopes they can talk things out. Unmoved by his politeness, the furious chief glares down at him and commands them to leave at once. Refusing to back down, Hiro takes a step forward and begs them to just hear him out despite their hatred for humans. Hiro's eyes widen in shock as his companion screams for him to step back, realizing the chief's deadly warning wasn't a bluff. Leaping into the line of fire with her own bow fully drawn, Hiro's catgirl companion desperately yells for the chief to stop. With unshakable resolve, she declares that Hiro is her life-saving benefactor and swears she won't forgive anyone who tries to harm him. The chief scoffs at the fierce display, mockingly asking if she actually expects to hit a target from that distance with her notoriously poor eyesight. Unleashing her secret weapon, the girl reveals a mystical bow adorned with an eye emblem and confidently states that this weapon makes the impossible shot a reality. The chief's arrogant sneer instantly morphs into absolute terror as she recognizes the glowing artifact as their tribe's legendary divine weapon. Drawing the bow of Artemis, the catgirl aims the glowing divine weapon against the backdrop of a crescent moon. Unfazed by the legendary weapon, the chief glares at the humans and demands to know what they are planning by coaxing Amelia. Frustrated by the stubbornness, the little girl perched on her companion's shoulders yells that they have been trying to talk this entire time. The chief merely smirks at the young girl's outburst, mockingly noting how high and mighty she acts for someone so small. Giving a sinister grin, the horned dragon man retorts by asking if beastkin possess bad hearing alongside their bad heads. Refusing to be insulted, the fierce chief snaps back that they don't have heads low enough to bow to scum like them. Desperately trying to de-escalate the tension, Hiro steps forward with his hand raised, pleading for everyone to calm down. Ignoring his peaceful plea, the chief shouts a final warning as a massive barrage of arrows rains down from the sky toward the group. The deadly volley strikes the earth all around them, burying deeply into the dirt in a terrifying display of force. Narrowing his draconic eyes, the horned man scoffs at the pathetic attempt, muttering that such an attack is useless against him. With a sudden, explosive burst of wind, the incoming arrows are instantly deflected and sent flying in all directions. Shielding her face from the violent gale, a shocked chief stammers and wonders if their enemy just used advanced magic. A massive pair of white wings unfurls as the man casually reveals that he merely flapped one wing. Transforming completely, he takes the form of a colossal silver ancient dragon with the little girl riding fiercely on his head. The Warcat warriors are left utterly paralyzed in disbelief, stunned that legendary dragon kind would ever side with mere humans. Roaring that they will regret striking first, the little girl orders the dragon to attack as it charges up a blinding blast of energy in its maw. Before the devastating beam can fire, Hiro casually smacks the giant beast on the snout, immediately shutting down the attack. As the dragon sweats nervously and the girl protests that they were attacked first, Hiro firmly scolds them by pointing out that both sides had drawn their bows. Trembling with a mix of awe and terror, the chief stares at Hiro, wondering who this boy is to so effortlessly command a dragon. Seizing the momentary silence, Hiro steps out from the dust and walks confidently toward the hostile Warcat forces. Kneeling humbly before the astonished warriors, he formally apologizes for his companion's rudeness as the representative of his domain. Looking up with sincere eyes, he respectfully asks the chief to forgive their lack of manners since they are still young. Disarmed by his incredible humility, the chief politely addresses him as a mighty one and asks him to raise his head. Introducing herself as Emeralda, she thanks him for showing restraint and admits that their tribe deeply respects true strength. Recognizing that he is entirely different from other humans, Emeralda lowers her guard and asks Hiro to state his actual purpose for visiting. With a friendly smile, Hiro replies that it's nothing major, explaining he simply wanted to offer a neighborly greeting for moving into the forest. He then glances at Amelia, adding that he heard she is entering the martial arts tournament and wanted to personally witness her prowess. Emeralda looks completely bewildered by the statement, repeating the mention of the martial arts tournament in disbelief. She quickly scoffs at the idea, dismissing Amelia as a mere dropout who cowardly abandoned their village. Before the argument can escalate, Hiro and his friends look up in absolute awe at the towering canopy of the forest. Sighing heavily, Emeralda admits there are complicated circumstances regarding Amelia and decides it isn't right to discuss them standing out in the open. Turning her back, she formally invites the group to follow her to the mansion so they can discuss the details properly. A majestic, ancient tree looms over the landscape, known as a sacred vessel for a god and the origin of the divine bow of Artemis. Flocks of birds soar over the vast, beautiful wilderness that Emeralda's ancestors were fiercely entrusted to protect. As they approach the end of the natural corridor, Emeralda warns Hiro that the village ahead might be a bit noisy. Stepping out of the trees, Hiro and his companions are left speechless by the incredible sight of the hidden settlement. Intricately crafted wooden houses are built seamlessly into the colossal trunks and branches of the ancient forest. The rustic architecture stretches high up into the canopy, perfectly blending civilization with the raw beauty of nature. Observing from a nearby balcony, a pair of elven residents note how incredibly rare it is for a human to be invited inside. Gazing up in sheer awe, the group marvels at the incredible sight of wooden houses seamlessly growing right out of the massive trees. Spotting a group of wary children watching them from the shadows, Hiro wonders aloud if they are frightened by the sudden appearance of humans. The young beastkin stare with hungry, nervous eyes, leaving the group unsure if the stray kids are begging for food or plotting an ambush. Tensing his muscles, the muscular man warns Hiro to stay on guard and be ready to run at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a massive crowd of excited warcat women swarms the group, completely surrounding them in an overwhelming rush. Trapped in a chaotic crush of admirers, Hiro and his muscular companion panic as the women eagerly marvel at their incredible strength and rare human features. Sweating nervously under the intense attention, the muscular man grumbles that they are way more popular than he ever expected. A bold catgirl leans in close to a flustered Hiro, seductively asking the young man if he already has a mate. Meanwhile, another brazen woman presses herself against the muscular warrior, aggressively offering herself to him for the night. The chaotic flirting is instantly shattered when a booming voice demands absolute silence. Striding forward with furious authority, Emeralda orders everyone to step back immediately, declaring that disrespectful behavior toward the chieftain's guests will not be tolerated. As the crowd disperses, Hiro nervously checks on his muscular friend, who forcefully insists that he isn't angry despite his heavily twitching brow. Sighing in exasperation, Emeralda apologizes for her villagers' lack of restraint, explaining that their tribe is simply highly sensitive and drawn to raw strength. Blushing slightly, Hiro admits that while he was initially startled, it was actually a pleasant surprise since he fully expected to be attacked upon entering. Refocusing on their mission, Emeralda urges them to hurry to the mansion, warning that getting surrounded again would be highly troublesome. Crossing the threshold into the grand estate, the warcat chief formally thanks the group for taking the trouble to travel all this way. She leads them into a spacious, traditional room reserved for her personal matters and invites the guests to sit comfortably. Looking around in breathless wonder, Hiro admits he is completely overwhelmed by the amazing architecture of the private chamber. Taking her seat with a piercing gaze, Emeralda immediately cuts to the chase, boldly stating she doesn't believe they came solely to offer greetings and watch a tournament. Meeting her intense stare without flinching, Hiro bluntly confirms her suspicions and admits they actually have two distinct goals. He confidently declares that their first primary objective is to establish a formal trade agreement with the warcat tribe. Narrowing her eyes in curiosity, Emeralda asks whether his domain is looking to acquire specific goods or if they have items they wish to sell. Hiro honestly admits that they want to do both, prompting the chief to question if he truly understands the desolate state of her territory. She grimly recounts their dark history, describing a cursed land ravaged by brutal beastmen hunts where lethal poisons and devastating magic were widely used. Packs of vicious monsters now roam the blood-stained soil, while the lingering magical corruption makes it nearly impossible to cultivate the earth for farming. Staring down the young lord, Emeralda demands to know how he expects to conduct trade in a harsh wasteland, prompting Hiro to unveil a glowing artifact. A magnificent, divine card materialized from the heavens hovers in the air, displaying an overwhelming list of magical boons, powerful enchantments, and rare resources. Emeralda's eyes widen in absolute disbelief, instantly recognizing the miraculous manifestations as genuine, legendary revelations granted directly by the gods. Despite her awe at the divine power, the pragmatic chief silently calculates that almost none of these incredible abilities directly benefit her immediate needs. Regaining her composure, she acknowledges that such overwhelming power must make him a highly valued and respected figure within human society. Smiling bitterly, Hiro reveals he was born into the prestigious Rothwell house but was tragically banished and replaced by his younger brother precisely because of this terrifying power. Leaning forward intensely, Emeralda asks the exiled noble what his true ambitions are in this unforgiving land, questioning if he seeks violent revenge or total conquest. With a gentle but unyielding resolve, Hiro firmly rejects violence, declaring his ultimate dream is to create a peaceful sanctuary where no one has to fight or go hungry. Stunned by his pure ideals, Emeralda admits she shares that same beautiful dream but warns him that surviving in his corrupted territory will be a brutal struggle. Hiro calmly agrees that the demon forest is an incredibly tough environment for humans to endure without external support. He explains that while Amelia and the dragons can currently hunt enough to sustain their small group, they will inevitably face catastrophic shortages once more residents arrive. Leaning forward earnestly, Hiro explains that this looming crisis is exactly why they desperately need to connect with the forest-dwelling warcat tribe. Nodding in profound understanding, Emeralda accepts his first goal and sharply asks him to reveal his mysterious second objective. Without a trace of hesitation, Hiro looks her dead in the eye and declares his intention to rescue Amelia's younger sister. Fueled by righteous determination, he explains Amelia told him everything, and he refuses to let the young girl be forcibly enslaved by a brutal warlord if she loses the tournament. Gritting her teeth, the chief glares at the ground and mutters that Amelia was an absolute fool for fleeing the village over such a matter. Raising her voice in raw frustration, she furiously demands to know why the young girl didn't just consult with the tribe's elders. Trembling under the intense scrutiny, Amelia bitterly replies that no one would have ever listened to a lowly village dropout anyway. She desperately tries to explain her actions, revealing that her younger sister Amira was tragically exiled as a direct result. Amelia's eyes widen in absolute horror as she processes the devastating news, turning her shocked gaze toward the chief. Maintaining a stern and unyielding expression, Emeralda coldly confirms that both sisters have been officially exiled from the village. Stepping forward to defend his companion, Hiro immediately protests that simply leaving without permission shouldn't warrant such an extreme punishment. The chief sternly cuts him off, explaining that this sacred rule has been passed down for generations to protect the divine tree and their clan from repeating past tragedies. She elaborates that traitors often join outlaw guilds, making it highly suspicious if a member from the weakest family suddenly disappeared. Glaring sharply at the young warcat, the chief scolds Amelia for recklessly ignoring the immense danger her actions could bring to her beloved family. Tears well up in Amelia's panicked eyes as she realizes the horrifying implications and begs to know if Amira is safe. A heavy silence falls over the room as a cloaked figure quietly steps out from the shadows behind the chief. Amelia gasps in absolute disbelief as her little sister Amira emerges safely from the shadows and hesitantly calls out to her. The two sisters violently crash into a desperate embrace, sobbing with overwhelming relief that they are finally reunited. Holding her sister tightly, Amelia looks up in sheer confusion to ask why she is still here, prompting the chief to reveal she personally protected the young girl. The chief solemnly explains that Amira was unjustly accused of fleeing before the tournament and forcibly taken into servitude as their family was stripped of all status. Processing the grim reality, Hiro steps in and demands to know what Amelia and the other outcasts are supposed to do now to survive. Suddenly bowing her head in a stunning display of humility, the fierce chief asks Hiro if he would graciously consider taking both sisters into his domain. Gritting her teeth against her own pride, she begs him to bend his rules just this once despite knowing it is an incredibly unreasonable request. Smiling warmly, Hiro gently asks her to raise her head and declares he would be more than happy to welcome them, despite the potential friction with the anti-human faction. Narrowing his eyes with newfound determination, Hiro shifts the conversation and bluntly asks a critical question. He points out the impoverished children they saw living on the streets during their arrival, astutely noting that they must be in the exact same desperate situation as Amelia. The chief painfully admits that while she isn't turning a blind eye to the disaster, her strict position prevents her from helping the weak without sparking fierce resentment. She grimly reveals that the only options left for those abandoned children are to be sold as slave labor to other villages or perish and return to the soil. Crouching down to meet her eye to eye, Hiro boldly ties this tragedy back to his earlier trade proposal and asks if his domain can borrow those children. He passionately explains that his domain desperately needs labor to develop the land, promising to provide them with food, shelter, and a proper education. The chief stares at him in utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why a human noble would ever make such an incredibly generous offer. Hiro flashes a brilliant smile and logically reasons that helping the street children provides the perfect cover for Amelia and Amira to seamlessly integrate into his territory. Scratching the back of his head nervously, he adds that this arrangement would also allow the chief to legally visit the children as a relative. Deeply moved by his profound kindness and tactical brilliance, the chief praises his remarkable maturity with a look of genuine awe. The heartwarming moment is violently shattered as a furious elven envoy bursts into the room, furiously scolding Emeralda for proceeding without authorization. The imposing envoy of the elf tribe glares down at the group with absolute disdain, radiating an aura of overwhelming arrogance. Marching aggressively toward the chief, he arrogantly declares that he already submitted the paperwork to purchase the children and offers to buy Amira at any price. Emeralda fiercely rejects the disgusting proposal, shouting that she doesn't want his money and will never subject her people to such a horrific slave contract. The furious elf accuses her of shattering a 1,000-year friendship just to sign a contract with lowly humans, threatening to void all their previous labor agreements. Looming over the tense chief, he darkly threatens her by asking if she truly understands the devastating consequences this will bring upon her village once his chieftain finds out. Refusing to be intimidated, Emeralda stands tall and swears that her entire village will fight to the bitter end if the elves dare to declare war over this. Desperate to stop the escalating conflict, Hiro throws himself between the two furious leaders and loudly shouts that he has a peaceful proposal. Staring down the arrogant elves, he confidently declares that since they are in the Warcat village, they must respect the local custom where raw strength dictates everything. He boldly challenges the elves to settle the dispute through an official intertribal martial arts tournament to avoid a bloody and meaningless war. Turning to the chief, Hero proposes that the absolute victor of this grand tournament shall win the exclusive rights to negotiate the future of the children. Outraged by the human's sheer audacity, the elven envoy barks in anger and accuses Hero of insulting their overwhelming superiority. Roaring with reignited warrior pride, Emeralda enthusiastically accepts the challenge, declaring that backing down from a fight is the ultimate disgrace to her clan. Adding fuel to the fire, she raises the stakes by demanding that the ultimate winner be granted one absolute request from the defeated tribe. A towering female elf steps forward with a condescending smirk, declaring that she, Alexia, finds the terms acceptable and will personally represent her tribe. The tension skyrockets as everyone turns to the Warcat chief to see exactly who will step up to fight the formidable elven champion. Emeralda confidently announces that Amelia will be their champion, ignoring the whispered concerns about whether the young archer can survive a no-holds-barred combat tournament. Stepping firmly into the spotlight, Amelia boldly declares that she has absolutely no problem fighting because they possess far more than just divine weapons. Amira gasps in sudden realization, staring wide-eyed at her older sister as she prepares to unveil her secret trump card. Pushing up a pair of polished lenses, Amelia proudly reveals her new human-made glasses, an incredible artifact capable of completely altering one's destiny. With crystal-clear vision, she softly traces her sister's cheek and cries tears of joy upon finally seeing the tiny mole she inherited from their mother. Amira's face lights up with absolute shock and overwhelming happiness as she realizes her sister's crippling blindness has been completely cured. Staring out the window with absolute focus, Amelia confirms with unshakable confidence that her vision is now perfectly clear. Aiming her bow toward the distant horizon, she demonstrates her flawless accuracy, proving that the bow princess's arrows will never miss their mark again. With a thunderous snap of the bowstring, Amelia unleashes a devastating shot directly through the open window. The incredibly fast projectile streaks across the village and violently shatters its distant target with terrifying, pinpoint precision. Adjusting her glasses with a smug grin, she turns back to the astounded crowd and asks if they still have any doubts about her combat capabilities. Grinning fiercely at the flawless display of skill, Emeralda acknowledges the legendary return of their once-lost prodigy archer. With the combatants locked in, the chief loudly proclaims that this upcoming tournament will be a brutal, uncompromising battle for the absolute pride of their tribes. Looming over the defiant humans and beastmen, the arrogant elven champion aggressively demands that they fight her with absolutely everything they have. Roaring with uncontainable battle lust, Emeralda officially announces that the intertribal martial arts tournament will commence in exactly 3 days. Standing before the excited crowd, Amira warmly thanks the gathered spectators for their patience and formally welcomes the honored guests. The camera pans across a massive stone gate as Amira's voice rings out, officially declaring the start of the tribal martial tournament. She enthusiastically explains that this grand event will be a fierce three-way battle between the tribes held in the massive outdoor coliseum. Gesturing to the combatants, she introduces the elf tribe as the seekers of ancient wisdom and her own Warcat tribe as the proud guardians of the sacred tree. The announcer proudly notes that the strongest warriors have assembled, highlighting the historic inclusion of humans who have been granted unprecedented entry to the village. First up is the Warcat tribe's mightiest fighter Garius, a fierce warrior renowned for his unyielding strength and lethal ability to pierce targets from extreme distances. Next is the arrogant elven champion Alexia, an unparalleled magic archer whose finely honed arrows can effortlessly pierce even a spider's thread. Finally, Amelia is introduced as the fallen prodigy, a former village dropout who was miraculously saved by humans and has now returned to prove herself. The three imposing champions face off in the sunlit arena as the announcer passionately declares that the ultimate fate of their tribes rests squarely upon their shoulders. Stepping onto the battlefield, Amelia is immediately met with brutal hostility as the crowd viciously screams for the traitor to go down and stop bowing to human masters. Sweating nervously in the spectator stands, Hero and his muscular companion wince at the overwhelming hatred, noting the harsh contrast from their previously peaceful welcome. Furious at the disrespect, the little dragon girl violently vows absolute annihilation against anyone who hurts Amelia, forcing the ancient dragon Gol to desperately calm her down. Completely tuning out the vicious jeers, Amelia gently touches her lenses and finds confidence in the miraculous artifact Hero gifted her. Gripping the magnificent Artemis bow, she readies the divine weapon that Smirnov successfully recovered for her. Her newly restored eyes sparkle with unshakable resolve as she remembers the heartwarming cheers of her friends. Standing tall and proud with her legendary weapon in hand, the beastkin archer declares with absolute certainty that she will win this fight. Shifting focus, a pair of tribal officials formally announce that this martial tournament is entirely made possible through the magical artifacts provided by the elf tribe. They explain that a massive protective barrier will be erected over the entire battlefield to ensure the safety of all spectators from stray magical attacks. To give everyone a perfect view, the brutal combat inside the dome will be magically projected high up into the open sky. While the combat rules allow for the completely unrestricted use of divine revelations and deadly weapons, outright fatalities are strictly forbidden. A stitched voodoo doll is shown as the officials explain that any physical damage taken inside the barrier will automatically be transferred to a proxy instead of the fighter's real body. The magical proxy perfectly replicates all injuries, meaning that if a limb is destroyed, the corresponding fighter will instantly lose all movement in that area. Sustaining a critical amount of damage will immediately force the warrior into unconsciousness, resulting in an automatic and undeniable defeat. As a final warning, the elven official states that attacking a defeated opponent is a severe foul that will be instantly punished by a devastating lightning spell. With the complex rules finally established, the three elite champions take their starting positions amidst the overgrown ruins of the battlefield. Turning toward the VIP balcony, the announcer respectfully asks the fierce warcat chieftain to officially signal the start of the bloodshed. Gazing down with a heavy heart, Emeralda solemnly acknowledges that this single battle will ultimately decide the true ruler of their entire land. Raising her hand with absolute authority, she officially commences the tribal martial tournament and demands a fight worthy of these incredible stakes. With a ferocious roar that echoes across the stadium, the chieftain violently throws her hand down and screams for the battle to begin. Instantly springing into action, Amelia desperately dives behind a massive boulder to secure a temporary tactical advantage. Peeking out from cover, she frantically analyzes the situation and realizes that Garius's divine revelation grants him absolute magical concealment. Furthermore, she notes that the arrogant elven champion Alexia utilizes devastating homing magical arrows. Crouching low to the ground, Amelia decides to carefully observe the battlefield, painfully aware that she is at a massive disadvantage in terms of raw range. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over her hiding spot as a muscular leg silently steps right behind the terrified archer. Amelia's blood runs completely cold as she looks up and realizes the fully concealed Garius is already standing right over her. With a savage sneer, the massive beastman readies a brutal punch as a panicked Amelia violently throws herself backward to escape the lethal ambush. A devastatingly brutal strike connects directly with her chest, generating a massive shockwave that violently launches her into the air. Watching helplessly from the spectator stands, a horrified hero screams her name as her stitched magical proxy violently absorbs the impact. Capitalizing on the brutal opening strike, Garius sends the young archer skidding violently across the dirt just seconds into the match. Digging her heels into the earth to stop her momentum, a battered Amelia grits her teeth and realizes that without Hero's divine blessing, that single ambush would have instantly ended her life. Watching the match unfold, Hero's companion questions the archer's reckless strategy while the muscular man points out that a long-range fighter charging in for a direct hit is actually a brilliantly unexpected move. Narrowing her eyes in deep concentration, Amelia senses something is terribly wrong and shivers with a really bad feeling. She realizes her opponent actually believes she is weak enough to be taken down without stealth since he is charging straight into her line of sight. Dropping into a defensive stance, the young beastkin archer draws her bow back and vows to return fire without a single moment of hesitation. Analyzing the rushing beastman's immense speed, she calculates that Garius will easily evade her initial projectile. Preparing a lethal combo, Amelia prepares to force his dodge specifically so she can strike him with a devastating follow-up attack. To her absolute shock, the massive beastman charges relentlessly forward without even attempting to avoid her line of sight. Gritting her teeth against the overwhelming pressure, she unleashes her arrow and screams for him to take her full power. With terrifying casualness, Garius violently deflects the high-speed projectile using nothing but his reinforced forearm. Sweating under the intense assault, Amelia panics as the massive warrior easily swats away her arrows and rapidly closes the distance. Desperately needing to regroup, the young archer launches herself into a high aerial maneuver while questioning his dangerously reckless approach. Her blood turns to ice as she looks over her shoulder to find Garius leaping through the air right behind her. A devastating punch sends Amelia crashing into the earth, leaving her stunned by a monstrous strength that completely surpasses normal beastman capabilities. Looming over her battered body, a heavily panting Garius whispers her name and shockingly begs her to take him down. Staring up through cracked lenses, Amelia gasps in horror as she realizes the mighty warrior is actually losing consciousness on his feet. A flashback reveals that the treacherous elves spiked the beastman's drink before the match, leaving Garius violently battling the debilitating effects of poison. Trembling from the poison, Garius demands that she use her divine bow to pierce his heart so he can at least fall to a fellow beastkin. Crashing down on top of her, he tragically embraces the clan's code of choosing death over defeat, leaving Amelia utterly heartbroken by his desperate plea. Gently resting her hand on his broad back, she solemnly accepts his dying warrior's wish. Drawing a fresh arrow from her quiver, the young archer honors his resolve as a fellow warrior of their proud tribe. With a fierce battle cry, she violently kicks the massive beastman high into the air and vows to fight him with absolutely everything she has. Tracking his airborne body, she coldly calculates that a simple, straightforward attack won't be enough to finish the job. She realizes that even a single, overwhelmingly powerful shot from her divine weapon might not be enough to secure his defeat. Tapping into the divine blessing hero bestowed upon her, the former dropout proudly declares she finally has a surefire way to win. Seizing the incredibly brief window of opportunity, Amelia locks onto her target and prepares to unleash her ultimate technique. Moving with blinding divine lightning speed, she rapidly draws and fires a massive barrage of arrows in a fraction of a second. The magical lenses flare with intense energy as her newly restored eyes perfectly track the trajectory of every single projectile. She screams out the name of her rapid multi-shot technique as a relentless storm of arrows streaks toward the helpless airborne target. Suspended mid-air, the paralyzed Beastman champion widens his eyes in sheer awe at the unstoppable magical barrage. Smiling softly in the face of his inevitable defeat, Darius mutters his absolute disbelief that she actually pulled off such a legendary maneuver. The devastating volley violently obliterates the stitched proxy doll, instantly transferring the massive critical damage to the fighter. The crowd erupts into absolute chaos as the announcer screams that the fallen dropout has miraculously defeated their tribe's mightiest warrior. Dropping to her knees, Amelia gasps for air and realizes that despite the proxy preventing fatal injuries, she still feels immense physical exhaustion. Activating her danger detection skill to scan the perimeter, she gazes down at her unconscious comrade and whispers an apology for his suffering. Before she can even catch her breath, a lethal magical arrow suddenly pierces violently through her shoulder from out of nowhere. Stepping out from the shadows with a wicked smirk, the elven champion Alexia mockingly apologizes for interrupting the touching moment. Standing tall after the ambush, Amelia realizes she successfully dodged Alexia's surprise attack thanks to the Warcavier tribe's revelation. Sweating from the close call, Amelia acknowledges her luck but realizes losing her magic glasses is as good as a fatal blow. Glaring across the cratered battlefield, Amelia demands to know exactly what the elven champion is plotting. She grimly suspects foul play, remembering how the mighty Darius claimed the elves had disgracefully drugged him before the match. With a smug smirk, Alexia casually pulls out a small vial and asks if that is the trickery she is referring to. The arrogant elf explains she crafted a berserker's potion that frees the body from pain and grants limitless strength at the cost of total self-control. Frowning slightly at her own handiwork, Alexia admits her formula still needs improvement since Darius somehow dispelled the side effects. Furious at the despicable tactic, Amelia angrily demands to know if she is seriously willing to use poison just to win a tournament. Unfazed by the accusation, Alexia gives a condescending smile and suggests Amelia direct her complaints to Darius instead. Standing over the fallen beastman, Alexia cruelly reveals that the mighty warrior was so desperate to win he actually begged her for the potion. Holding up a different vial, the elf explains she usually supplied him with a separate drug that drastically enhanced his physical abilities. Utterly disgusted by the revelation, Amelia questions what the elven champion's true goal actually is. Dropping her arrogant facade, Alexia reveals she originally worked in education and was assigned to this village to teach magic. She grimly explains that in this brutal village, children who lack combat ability or lose their parents are completely abandoned. Disgusted by their culture, she notes that hundreds of beastkin children are cast aside to waste away in alleyways because of their barbaric belief in absolute strength. The elven champion passionately reveals she tried to change their society with countless reform proposals but was completely ignored. Refusing to give up, she abandoned teaching to become an envoy and secretly sent the abandoned children to the elven forest for refuge under the guise of slavery. Staring at her with mixed emotions, Amelia asks if Alexia knows what those rescued children actually call her. The young beastkin painfully reveals that the children now know her as the devil's slave merchant. Clenching her fists, Alexia admits her heart reached its absolute limit after endlessly witnessing their screams as she tore siblings and friends apart. Lowering her gaze, she explains that in her darkest moment, Darius came to her with a desperate proposal. The massive beastman had promised that if he became the strongest warrior in the village, he could change their brutal ways using the power of her magic potions. Bitterly recalling the past, Alexia admits she gave him the drugs but he ultimately drowned in power and changed absolutely nothing. Summoning a massive volley of magical arrows, Alexia declares that if someone truly wants to change the world, relying on others is useless. Glaring with unshakable resolve, the elven champion vows she will seize a better future with her own two hands. Unleashing her magical fury, Alexia violently casts a devastating spell called the Thunderbolt Arrow Prison. The crowd watches in horror as the announcer screams that the barrier cannot suppress the devastating magic and begs Amelia to surrender. Enduring the agonizing shock, Amelia frantically wonders how she is taking actual physical damage when the proxy is supposed to absorb everything. Refusing to yield to the pain, the young archer rapidly draws her bow and launches a desperate counterattack. Effortlessly deflecting the shot with a wind shield, Alexia mocks the beastkin for thinking she wouldn't anticipate such a basic attack. Staring down the explosion of her failed attack, Amelia realizes exactly what she needs to do to break through. Gripping her divine weapon tightly, the young archer vows to go far beyond the elven champion's arrogant expectations. Calculating the distance, Alexia realizes a simple defensive spell won't be enough and decides one strike from her revelation will end the match. Praising the beastkin's impressive physical abilities, Alexia readies her final blow and smirks that her efforts are ultimately useless. The stadium erupts as Alexia unleashes her devastating arrow tornado, violently turning Amelia's own momentum against her for a critical hit. Watching nervously from the stands, the muscular warrior sweats and notes that Alexia's magic flawlessly combines absolute offense and defense. Hugging the elven maid in terror, the little dragon girl tearfully asks if Amelia is actually going to lose the brutal match. Reassuring the panicked child, Hero confidently states that she doesn't need to worry because Amelia possesses magic words that make her stronger. Leaning in close, Hero playfully whispers the secret words into the little girl's ear and instructs her to shout them as loudly as possible. Throwing their hands in the air, Hero and the little dragon girl scream at the top of their lungs, cheering for Amelia to do her best and win the fight. Battered and coughing blood, Amelia struggles to rise from the crater while fiercely vowing that she will not lose just yet. Looming over the devastating impact zone, Alexia mockingly questions if the beastkin truly believes she can keep fighting without any options left. Gripping her ruined divine weapon, Amelia realizes in horror that the revelation has completely shattered all of the bow's magical gems. Desperate to regroup, she tells herself to stay calm and forcefully bounds away to put distance between her and the elven champion. Giving her no quarter, Alexia instantly unleashes a devastating shockwave blast to crush the retreating archer. Squinting through the dust, Amelia panics as she realizes her vision is dangerously blurred at this range without her glasses. Refusing to go down without a fight, she unleashes a desperate scatter shot to buy herself some precious time. Searching her memories for a solution, she desperately tries to recall Hero's past lessons on how to craft glasses with her own magic. A flashback reveals a frustrated Amelia standing next to Hero as her newly crafted ice glasses completely melt away in her hands. Examining the dripping frames, she complains that while the magical glasses are incredibly useful, their short lifespan makes them far too tricky to rely on. Smiling patiently, Hero encourages her to keep trying, explaining that crafting them is just a simple application of daily ice magic. He begins a complex lecture on optics, explaining how carving convex and concave lenses out of transparent ice can magnify or shrink targets. Overwhelmed by the complex scientific theory, a bewildered Amelia completely fails to grasp the concept of light refraction. Changing his approach, Hero instructs her to form a simple tube with her hands and look through it, leaving her amazed as her vision faintly clears up. He explains the basic mechanism of a telescope, noting that attaching lenses to both ends of a long tube creates a powerful tool for seeing immense distances. Snapping back to the brutal reality of the tournament, Amelia grips a shard of ice and declares she has only one move left to win. Channeling her magic with absolute focus, she begins crafting a custom ice artifact by attaching rounded lenses to both sides. Thinning the ice and extending the tube bit by bit, she meticulously adjusts the focal length until her distant target comes into crystal clear view. Watching from the spectator stands, Hero gasps in absolute shock as he recognizes the familiar shape of the icy construct. He stares in sheer disbelief, realizing his student just flawlessly crafted a magical sniper's lens in the middle of a deathmatch. Frustrated by the beastkin's stubbornness, Alexia arrogantly declares she will shoot her down and notes how pathetic it is for an archer to block one of her hands with a useless tube. Radiating overwhelming magical power, the elven champion draws her bow and summons a terrifying, sky-filling barrage of lightning-infused arrows. Refusing to let her occupied hand be a weakness, Amelia hooks the bowstring with her foot and prepares a desperate counterstance. Falling backwards into a flawless acrobatic draw, she uses the immense strength of her legs to pull the bowstring back to its absolute limit. With a thunderous snap, she violently launches a super heavy-class arrow straight toward the overwhelming magical storm. Screaming with arrogant fury, Alexia unleashes her maximum power lightning arrow to obliterate the beastkin once and for all. The two devastating attacks violently collide in mid-air, creating a blinding explosion of kinetic force and shattered magical energy. Alexia's eyes widen in absolute terror as she watches an impossible sight unfold within the chaotic blast radius. Shattering the elven champion's reality, Amelia's single, perfectly aimed arrow violently pierces straight through the center of the defensive magic. The massive volley of elven arrows scatters harmlessly into the dirt as Amelia lands gracefully from her legendary shot. Struck by the decisive blow, a stunned Alexia collapses to her knees, utterly unable to comprehend being defeated by a supposed failure. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers as the announcer screams that the weakest outcast has miraculously secured victory for humanity. Trembling with exhaustion, Amelia clutches her melting sniper lens and whispers Hero's name in sheer disbelief at her own impossible achievement. Tears of overwhelming joy stream down her bruised face as the victorious Bao princess finally reclaims her stolen pride. Sitting at the victory feast, a young beastkin eagerly digs into her meal and marvels at the incredibly delicious food. A cheerful maid offers her another dish to try while the cat girl marvels that even slime can taste this good. Blushing with absolute delight, the cat girl devours the fried potatoes and emphatically declares they are far too tasty. Smiling warmly at the energetic guests, the maid happily notes that she is glad the food suits their palates. She cheerfully encourages everyone to eat plenty since they are gathered to celebrate a grand victory feast. Glancing over at their young lord, the maid praises Gol's father for being a truly incredible leader. Blushing under the sudden praise, Hero awkwardly rubs his head as the girls gush over his formidable military strength and vast culinary knowledge. The Beastkin sisters look at him with pure admiration, declaring that Hero can do absolutely anything and thanking him for saving Amira. Overflowing with gratitude, the young cat girls emphasize once again that they owe their sister's rescue entirely to his boundless capabilities. Deflecting the praise, Hero gently reminds them that Amelia worked just as hard for the village and can finally return home. Amelia freezes in sudden confusion, looking back at Hero and wondering what he actually means by that statement. Flashing back to a tense confrontation, a stern voice sharply calls out to Alexia and confirms her grim reality. Without a shred of mercy, the tribal leadership officially declares that she has been permanently expelled from the clan. Trapped behind heavy iron bars, a disgraced Garius is sentenced to the exact same exile for bringing shame upon their lineage. Tossing a scroll to the kneeling elf, a commanding catwoman orders Alexia to carefully read the details of her banishment. Gripping the scroll in a panic, a frantic Alexia immediately demands to know what will happen to the abandoned kittens she tried to save. The stoic leader coldly dismisses her concern, stating that an existing pact with Hero has already settled the matter. Stepping forward into the tense clearing, a determined Hero interrupts the judgment to offer a sudden proposal. Gesturing gently toward the exiles, he asks the chief if it would be alright for him to invite Alexia and Garius to his territory. Taken completely off guard, the chief questions his actual intentions for the exiles while a terrified Alexia assumes the absolute worst. Blushing fiercely and crossing her arms, the disgraced elven champion loudly accuses Hero of plotting to make her his captive. Furious at the blatant disrespect, the Beastkin sisters aggressively yell at the elf not to lump their noble father in with vulgar slavers. Squinting in confusion, Alexia demands to know his true plans while Hero simply shrugs and mutters that he might not have any. Standing tall beside him, a muscular warrior scoffs at his lord's soft heart and warns that simply prioritizing others won't be enough this time. A massive wave of magical energy washes over the leaders as they realize Hero's divine revelation activates upon mutual recognition of alliance. The lush, vibrant landscape stands as undeniable proof that the entire War Cat tribe has officially come under Hero's grand banner. Looking over their combined forces, the group realizes their army of dragons, sword saints, and beastkin warriors could now rival a great nation. Connecting the political dots, the muscular warrior astutely deduces that this overwhelming strength is exactly why the elf chief struck first. Hero grimly explains that by cutting ties with the responsible parties, the elven leadership can feign ignorance while treating any retaliation as a hostile invasion. Pushing for a logical strategy, the muscular warrior warns that taking in exiles as subordinates could spark a massive political conflict without solid justification. Refusing to back down, Hero insists they must accept the outcasts because leaving them behind would be an absolute waste. The muscular warrior arches an eyebrow in sheer confusion, asking his lord what he actually means by calling them a waste. Staring directly at the disgraced elven champion, Hero firmly points out that Alexia is fundamentally a teacher. The imposing chief completely agrees with the logic, noting that her newly adopted beastkin children will desperately need a proper education. The muscular warrior finally understands, adding that Garius's complete stealth abilities make him the perfect bodyguard for their expanding trade operations. Highly impressed by the tactical foresight, the warrior praises his lord's planning as Hero humbly accepts it as his sworn duty. Turning back to the stunned exiles, Hero kindly offers them the position but clearly states they are completely free to refuse the unreasonable request. Gesturing to the ragged group of rescued beastkin orphans, he passionately explains that her selfless kindness is exactly what these children need. A tiny, trembling kitten slowly steps forward through the tall grass and looks up at her elven savior. Staring down at the innocent child, a heartbroken Alexia is forced to confront the painful memories of her own powerlessness. A young catgirl excitedly asks her big sister if she will be their teacher. The elven woman gently brushes her hair back and softly agrees that she will do it if she is good enough. Tears of joy stream down the elf's face as the little beastkin girl tackles her in a heartwarming embrace. Watching the touching scene unfold, Amelia smiles warmly and remarks to the chief that Lord Hero is truly a good man. She blushes slightly and admits that his kindness is so profound it is almost worrying. The chief maintains a stoic expression, stating she won't pry into what exactly is concerning her. However, the older beastkin leans in and mentions that she has a proposal of her own for Amelia. The chief notes that since Amelia proved her immense strength in the tournament, the path to becoming clan chief will open to her as she grows older. She stares intently at the young archer and asks if she wishes to return to the village. Surprised by the offer, Amelia looks back at Hiro and stammers that she would need to ask him about it. Hiro smiles brightly and encourages her to accept, pointing out that she could truly live with her family again and eventually become a powerful chief. Amelia's eyes widen in absolute shock as she nervously reminds him that she is already his wife. Hiro nervously laughs it off, claiming that their marriage was just for appearances and she shouldn't worry since families are happier together. Furious at his dense response, Amelia violently shoves Hiro aside without a single word. Holding his stinging cheek, a completely bewildered Hiro wonders what he did wrong. Walking away in a huff, Amelia bitterly mutters that he is an absolute idiot. Standing awkwardly in the grass, Hiro calls out to the little dragon girl to ask what just happened. The little dragon girl aggressively scolds him for bullying her mother and furiously demands that he go after her immediately. Jolted into action by her fierce screaming, a panicked Hiro sprints after the furious archer. Watching the chaotic scene, the chief sighs that while she thought he was remarkable, he is still incredibly inexperienced. The muscular warrior agrees, noting that managing a domain makes it easy to forget he is still just a youth. Staring into the distance, Hiro catches up to Amelia and admits that when he first met her, he thought he was unreliable. He reflects on his own nature, explaining how he casually uses elixirs, wields countless divine revelations, and crafts magical glasses. Walking up behind the sulking beastkin, Hiro humbles himself by claiming he isn't special and was simply granted divine knowledge by pure chance. Staring earnestly at her back, he insists that his reliance on luck is the absolute truth. Amelia grits her teeth and sharply retorts that she absolutely hates that specific stubbornness of his. Spinning around with tears in her eyes, she passionately declares that even his frustrating stubbornness is part of why she fell for him. Blushing furiously, the beastkin archer completely confesses that she loves Hiro so much. Hiro is left utterly speechless, his eyes widening in absolute shock at her heartfelt declaration. Overcome with emotion, Amelia aggressively grabs Hiro's collar and pulls him in close. Burying her face into his chest, she softly apologizes for her sudden outburst. Wrapping his arms around her trembling shoulders, Hiro warmly embraces the beastkin and admits he loves her too. Smiling tearfully against his chest, she playfully chides him for still being unreliable and wishes he had confessed first. Holding her tightly, Hiro firmly states that even if he is unreliable, he still wants her to stay by his side. The two young lovers share a passionate, silhouetted kiss amidst the beautiful overgrown ruins of the forest. Pulling away from the embrace, a flustered Amelia marvels at the incredibly beautiful scenery surrounding them. Smiling brightly at the breathtaking landscape, Hiro agrees and wishes they had a beautiful place like this back home. He shares his dream of eventually taking the time to create lush gardens once their developing territory finally settles down. Turning to him in confusion, Amelia asks why he is in such a massive hurry to establish his domain. Hiro's expression instantly darkens as he reveals his suspicions became absolute certainty when Smirnov brought the craftsman. Narrowing his eyes with grim resolve, he notes that there have been dangerous signs for a while now. He drops a massive bombshell, warning that at this rate, the finances of the Roswell territory are going to completely collapse. A grand establishing shot reveals the majestic architecture of the Earl's Manor located in the Rothwell territory. The scene shifts to a neatly arranged dining table featuring simple bowls of soup and fresh bread. Standing nervously by the table, an older chef sweats profusely as his master stares down at the meal and demands to know what it is. With a violent outburst, the master hurls his bowl across the room, sending it shattering against the wall right next to the terrified chef. Cowering under the intense glare, the chef stammers out the daily menu while a grand title introduces the Rothwell family as the proud shield of the royal bloodline. Red with anger, the head of the house furiously berates the servant for daring to serve such lowly commoner food to a noble of his supreme status. Sitting calmly at the table, the young heir Marisun Rothwell gently attempts to soothe his father by noting that simple food is nice once in a while. Maintaining a deceptively gentle smile, Marisun turns to the trembling chef and asks exactly how long he has been serving their noble household. Calculating the 20 years of service, the young heir notes that the chef must earn a substantial salary and live an incredibly comfortable life. Waving his hands in desperate panic, the chef vehemently denies living comfortably and explains that feeding his 3 daughters keeps his household completely broke. Sweating profusely, the desperate servant attempts to save himself by declaring that cooking for the Earl remains his family's absolute greatest honor. With a chillingly cheerful smile and a casual wave of his hand, Mari-san immediately fires the veteran chef on the spot. Crashing heavily to his knees, the devastated servant desperately begs the young master to wait and reconsider the cruel dismissal. Trembling with overwhelming fear, the chef tearfully pleads that he never meant to serve unworthy meals, but high-quality ingredients have become impossibly difficult to find. Staring up in absolute despair, he cries that losing this job will throw his entire family onto the streets and earn him the eternal hatred of his daughters. Frowning slightly in mock sympathy, Mari-san rests his chin on his hand and mutters that leaving them on the streets would indeed be a bit too cruel. The kneeling chef looks up with a tiny glimmer of hope as the young noble suddenly proposes an alternative arrangement. Revealing a deeply sinister grin, Mari-san maliciously offers to hire the chef's daughters to serve as his personal bed attendants. Glancing sideways with a cold, calculating eye, the twisted heir casually asks his father if he has any objections to the disgusting new arrangement. Unfazed by his son's depravity, the stern earl simply scoffs and tells him to do whatever he pleases with the lowly commoners. The furious earl violently barks in order to fetch the girls immediately, threatening to execute the entire family if they dare to run. Sitting back down to his humble meal, Mari-san coldly notes that his father is finally showing his true, ruthless colors now that Hiro has been successfully exiled. Glaring fiercely into the distance, the earl swears he will use his own divine revelation to crush any unseen enemies who are secretly scheming against them. A sharp-dressed maid enters the grand dining room just as Mari-san casually questions his father about how their noble situation became so dire. Standing with perfect posture in her classic uniform, Mars the secretary and maid formally asks how she may assist her demanding masters. Leaning back heavily in his ornate chair, the earl aggressively orders the maid to immediately fetch the current quarter's financial reports. Without missing a single beat, the highly efficient maid slams a heavy financial ledger directly onto the table in front of the startled earl. Scanning the grim documents, the earl leans forward in absolute fury and demands to know why their tax revenue has plummeted to such pathetic levels. He violently questions if the farmers are failing to grow their crops, utterly baffled as to why their mighty territory is only collecting half of its expected taxes. Adjusting her polished glasses, Mars politely apologizes for speaking out of turn before offering a precise explanation for the financial disaster. She calmly informs the furious lord that despite the severe drought initially hurting the harvest, the crops are actually still successfully growing. The earl grunts in annoyed acknowledgement, recalling that a distant mountain eruption brought unexpected rain and saved the fields from total destruction. Mari-san smugly questions if the farmers are just making pathetic excuses to avoid paying, noting his own divine revelation should be accelerating their crop growth. The stoic maid pushes her glasses up and solemnly reveals that despite the young master's divine power, the crops are inexplicably growing much slower than before. Stepping forward with the open ledger, she points out that the minor agricultural dip is far too small to explain the massive overall financial drop. Narrowing his eyes as he carefully reads the true numbers, the earl finally understands exactly what is causing their catastrophic financial losses. Reading over his father's shoulder, Mari-san discovers that several major trading companies are paying almost zero taxes compared to the previous term. The young heir realizes the Ardmic Merchant Guild has been importing massive quantities of extremely rare and valuable monster materials like sea serpent scales. The maid explains the brutal loophole, revealing that since trading taxes are based solely on local income, merchants who only purchase goods without selling them pay absolutely nothing. Realizing their wealth is being legally drained by opportunistic parasites, the furious earl demands to know exactly where these high-tier goods are flowing from. Staring in disbelief, the earl reels from the shocking news and mutters that it simply cannot be true. Maintaining a deceptively composed demeanor, Mari-san asks his father if he has heard the terrifying new rumor. Silhouettes of the group appear as rumors spread about a mysterious refugee village in the Vilewood protected by a dragon-taming savior. The earl furiously waves off the report as a ridiculous fantasy, insisting the land is permanently cursed and soaked in the blood of hunted beastmen. He aggressively orders Mars to fetch Lillian, only to learn that she has already departed to chase after Hiro. Sweating nervously, the maid points out that the witch of the forest should possess some critical knowledge about the unfolding situation. The earl's face twists in sudden confusion as he demands to know what on earth is happening in their northern territory. Adjusting her glasses, the maid casually mentions that the northern barbarians began heavily invading their lands a few days ago. Flying into a violent, uncontrollable rage, the earl grabs the maid and furiously berates her for failing to report the massive barbarian movements immediately. Recognizing the incredibly dire situation, he grimly notes that the delayed response will lead to catastrophic damage since the enemy's military strength rivals the royal army. A mysterious woman ominously declares that the very ground they stand on is the absolute gateway to their impending ruin. Clutching his head in sheer despair, the earl questions how his grand domain fell into a devastating crisis of plunging taxes and barbaric invasions. He reflects on the miraculous birth of his twin sons, recalling how their arrival brought divine blessings that doubled the territory's entire crop yield. Remembering the rite of oracle, he notes that Mari-san was the one to inherit the divine revelation while Hiro was deemed an absolute failure. Looking down on the young boy with absolute disdain, the ruthless lord coldly cast his seemingly useless son into exile. However, he agonizingly realizes that banishing Hiro immediately caused their crop yields to plummet, absolutely destroying their previously booming tax revenue. Gritting his teeth in raw frustration, the Earl begins to suspect that he made a catastrophic mistake by discarding his supposedly talentless son. Staring intensely at the divine artifact, he frantically wonders if all of their past prosperity was secretly the direct result of Hiro's hidden revelation. Standing in the oppressive darkness, he angrily questions if Hiro intentionally accepted his exile as part of a massive, calculated scheme. Dismissing the paranoid thought, the Earl scoffs that people never truly change, remembering Hiro as a natural-born fool who was far too kind for his own good. Biting his thumb in deep thought, the wicked lord reveals he has intimately known Hiro's pathetic nature since their previous lives on Earth. A flashback reveals the two men in business suits, with the Earl confessing he is the exact same corporate boss who maliciously drove Hiro to absolute ruin in their past life. He mercilessly recalls Hiro struggling deeply after the tragic loss of his parents, completely unaware that his trusted boss was the one secretly responsible. The corrupt businessman ruthlessly admits to causing the fatal car crash while driving drunk, easily covering it up since the victims were his own expendable employees. Pushing his insatiable greed even further, the sinister boss maliciously interfered with the grieving family's life insurance payout. Using the stolen blood money, he successfully saved his failing guild and secured an incredibly comfortable life for himself. Clenching his fist, the reincarnated villain coldly declares that taking from others is simply the absolute truth of how the world works. He fully embraces his dark, predatory nature, proudly defining himself as a ruthless opportunist who survives solely by consuming the weak. Boasting about his unmatched talent for desperate scheming, he begins carefully calculating his next sinister move to escape the current political crisis. Stepping forward with a wicked smile, Mari-san smoothly suggests they simply force the dragon-taming savior to work for them as a disposable pawn. A group of furious nobles violently reject the humiliating idea of ever bowing their proud heads to the heavily disowned heir. Flashing a deeply sinister smirk, the Earl silences the tense room and assures them that such a drastic, shameful measure won't be necessary. He coldly reasons that since the vile wood is still technically their property, any dragon or thriving village located there legally belongs to the Rothwell estate. Formulating a highly devious plan, he immediately summons a lowly subordinate named George to execute his dark will. A well-armed, low-ranking noble named George promptly arrives and stands at absolute attention before his demanding masters. Mari-san carefully analyzes the knight, noting that despite his low rank, George possesses top-tier swordsmanship that closely rivals a true sword saint. The young heir orders George to issue a royal decree forcing Hiro and his dragon to the northern frontlines to effortlessly wipe out the barbarian threat. He maliciously plots to steal all the glory, intending to position George as the heroic savior while using Hiro as entirely disposable mercenary fodder. Fearing a massive citizen revolt if the truth ever leaks, Mari-san coldly decides they must label Hiro's settlement as a dangerous den of heretics. Conspiring together in the Grand Hall, they firmly agree to completely fabricate a fake narrative that justifies annihilating the entire refugee village. Radiating absolute, tyrannical authority, the Earl violently declares that his twisted scheme will be swiftly executed by official royal decree. He issues the absolute command to march into the Vilewood, capture the dragon, and forcefully enslave its master for the upcoming bloody war. Kneeling with unwavering, absolute loyalty, George solemnly accepts the brutal royal command without a single moment of hesitation. Looking up at his ruthless master, the knight sharply asks exactly how he should proceed if the village attempts to resist the royal decree. Glaring with cold, unyielding malice, the Earl explicitly states that his only true desire is acquiring the dragon's immense, destructive power. He cruelly authorizes George to murder the original master and burn the entire village to ash if they dare to show even a hint of defiance. As the heavy doors slam securely shut, the Earl whispers a dark, mocking prayer for his newly appointed savior to succeed. The scene cuts to the quiet, oppressive atmosphere of the Rothwell estate office where the sinister lord sits in absolute, brooding silence. He greedily fantasizes about the absolute prosperity he will secure by seizing the dragon's overwhelming power to establish a brand new settlement. Clenching his fist with limitless ambition, the Earl realizes this immense power could even allow him to successfully found his very own sovereign nation. Staring out over his grand estate, he violently reaffirms his tyrannical belief that the common people exist solely to fatten their lords and must live in groveling obedience. Resting his chin heavily on his hands, he reflects on his past life's philosophy about needing a fresh start, suddenly deciding that he was completely wrong. His eyes narrow with terrifying, absolute resolve as he declares that no amount of desperate struggling will ever change one's ultimate fate. With a deeply sinister smirk, the reincarnated villain mutters Ijima Hiroshi's true name and vows to completely crush him once again. Gazing maliciously across the divide at Hiro and his joyful companions, the wicked Earl swears he will relentlessly steal absolutely everything from him in this new world as well. Standing together in the sunlit forest, Hiro and his companions prepare to finally head home. Walking beside him, Amelia apologizes to Hiro for unexpectedly keeping them in her village for an entire month. Hiro smiles and reassures her that the sudden rain delay was actually worth it since they got to study valuable history, geography, and local facilities. The muscular man glances back with concern, questioning if it is truly safe to leave their territory unattended for so long. Unfazed by the worry, Hiro confidently states that he has already made all the necessary arrangements. He explains that Amira headed back early to keep watch alongside the ancient dragon and the rest of their forces. Dropping in from above, the little dragon girl chimes in that Gol also tagged along, assuring them that any incidents will be immediately reported. The muscular man strictly warns them not to let their guard down, noting that the wilderness outside the nest remains extremely dangerous. Crouching in the dirt, a cat girl discovers fresh tracks and warns the group that a very large pack of demon wolves recently passed through. Hiro's eyes widen as a sudden rustle in the nearby bushes confirms the dangerous beasts are still prowling nearby. A sudden blur of motion bursts from the underbrush, prompting a startled Hiro to scream in surprise. Amelia and the muscular man desperately shout his name as the unknown creature violently launches itself at their lord. Instead of a vicious attack, a baffled Hiro finds himself sitting in the grass while a fluffy white dog happily licks his face. The little dragon girl excitedly rushes over and cheers that her papa successfully caught Karo-chan for her. Sitting in the clearing with the energetic pup, a deeply confused Hiro asks who Karo-chan is and where Gol and Amira went. The little girl happily explains that the dragon Sama personally gave the little creature its name. Squinting closely at the happily panting dog, the muscular man suddenly freezes in absolute realization. He shockingly reveals that the adorable pup is actually a Cerberus, a super rare evolved form of the deadly demon wolf. The little dragon girl explains she saved Karo-chan from being bullied, but her grandpa sternly refused to let the creature inside the house. Fearing the pup will be bullied again outside, she begs Hiro for permission to keep him since her grandpa left the final decision to him. Looking over his shoulder, Hiro nervously asks Natasha if keeping a demon wolf is actually safe for their territory. Petting the friendly Cerberus, Natasha assures him that with proper care, the creature will join their pack and become an excellent hunting or guard dog. The little dragon girl leans in with sparkling eyes, eagerly pressing Hiro to let them keep her new friend. Smiling warmly, Hiro gently pets the pup's head and officially welcomes Karo-chan into their growing domain. Sweating nervously at the implications, the muscular warrior mutters that teaming up a divine dragon lord with a Cerberus creates a terrifying force capable of wiping out entire countries. Oblivious to the deadly potential, the little girl happily declares Karo part of the family and promises he will never be bullied again. Suddenly remembering a critical message, she violently panics and screams that there is massive trouble back at home. A wave of dread washes over Hiro as he frantically wonders if a deadly epidemic or a brutal monster invasion struck their lands. He desperately questions how a disaster could have possibly happened when he specifically left the mighty ancient dragon behind to protect everything. Stepping out of the forest, an absolutely stunned Hiro stares ahead and wonders what in the world happened to his home. The group freezes in sheer disbelief as a towering wall of perfectly grown crops completely blocks their path. Beyond the massive fields, the once ruined estate has been flawlessly transformed into a stunning, fully restored mansion. Wading through the massive stalks of grain, the muscular man is utterly baffled by the incredibly well-kept farmland. Staring at the beautiful architecture, they realize the entire mansion has been completely rebuilt to absolute perfection. Relieved of his panic, Hiro laughs and notes that the trouble was actually a wonderful surprise, though the little girl stubbornly insists it is still a huge deal. Approaching the humanoid ancient dragon, Hiro remarks that Karo-chan appears to have been safely accepted into the territory as well. He gently questions why the mighty dragon would ever leave such a small, vulnerable creature outside in the dangerous wilderness. The stoic ancient dragon calmly explains that Gol found the pup only after the magical barrier was already fully established. He details that the ultimate dragon barrier prevents absolutely anything from entering without the master's explicit approval, leaving no room for exceptions. Staring up at the towering guardian, a completely bewildered Hiro asks why he would ever put up such an extreme, impenetrable barrier in the first place. A stern voice demands to know what the dragon means by questioning why. Sweating with indignation, the humanoid dragon furiously questions if a mere 30 pieces of fried chicken is enough to compensate him for patrolling the skies every single day. Sighing in exasperation, he argues that the barrier already keeps all enemies out perfectly fine. Hero glares fiercely, sharply asking how any new settlers are supposed to arrive if an impenetrable barrier blocks the entire domain. A gentle voice suddenly urges Lord Hero to calm down, assuring him that the mighty dragon didn't mean any harm. Hero turns in surprise to find the elegantly dressed Jack standing nearby in the clearing. Jack smoothly admits that if the group had returned any later, he would have blown all the territory's leftover funds on booze. Hero's eyes widen with sudden confusion as he demands to know exactly what Jack means by leftover funds. Jack smiles brightly and reveals that barely 2 weeks after delivering farming tools, the villagers had already harvested a massive crop of wheat and soybeans. Throwing his arms wide toward the towering crops, Jack proudly announces that the fields are already overflowing with a brand new batch of produce. He casually explains that since the storage quickly filled up, he sold the overflow in town and added the massive profits directly to Hero's personal assets. Staring in sheer disbelief, Amelia realizes they achieved 2 full harvests in a single month. Hero silently calculates the overwhelming agricultural boosts, deducing that this miraculous growth is the direct result of his combined divine revelations. While recognizing this instantly solves their food shortage, Hero grimly worries that rapidly accelerating the harvest cycle might spark severe unforeseen issues. Seeking ground-level information, Hero politely stops a passing villager to ask a few pressing questions. A humble village woman bows respectfully before her lord, nervously wondering if her simple perspective could be of any actual use. Getting straight to the point, Hero gently asks if there is absolutely anything causing trouble in her daily life. The exhausted woman explains that the lightning-fast crop growth demands endless labor, forcing them to constantly clear new land just to prevent total soil depletion. Analyzing the brutal workload, Hero notes that this supernatural growth is far more intense than anything seen in the Rothwell farmlands. A simmering frustration hangs in the air as the women bitterly mention exactly what the men have been up to. They complain that after quickly building the sheds, the lazy men have done nothing but host daily drinking parties with the mighty dragon. Sent to help with carpentry, the men completely abandon their duties, leaving the furious women to violently clear the harsh farmland entirely by themselves. Glaring daggers at the sweating ancient dragon, Hero coldly acknowledges exactly how his supposedly mighty guardian has been spending its time. Realizing the urgent need for a massive organizational shift, Hero firmly declares that they must address the entire village immediately. He decisively commands the women to gather absolutely everyone and bring them straight to the grand mansion. Turning to his companions, Hero efficiently orders Amira and the rest of the beastkin to assist in the massive village-wide summons. Waving eagerly, Amira enthusiastically accepts the order and sprints off to wrangle the scattered citizens. Pivoting to logistics, Hero urgently asks his sharp-dressed merchant exactly how much wealth he holds in his personal assets. Flipping through his detailed ledger, Jack formally reports that the young lord has successfully amassed 300 gold coins in pure savings. Hero screams in sheer, unadulterated shock at the absurdly massive sum of wealth sitting in his name. Jack smoothly explains that this massive fortune comes from selling the dragon's ultra-rare materials alongside the booming agricultural overflow. Calculating the staggering economy, Hero realizes an average household only earns roughly 250 silver coins a year. Gripping his chin in deep thought, Hero deduces that his current personal fortune could single-handedly run the entire territory for over a decade. Formulating a brilliant strategy, he decides to hire the rescued beastkin orphans to solve the brutal labor shortage while easily covering their expenses. The catgirls stare at him in utter disbelief, shocked that their young lord intends to completely bankroll the entire population's livelihood. Flashing a determined gaze, Hero firmly corrects them by stating he isn't simply handing out blind charity. He humbly points out that the hard-working citizens are actually the ones providing him with his immense wealth. Passionately explaining his core philosophy, Hero declares that a noble living in excessive luxury fundamentally forces the working class to suffer. With unshakable resolve, he proudly vows to bear the heavy social responsibility of his noble status by fiercely supporting his people. Staring deadpan at their absurdly altruistic lord, the entire group violently interjects in perfect unison that his mindset is absolutely not normal. Natasha steps forward to challenge him, firmly warning that treating the proud villagers like helpless beggars by shouldering everything is fundamentally wrong. Despite her confusion, the fierce beastkin desperately asks Hero to clearly explain his ultimate endgame for the territory. Shaking his head, Hero reveals his breathtaking ambition to forge an absolute utopia entirely free from the agonizing grip of starvation. He dreams aloud of a barrier-free society where every single person actively supports and protects one another. Staring into the sky with unwavering conviction, he swears that this beautiful dream can genuinely become reality. Narrowing his eyes, he bitterly acknowledges that the current world is built upon endlessly cruel and inefficient systems. He violently condemns the standard feudal system, disgusted by the parasitic nobles who lazily exploit the desperate masses for heavy taxes. Tapping into his past life corporate brilliance, he confidently guarantees he can engineer a highly profitable system that creates an unstoppable, high-welfare society. His grand strategy is revealed as building a perfect, happy town that completely forces neighboring nations to eventually mimic their unmatched prosperity. He softly describes this infectious, expanding utopia as a limitless circle of happiness. The group is left absolutely breathless, struggling to comprehend a vision vast enough to fundamentally shatter how the world operates. Grinning fiercely, Hero notes he has spent his entire life being saved and boldly demands they watch him finally take the lead. Clenching his fist, the young lord proudly declares that his true reign officially begins right now. Flipping open a heavy tome of administrative plans, he prepares to unleash his very first revolutionary decree upon the citizens. With an intense, commanding stare, Hero officially initiates his grand master plan by mobilizing the entire territory for massive public works projects. A grand establishing shot reveals the majestic architecture of the Vilewood Lord's estate. A crowd of confused villagers gathers as they are thanked for responding to the sudden summons. Standing at the top of the grand staircase, Hero sincerely thanks the villagers for repairing the estate and houses while he was away. Looking down at the crowd, he explains that after being briefed on the current situation, he has decided they need to act quickly. Staring with absolute determination, Hero asks everyone gathered to lend him their strength for an upcoming task. Gesturing confidently, he officially commands the citizens to take on some massive public works projects. The villagers stare back in utter bewilderment, completely unfamiliar with the strange term. Whispers of confusion ripple through the crowd as they wonder what the young lord is actually talking about. The muscular warrior sighs and reminds Hero that he had previously warned him about using foreign noble concepts with commoners. Acknowledging the confusion, Hero decides to give a quick explanation and compares public works to the construction of bridges or castle gates. He passionately announces that he will personally fund the entire endeavor and wants everyone to help build and develop the area. A villager hesitantly asks what exactly they are supposed to be building with these new funds. Pausing for dramatic effect, Hero prepares to reveal the grand objective of their massive construction project. Flashing a brilliant smile, the young lord cheerfully declares that they will be building their very own homes. He graciously adds that they can choose absolutely any location within the territory to build their new houses. The muscular warrior steps forward in shock, warning his boss that simply giving away houses is way too generous. A confused Hero turns to his warrior, innocently asking why building their own homes is considered too much. Glaring at his dense lord, the warrior sharply tells him not to pretend he doesn't understand how the world truly works. He angrily explains that corrupt nobles constantly force citizens to build infrastructure just to extort them with tolls and new taxes. Gritting his teeth, the warrior warns that even with a soft-hearted lord, forcing citizens to build houses just to tax them for living in them is way too forceful. The terrified villagers frantically agree, begging the lord not to do this since they have absolutely no money and would be forced to hang themselves. Understanding their deep fear of exploitation, Hero gently reassures the panicked crowd that he isn't forcing them to build things solely for his own benefit. He firmly promises that he will pay them fair wages for their labor and absolutely won't charge them any taxes for the homes they build. Utterly baffled by the unprecedented generosity, the muscular warrior screams in confusion at the insane idea of free housing and paid labor. Unfazed by the outburst, Hero casually clarifies that the wages of 20 silver coins will only be paid during the active construction period. Staring at him in sheer disbelief, the warrior demands to know exactly what kind of crazy scheme his boss is trying to pull. Holding up 3 fingers, Hero confidently explains that his public works have 3 main goals: industrial development, quality of life improvement, and territorial maintenance. He elaborates that since their land is still completely self-sufficient and undeveloped, they must aggressively invest to build a strong foundation for industry. Refusing to let it go, the pragmatic warrior argues that a domain absolutely cannot survive without tax revenue and demands to know how building free houses earns money. Meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence, Hero declares that improving the citizens' quality of life is the absolute key to generating immense wealth. He explains the core economic principle that when living standards rise, the overall productivity of the people naturally increases as well. Visualizing a bustling trade route, Hero notes that the increased crop yields will be widely distributed across the world through their trading companies. Smiling brightly, he concludes that the massive profits from these trading companies will become their new tax revenue, allowing them to fund even more projects. Pushing up his glasses in absolute awe, Jack admits he just learned a brilliant new method for generating economic activity from a completely barren wasteland. Hero firmly states that while this initial resource distribution stabilizes their economy, it is still only the foundational step. Jack notes that once the foundation is set, their next major hurdle will inevitably be a severe manpower shortage to keep up with the rapid expansion. A small, booted foot steps confidently onto the wooden floorboards as Hero assures Jack that they already have the labor issue completely covered. Gesturing proudly to the rescued beastkin orphans standing behind him, Hero announces that these children will be the ones handling the labor. The muscular warrior stares in disgust, bluntly asking if Hero actually went to the beastkin village just to purchase child slaves. Narrowing his eyes with fierce resolve, Hero immediately shuts down the dark accusation and firmly declares that is absolutely not the case. Gesturing to the ragged children, the cat girls point out that the poor orphans have no parents or homes to return to. Hero explains that thanks to Amelia winning the martial arts tournament, they have successfully borrowed the children to serve as the territory's new labor force in exchange for providing them with proper education and care. Looking down at the crowd, he announces that the orphans will stay at the estate temporarily until he commissions the construction of dedicated dormitories and a school. Crossing his arms skeptically, a villager warns the young lord that things might not work out smoothly since there are currently no children living in their settlement. Gently patting the orphans' heads, the villagers warmly welcome the beastkin children by asking them to call them mom and dad. Feathers float gently through the air as the previously divided humans and beastkin smile together as one big, happy family. Clutching her hands to her chest, a deeply moved Amelia realizes that this beautiful scene is the true circle of happiness Hero envisioned. Smiling brightly at the heartwarming sight, Hero remarks that their successful integration definitely counts as a good deed. Addressing the gathered crowd once again, Hero announces that it is finally time to unveil his divine revelation. Holding up his magical tome, he explains that the gods bestow random divine scriptures whenever a truly good deed is performed. Channeling his magical energy, the young lord proudly activates the lottery of divine scriptures to see exactly what blessing they have earned. A towering, ethereal manifestation of Dionysus appears over Hero as he successfully draws a rare-grade scripture from the god of intoxication. Hero's eyes widen in sheer surprise as a small, tied pouch magically materializes directly upon the open pages of his tome. Peeking carefully inside the mysterious pouch, he wonders aloud if the gods have just gifted them a new type of crop seed. The curious villagers lean in close to examine the strange blessing, wondering exactly what kind of mysterious seeds they are. Reading the divine text, Hero discovers that the seeds belong to an ominous plant named the Breath of Bounty and Frenzy. Sweating nervously at the dangerous-sounding name, the terrified villagers suggest tossing the potentially poisonous seed straight into the fireplace to avoid a disaster. Panicking at the thought of destroying the divine gift, the villagers frantically scream for their lord to stop and wait. Amelia and Hero reel in absolute shock as they realize the pouch contains a top-tier, premium breed of extinct grapes. A villager eagerly explains that while normal grapes take a decade to mature, this legendary variety can be successfully harvested in just 3 short years. The excited villager recounts an ancient myth claiming the grapes were so divinely delicious that the gods completely stole them from the mortal world. Gripping his chin in deep thought, Hero deduces that these incredibly rare grapes could easily become a highly lucrative specialty product for their developing domain. However, he grimly realizes that suddenly flooding the market with an extinct fruit will inevitably draw highly dangerous suspicion toward their territory. Adjusting his monocle with a devious smirk, Jack smoothly points out that the mysterious reputation of the vile wood provides the perfect cover story. Wanting to secure a stable income that doesn't rely entirely on selling dragon scraps, Hero enthusiastically agrees that brewing divine wine is a brilliant strategy. Clenching his fist with newfound determination, the young lord proudly declares that it is finally their time to shine. Stepping forward with confident smiles, the beastkin women volunteer to take charge of the project since brewing alcohol is traditionally a woman's sacred duty. Sweating nervously, the muscular warrior warns them of a terrifying superstition where the gods will completely rot the entire batch if it isn't brewed by pure maidens. Acknowledging that the seeds are literally a divine gift, the group logically decides it would be incredibly foolish to ignore the sacred brewing traditions. Discussing the logistics, the beastkin nervously agree that they must strictly adhere to the ancient legends to prevent angering the heavens. The villagers realize that successfully managing the legendary vineyard will require an immense amount of extra labor on top of their regular farming duties. They heavily note that meticulously tending to the sacred vines and brewing the wine will stretch their already thin workforce to its absolute limit. Wiping sweat from their brows, the tired workers groan that despite their recent recruitment efforts, they are still desperately short on reliable manpower. Narrowing his eyes, Hero firmly stops the panic by stating they must think the situation through without recklessly rushing into any major personnel decisions. He astutely calculates that openly recruiting strangers without proper safeguards could accidentally invite dangerous criminals directly into their vulnerable domain. A villager warns that outsourcing the labor to foreign artisans is incredibly risky since they could easily leak the secret of the extinct grapes to rival merchants. Desperate to protect their highly lucrative secret, Hero seriously considers shouldering the entire grueling workload of farming and brewing entirely by himself. Drawing on his brutal past life, the young lord remembers how he forcefully survived by single-handedly managing his career, household chores, and his little sister. Driven by his old, self-sacrificing habits, he grimly concludes that if he just pushes his body to the absolute breaking point, he can handle all the territory's problems. Hiro flinches in sheer terror as a furious Amelia violently shuts down his reckless plan, strictly forbidding him from trying to run the entire territory alone. Standing tall as a united front, his loyal companions and the villagers firmly demand that their young lord finally start relying on them for help. Amelia sighs in exasperation, easily reading his self-destructive thoughts while a sweating Hiro awkwardly admits that she saw right through his stubbornness. Smiling warmly at his dependable friends, Hiro confesses he was just worried but hopes they can eventually find trustworthy townsfolk to help them grow. Looking out over the beautiful estate, Amelia confidently assures him that his visionary circle of happiness is already successfully drawing wonderful people to their side. A grand shot of the restored mansion emphasizes their peaceful victory as Amelia warmly notes that true happiness will inevitably attract even more happiness. The peaceful atmosphere is violently shattered as a heavy sword violently ricochets off an unseen magical force field deep within the overgrown forest. A squad of heavily armed, cloaked invaders curses in raw frustration as they realize an impenetrable barrier is completely blocking their covert advance. Bursting through the foliage, George suddenly finds himself face to face with two innocent beastkin girls and their fiercely growling Cerberus pup. Narrowing her eyes in sharp suspicion, Amira realizes the stranded men must be dangerous enemies since the mighty dragon's barrier completely rejected them. Sweating profusely under the beastkin's intense glare, the panicked knight nervously stammers that they have it all completely wrong while internally reeling at the confirmation of a dragon. Instantly shifting into a deceptive facade, George drops his weapon and tragically claims his desperate squad is just trying to escape the cruel Rothwell territory. Flashing a deeply sinister, calculated smile, the deceptive knight begs the innocent children to let the legendary savior know that poor, helpless refugees are waiting for salvation. Bursting through the grand double doors, a frantic little maid sprints into the mansion with her dog, screaming that she needs to tell Papa right away. She desperately calls for him to come quickly, warning the confused crowd gathered at the staircase that something terrible has happened. Staring at the panicked child, a bewildered Hiro steps forward and asks Gol exactly what has gone wrong. Clenching her tiny fists, the frantic girl screams that a massive group of smelly people has suddenly appeared. Outside the barrier, a group of ragged, cloaked men humbly apologize for the sudden visit, claiming they fled their home seeking the rumored savior's salvation. Their leader smoothly explains that they asked the young girl to deliver their desperate message since the invisible wall has completely blocked their advance. The muscular warrior notes that an old man reported a gathering of peasants, prompting Hiro to admit he expected something entirely different from the girl's description. Narrowing his eyes at the strangers, the muscular warrior suspiciously points out that their finely made canopy is far too luxurious for mere refugees. Ignoring the suspicion, the deceptive leader dramatically bows his head and begs the savior to take them in. The tense atmosphere shatters as the cloaked leader suddenly recognizes the towering, headband-wearing warrior as the legendary sword Saint Smirnov. Smirnov coldly dismisses the grand title, gesturing toward the young lord and instructing the strangers to take their desperate requests directly to him. Stepping out from behind the towering warrior, a nervous Hiro awkwardly introduces himself as the actual lord of the territory. The deceptive knight stares in absolute shock, instantly recognizing the young boy as the exiled noble and confirming this is indeed the rumored dragon village. Calculating the unexpected threat, the knight grimly recalls rumors of the sword saint abandoning his noble title and marvels that the legendary warrior ended up in such a desolate place. His calculating gaze scans the diverse defensive line, noting the heavily armed beastkin and lizard men standing firmly beside their human lord. Realizing the village's military strength far exceeds his expectations despite the dragon's absence, the knight secretly decides he must find a way to quietly infiltrate their ranks. Completely unaware of the knight's dark intentions, a trusting Hiro gently agrees to hear their plight and invites the stranded men inside. The muscular warrior violently throws his arm out to stop his lord, furiously demanding to know the point of an impenetrable barrier if he just casually invites strangers inside. He harshly warns that these seemingly decent men could secretly be wanted criminals or ruthless bandits plotting to destroy them from within. Refusing to be swayed by paranoia, Hiro stubbornly counters that the exact same logic applies to Smirnov and the rest of their current allies. Struck by the flawless logic, the towering warrior stammers in frustration while desperately questioning if they can truly trust these armed strangers. Staring earnestly at his concerned friend, Hiro passionately declares that he absolutely refuses to turn away desperate people who risk their lives seeking refuge. Sighing in heavy defeat, the muscular warrior bitterly warns his naive lord that this boundless kindness will inevitably get him severely hurt one day. The peaceful conversation is violently shattered as the cloaked leader maliciously thanks them for their help while his men suddenly ambush the young girls from behind. Dropping their pathetic refugee act entirely, the armed invaders ruthlessly take Amelia and Natasha hostage while their leader mockingly thanks the useless lord for making it so easy. Gripping his blade tightly, the treacherous knight orders the stunned defenders to freeze, threatening to instantly slaughter the hostages if anyone dares to resist. Standing firm against the overwhelming hostility, Hero glares at the invaders and demands to know what they could possibly want from a desolate wasteland. The arrogant knight aggressively rejects being compared to common thieves, proudly declaring that they are officially operating under the grand banner of national interest. Unfurling a heavy scroll adorned with a royal crest, the knight officially delivers an absolute imperial decree forcing the entire village to immediately march to the bloody frontlines. Hero's eyes widen in absolute horror as he instantly recognizes the oppressive seal belonging to his ruthless father. Glaring down at the terrified boy, the treacherous knight coldly remarks that he should fully understand the devastating weight of this absolute command. Clenching his fists in defiance, Hero fiercely declares that he doesn't care what dark schemes his twisted father is plotting. Radiating an aura of unyielding resolve, the young lord proudly refuses the royal decree, swearing that his absolute duty is to protect this sanctuary rather than wage meaningless war. Tightening their lethal grip on the struggling Amelia, the treacherous knight promises to brutally torture the helpless hostages until the young lord completely submits. Looming over the helpless captives, the arrogant knight coldly advises the young lord against trying anything heroic and demands his absolute obedience to the crown. Flashing a deeply sinister smile, he falsely claims to desire peace while darkly threatening that any sudden resistance will only result in absolute slaughter. Disgusted by the human's sheer arrogance, a furious Amelia violently grips her captor's arm as he sadistically decides to beat some obedience into her. Angered by her fierce defiance, the brutal captor sneers and violently throws a devastating punch directly toward the helpless archer's face. Before the cowardly strike can connect, Amelia flawlessly executes a devastating upward kick that violently launches her attacker into the air. Landing gracefully from her brutal counterattack, a furious Amelia fiercely condemns the treacherous invaders for daring to weaponize her beloved lord's pure kindness. Amelia violently punches the cloaked man in the face, screaming that he has finally gone too far. As the man stumbles backward from the heavy blow, she immediately follows up with a sweeping low kick to take him down. Pinning him to the ground in a brutal armlock, she furiously demands he know his place while he snarls that she won't get out of this unscathed. Desperately rushing into the clearing, Hero shouts for Amelia to stop, pleading that violence won't solve anything and this has gone too far. Startled by Hero's sudden intervention, Amelia momentarily looks away to apologize while her pinned captive warns her never to take her eyes off an enemy. Seizing the brief opening, the cloaked man violently kicks Amelia away, sending her tumbling helplessly across the grass. A furious little maid steps forward to scold the attacker, screaming that he is a cruel brat for doing something so mean. Angered by the child's defiance, the man throws a ruthless punch directly at her while a comrade shouts for her to watch out. A mystical revelation card materializes, revealing the maid is actually an incarnation of a giant god possessing immense physical resistance and superhuman abilities. The cloaked man recoils in absolute shock as his devastating iron fist harmlessly bounces right off the unbothered child's body. Dodging a sudden barrage of high-speed arrows, the treacherous leader draws his sword and prepares for a much larger battle. Acknowledging the lethal threat, the leader orders his men to stay calm, warning them that landing shots from such a distance proves they are facing a master archer. Crouching high up in a distant tree, the beastkin archer Garius grumbles in sheer frustration that the enemy leader actually managed to notice his stealth position. Recovering from the chaotic ambush, the enemy leader loudly commands his fighters to form a battle line while ordering the porters to watch the mansion. The armed invaders regroup into a tight, defensive formation as they prepare to face off against the furious defenders. Desperately seeking a peaceful resolution, Hero pleads with the invaders and insists that there is absolutely no meaning in shedding blood over this. The enemy leader coldly rejects the peaceful plea, challenging Hero to either obey the royal decree or foolishly die right here in the dirt. Stepping forward to restrain a furious lizard man, the elven champion Alexia disgustedly notes that humans are savages who cannot even stop fighting their own kind. One of the invaders suddenly turns on his leader, angrily complaining that they only found a pathetic gecko instead of the promised, highly valuable dragon parts. Processing the bitter complaint, Alexia deduces that the enemy's true goal was always to steal the overwhelming power of the dragon race for themselves. The tiny lizard man suddenly speaks up with absolute authority, formally introducing himself as Goel's tutor and the silver-winged guardian entrusted to protect this land. He proudly declares his true identity, revealing that he is an ancient dragon serving as the golden hope for all dragonkin. The invaders panic in absolute terror as the tiny creature rapidly transforms, realizing they are now face-to-face with the legendary silver dragon. Looming over the terrified squad, the dragon prepares to unleash its wrath, declaring they must atone for their insolence and will have no right to complain when their souls are erased. With a devastating roar, the ancient dragon unleashes a massive, billowing wave of toxic poison breath directly at the helpless soldiers. The cloaked men violently cough and gag as the overwhelming toxic fumes immediately invade their lungs and crush their senses. Watching the invaders instantly collapse, the mighty dragon scoffs at their pitiful endurance, mocking them for fainting from such a minor attack. A sweating hero realizes the dragon was the smelly person the little maid warned them about, while she fiercely pinches her nose to block the awful stench. Dismissing the unconscious invaders as mere pests, the dragon strictly commands the defenders to throw them out and permanently banish them from the territory. Staring down at the defeated men, Hero solemnly agrees that they absolutely cannot allow these treacherous soldiers to settle in their peaceful sanctuary. He looks down at the dropped scroll with a heavy heart, burdened by the grim reality that his own father sent an imperial decree to destroy him. The harsh decree explicitly orders the exiled hero and all his military forces to immediately march to the northern frontlines to serve the Rothwell territory. Hero grimly calculates the devastating consequences, realizing that obeying this order will completely engulf the entire domain in a catastrophic war within 6 months. He briefly considers returning to his father's side to fix the crisis but quickly dismisses the idea since completing their new settlement in time is completely impossible. Acknowledging that simply sitting around and brooding won't solve their massive problems, he prepares to forge a difficult new path. Smirnov steps up and bluntly remarks that they have all finally learned their supposedly kind lord doesn't actually have a big heart. Startled by the sudden harsh words, Hero glares at the towering warrior and asks if that was supposed to be a direct insult. Smirnov fiercely confirms the accusation, stating without hesitation that he is absolutely insulting him to his face. Softening his intense gaze, the muscular warrior admits he doesn't actually hate the way Hero thinks and operates. However, he firmly reminds Hero that countless people in their developing territory would be in massive trouble if their idiotic lord ended up getting himself killed. He warmly declares that he will protect his foolish lord no matter what it takes, playfully noting that idiots never change unless they die. Placing a heavy hand on his lord's shoulder, the Sword Saint demands that Hero focus entirely on protecting their beautiful land by any means necessary. Acknowledging his own lack of administrative skills, Smirnov humbly promises to act as Hero's absolute sword if he just gives the word. Surrounded by his fiercely loyal companions, a deeply moved Hero realizes his friends are completely counting on him to lead them safely into the future. Inside the great forest lord's manor, an exhausted Hero sighs heavily as he sits alone at his massive desk. Staring at the endless stacks of paperwork, he realizes tonight will be yet another completely sleepless night. He marvels at his father's past ability to manage such a staggering workload while still finding time to enjoy himself. Stretching his aching arms as someone knocks on the door, Hero vows to keep pushing forward because Smirnov is counting on him. A gentle voice calls out from the hallway, asking if he has a moment to spare. Seeing Amelia walk into the room, Hero smiles and admits it is the perfect time for a quick break. Amelia crouches beside a wooden barrel and asks Hero why their recent guild shipment had sugar packed tightly with seashells. Standing up from his desk, Hero calmly clarifies that he was the one who specifically ordered those seashells. Tilting her head in confusion, the Beastkin girl wonders why he would ever request something so unusual. Hero explains he plans to make reusable writing tools for their classes to prevent constantly wasting valuable paper and parchment. As Amelia wonders what kind of crops grow from scattering seashells, Hero promises to explain the details later. Squinting in confusion, Hero suddenly realizes they never actually placed an order for any sugar. Amelia reveals a delicate box, happily explaining she secretly requested the sugar so she could bake something special. Hero's eyes light up at the sight of the baked sweets, praising Amelia for her incredible talent at making treats. Blushing modestly, she admits she is still learning and reveals all the truly beautiful ones were baked by her teacher. She humbly adds that her own creations are nowhere near as good as her master's flawless baking. Holding up 2 distinct pastries, Amelia points out which one was baked by Mr. Smirnov and which one she made herself. Startled to learn the towering Sword Saint is her pastry teacher, Hero prepares to taste her slightly misshapen treat. Taking a large bite, Hero smiles brightly and assures her that it tastes absolutely incredible regardless of how it looks. Sighing affectionately, Amelia leans in to gently wipe a crumb from the corner of his mouth. She scolds him for pulling another all-nighter, noting that the dark bags under his eyes are making him look like an undead. Handing him another pastry, she gently urges him to take it easy and notes that sweet things are great for recovering from fatigue. Leaning against her on the sofa, Hero softly thanks her and admits that just being with her puts his mind completely at ease. The peaceful moment is violently shattered as a frantic Smirnov bursts through the door shouting for his boss. Catching the two in an intimate position, the muscular warrior violently halts and loudly apologizes for the terrible timing. Flustered beyond belief, a blushing Hero violently waves his hands and desperately insists that nothing was happening. Shoving more sweets into their mouths to hide their embarrassment, the pair loudly praises Smirnov's amazing baking skills. Recovering from the awkward encounter, Hero quickly shifts the topic and asks his warrior what happened. Smirnov scratches his head and asks Hero to meet with the farmers, admitting he doesn't understand their sudden complaints about the fields. Amelia panics at the thought of a crop failure, but Hero calmly notes that the actual harvest yields haven't dropped at all. Stretching his legs, Hero decides it is the perfect excuse to get some fresh air since they haven't inspected the fields lately. Stepping out into the beautiful sunshine, Hero and his companions are greeted by a peaceful sky filled with soaring white birds. Looking over the bustling settlement, Hero notes their population has grown significantly after taking in 20 refugees from the Northern War. He watches the new villagers happily adjusting to their lives, truly grateful that they sought refuge in his domain. Observing the busy workers, he remarks that the northern village is absolutely thriving with constant forestry and land development. They admire a sturdy new building, realizing that the thin timber has successfully covered a massive portion of their local material needs. Hero confidently calculates that their rising crop yields and consecutive months of surplus will definitely attract even more settlers. However, his expression suddenly darkens as he grimly acknowledges that things won't continue to go this smoothly. He explains that accepting more war refugees increases their local tax revenue, which inversely drains his father's wealth. Narrowing his eyes with grim realization, Hero warns that once his ruthless father notices the financial drain, he will inevitably try to seize their thriving domain by force. Smirnov aggressively yanks Hero backward by his collar, prompting the young lord to scream in shock. The muscular warrior scolds his boss, demanding to know if he was actually planning to sleepwalk straight into the manure pit. Checking on the dazed lord, Smirnov asks if he is completely out of it from sheer exhaustion. Hero awkwardly apologizes for his clumsiness, admitting he was just deeply lost in thought regarding the farmlands. A nearby farmer watches in mild amusement as his young lord gathers his scattered wits. Regaining his composure, Hero turns to the farmer and questions why they are already harvesting crops when they were told it would take 3 years. The farmer explains that the vines bloomed just 2 weeks ago, but the trees have been growing at an absolutely terrifying rate. He reveals they just thinned the weaker grapes yesterday, yet by this morning, the remaining fruits were already fully ripe. Hero grips his chin in deep thought, wondering if this hyper-accelerated growth is secretly the result of his divine revelations. He calculates that even his strongest blessing only provides a 7-fold boost, meaning a full grape harvest should still take at least half a year. Noting that corn, soybeans, and wheat are also growing at completely inexplicable speeds, he realizes something far more powerful is at play. Opening his magical tome, Hero decides to double-check his active spells to see if they overlook the hidden effect. Sitting in the dirt with Smirnov and Amelia, he carefully reviews the specific divine revelation governing domestic policy. Amelia leans over his shoulder and points to a specific entry, asking if it might be the cause. Hero's eyes widen as he discovers a hidden stacking effect that completely doubles all territory management abilities. He realizes this astonishing stacked multiplier perfectly explains how a 3-year agricultural cycle was flawlessly completed in just 2 months. Suddenly catching a familiar scent, the farmer leads the group to examine a barrel of the grapes they discarded just yesterday. Hero reels in absolute shock as he discovers the discarded fruit has already magically fermented into high-quality wine. The farmer is utterly bewildered, explaining that natural fermentation usually takes at least a full week to even begin. Marveling at the impossibly fast process, Hero realizes his divine revelation has unlocked an incredibly lucrative production cycle. Turning to Amelia with a gentle smile, Hero firmly declares that this miraculous prosperity isn't solely due to his magic. He passionately insists that this massive achievement was built entirely on the relentless hard work of every single person in the domain. He praises the farmers for never cutting corners and maintaining the high-yield crops despite the grueling pace. Furthermore, he credits the ancient dragons for hunting tirelessly so the workers can focus on building without going hungry. Looking warmly at his companions, he thanks Amelia for keeping their community connected and ensuring the orphans can study in peace. He acknowledges Smirnov's daily vigilance, noting that the warriors' protection is the absolute foundation of their peaceful sanctuary. Reflecting on their collective exhaustion, Hero admits that his own habit of overworking only adds more pressure on everyone else. Recognizing his limits, he decides it is finally time to stop pushing his exhausted people to the breaking point. Clenching his fist with unshakable resolve, the young lord officially declares a change in policy. Throwing his arms wide, Hero enthusiastically announces a massive 2-day holiday so everyone can finally celebrate the harvest together. Smirnov cheers loudly at the brilliant idea, declaring they will feast tonight with their newly fermented wine. The joyful celebration is violently interrupted as Hero suddenly screams for everyone to hold on. A massive explosion of earth and debris violently erupts right in front of them, sending Amelia and Smirnov reeling backward. Shielding his face from the blinding dust, Smirnov violently curses as something colossal crashes down from the sky. Squinting through the settling debris, Hiro goes pale as he recognizes a legendary beast from his picture books. The dust completely clears to reveal the towering, horrifying form of a mythical Catablipas. Smirnov frantically orders everyone to take cover, screaming that the disaster-class monster's eyes bring absolute, instant death. A cheerful little maid suddenly pops out from behind the beast, excitedly cheering that Lord Gol already smashed the monster's evil eyes. Ignoring the dead beast, a deeply stressed hero approaches the stoic ancient dragon for a very serious conversation. He strictly scolds the mighty guardian, arguing it is incredibly dangerous to let Gol hunt a creature capable of instant death. Assuming the dragon doesn't understand, Hiro prepares to thoroughly explain exactly how the monster's lethal gaze operates. He emphatically states that the beast's evil eye instantly kills any human caught within its direct line of sight. The arrogant dragon sneers and mocks his lord as a fool, explaining the undead curse only affects frail humans and is completely harmless to dragons. He proudly adds that the Catablipas is an extremely rare beast, making its meat a highly sought-after delicacy they only taste every few decades. Looking away suspiciously, the dragon casually mentions he hunted the creature in a familiar nearby territory. Sweating profusely, Hiro nervously asks if the dragon just provoked a highly dangerous neighbor. The dragon confidently dismisses the concern, assuring Hiro that the desolate land holds neither conflict nor meat to worry about. Far away, a dark, jagged castle stands ominously amidst a barren wasteland of graves and shattered stone. Inside the ruined throne room, a cloaked subordinate kneels in absolute terror before his furious master. The Dark Lord sits upon his throne, seething with rage that his legendary gatekeeper was so casually slaughtered. He wonders exactly who could possess the power to breach his defenses while the Northern Demon King is busy preparing for war. Staring down into the massive crater left by the abducted beast, he quickly deduces exactly what happened. Tracing the trail of blood directly to the enchanted forest, the sinister entity realizes the dragons are using his domain as a hunting ground. Glaring with unyielding, absolute malice, the Dark Lord vows to make the arrogant lizard suffer for their disrespect. He ominously declares that his unstoppable army of the dead will mercilessly peel the flesh from their living bones.
Under a full moon, tall trees cast dark shadows across the silent landscape. Group desperately protects their wagons from encroaching skeletons, shouting for mages to put up a barrier while wondering why undead are roaming this place. A menacing figure glares with terrifying intensity, demanding the human trash answer him about the dragon's hideout. Two armored men and a cloaked woman converse anxiously, bringing up rumors of a village protected by dragons. Sudden thick fog rolls in around them, startling the group and causing them to cry out in confusion. Shrouded in darkness, the figure realizes the village is the bastard's hideout and vows to enjoy destroying it to the fullest. Meanwhile, Hiro, an elf, a swordsman, and a maid walk alongside a giant fluffy dog on the southern road of the demonic Great Forest in Rosewell territory. The swordsman apologizes profusely for troubling Hiro by making him handle the trading company's business out here personally. Unbothered by the detour, Hiro gently reassures him that it is perfectly fine. He glances back, explaining that he isn't entirely unrelated to this developing situation anyway. The group discusses the alarming trend of caravans disappearing one after another within this specific territory. They arrive at the exact spot where they last received communication from a caravan scheduled to transport supplies to the Warcat clan village. Scanning the empty woods, Hiro asks how they communicate since there is no relay station anywhere nearby. The swordsman pushes up his glasses, explaining that all company caravans must carry magic crystals cast with communication magic that identify transmission locations during conversations. He notes that while several caravans have lost contact here before, this time they vanished despite having escorts, crushing his hope that it was just an escape route for defectors. Assessing the situation, Hiro suggests they start looking around for physical clues. The swordsman squints in confusion, wondering exactly how they are supposed to do that in such a vast area. Hiro simply smiles confidently and tells him to just wait and see. He gestures toward their fluffy companion, announcing that they will have Kiro track the scent. The maid excitedly hugs the dog, praising Kiro's amazing ability to find lost things and win hide-and-seek immediately. She explains that Cerberus wolves possess vastly superior noses compared to normal magic wolves, allowing them to identify months-old scents, diseases, and poisons with proper training. Realization dawns on the swordsman as he finally understands why Hiro requested personal belongings from someone in the missing caravan. Hiro nods, confirming that using a scent hound is far more efficient than searching randomly through the forest. Holding out a piece of cloth for the dog to sniff, Hiro promises Kiro a reward of Catablipa's steak if she finds the trail, stating he is counting on her. Kiro's ears twitch as she perks up, immediately bounding forward into the brush with renewed determination. Watching her run, Hiro shouts after her to howl if she finds anything. Suddenly, the rustling bushes startle the maid, making her tense up in absolute terror. Trembling with fear, she complains that the forest is creepy and worries that ghosts will come out to haunt them. The elf calmly reassures her, noting that with their formidable group, the ghosts should be the ones afraid. The The swordsman sighs, admitting that he completely understands what the young lady is saying. He shivers slightly, agreeing that the area feels incredibly gloomy and kind of eerie. Scanning the dark woods, he observes that a secluded place like this is perfect for bandits to use as a hideout. However, he quickly relaxes, believing that the ancient dragon's barrier makes a bandit ambush completely impossible. Aro shoots down his optimism, plainly stating that his assumption isn't entirely true. The elf steps forward to explain that the barrier rejecting malicious intents and unrecognized people crumbled when they agreed to accept refugees into the territory. He clarifies that since the conditions crumbled, the barrier's effect disappeared, meaning anyone without malicious intent toward Hyro can now enter. Processing this, Hyro realizes it wouldn't be strange for highly skilled attackers to capture entire caravans, provided they could survive in this harsh forest. He turns back to the swordsman, asking exactly how large the missing caravan was. The swordsman replies that it consisted of a single wagon carrying 2 merchants and 3 escorts. He elaborates that the escorts were 2 swordsmen and 1 mage, all-rank adventurers officially commissioned from the Royal Capital's Guild. The swordsman points out that escort levels usually exceed cargo value, making C-rank appropriate for household goods, and questions why A-rank adventurers were hired. Staring intently, the man clarifies that this specific shipment was a special case. He reveals that alongside daily necessities, the wagon was carrying a precious shipment of the master's. Because of the cargo's immense value, hiring A-rank adventurers capable of signing strict confidentiality contracts was absolutely essential. Processing this information, Hyro concludes it is highly unlikely the elite escorts betrayed their contract to attack the cargo. He then asks the swordsman where exactly the specific road leads to. The swordsman explains that the road leads straight to the Holy Sasyaka Duchy, with only the Great Tomb of Arg lying beyond that. Heavy silence falls over Hyro as he mutters that this situation might be disastrous. Confused, the swordsman notes that trading companies naturally cross territories all the time and asks what could possibly be so bad. Crossing his arms in thought, Hyro shares his grim speculation that the missing people might have become prisoners of the Holy Sasyaka. The swordsman stares in utter disbelief, demanding to know what Hyro means. The elf chimes in, questioning why the Southern Territory would take prisoners when the actual war is raging in the northern lands. Hyro explains that the Kingdom of Asgard, the Holy Sasyaka Duchy, and the Northern Demon Kingdom have fought ancient territorial wars. A fragile balance currently maintained by a papal court non-aggression treaty. He warns that if the North began invading and the balance collapsed, the Sasyaka Duchy would feel left behind, making their first invasion target obvious. Gesturing around them, Hyro declares that the demonic Great Forest is the primary contact point with the Kingdom of Asgard. However, he frowns in frustration, noting that they have far too few traces and desperately need concrete proof to confirm his theory. Suddenly, Kiro barks sharply, catching everyone's immediate attention. Realizing the hound's signal, Hyro announces that it looks like Kiro has finally found something. The group approaches a massive wooden structure, realizing with shock that it is the missing caravan's wagon. Inspecting the scene, the swordsman notes the intact cargo and complete lack of combat signs, murmuring that it makes no sense and looks as if only the people vanished. Without warning, Kiro lowers her head and emits a deep, threatening growl. Startled by the sudden hostility, Hyro looks down and asks Kiro what is wrong. Scanning the surrounding brush, the swordsman grimly remarks that this feels less like they found something and more like they are the ones who have been found. A skeletal hand bursts violently from the earth, scraping against the dirt. Terrifying undead figures rise up from the ground and surround Hyro, the maid, and Kiro near the wagon. The maid screams in absolute terror about ghosts, tightly clutching Hyro from behind in a panic. Sweating and immobilized, Hyro urgently tells her that he cannot move if she keeps clinging to him like that. He cries out in dread as deadly bone projectiles suddenly launch toward them from the shadows. Before the projectiles can strike, a massive paw slams forcefully into the ground to intercept the attack. Kiro leaps aggressively into the fray, crushing an attacking skeleton with her sheer weight and power. Still shielding the terrified maid, Hyro breathes a huge sigh of relief and thanks Kiro for saving him. The elf steps forward calmly, entrusting Kiro with protecting the youngsters while the dog barks in fierce agreement. Facing the encroaching horde of skeletons, the elf sighs in annoyance at dealing with such a troublesome opponent. He murmurs that while he despises fighting in this form, the dire situation leaves him no other choice. Channeling immense magic, the elf transforms his arm into a massive draconic appendage and prepares to unleash his dragon claw. He swings his monstrous limb forward with devastating speed toward the nearest skeleton. The sheer force of the blow shatters the undead creature instantly, sending bone fragments flying through the... Looking back over his shoulder, the elf urgently shouts at Hyro to give them instructions and run immediately. Hyro watches the chaotic battle unfold, his mind racing for a solution. A mangled skeletal figure stumbles forward from the trees, letting out a haunting groan. Observing the horde regenerate, the elf notes that physical attacks are useless and praises their unseen master's formidable skill. Hyro commands his allies to step back, preparing to unleash a breath attack to incinerate the rapidly reviving undead. Suddenly, Hyro freezes in horror, yelling out for everyone to wait as he recognizes a terrifying detail. He stares in disbelief, noticing the trading company's distinct magic crystal embedded within one of the corpses. Horrified by the cruel reality, Hiro realizes the undead attacking them are the slaughtered members of the missing caravan. Dark spectral presence begins to manifest, repeatedly whispering a chilling demand to know why they are there. The sinister voice commands the silver dragon to listen well and accept the consequences for ransacking the king's resting place. Hearing the spectral threat, the elf remarks on what a troublesome thing their enemy has chosen to do. Furious Hiro asks the ancient dragon if that undead necromancer is the true culprit behind this entire bloody incident. The elf fully transforms into a dragon, ordering everyone onto his back and promising to explain everything later. Scrambling aboard with the maid, Hiro urgently demands to know what the dragon is planning. The dragon declares he will set up a barrier to completely burn away the foul curse. Taking flight, he states with solemn conviction that absolute destruction is the only way to free the trapped undead. He vows to mourn them with the greatest respect, carrying the heavy guilt that his past actions caused their current suffering. Soaring high above the forest, the dragon unleashes a massive, blinding beam of purifying energy called Dragon's Requiem Fire. The holy flames engulf the undead horde below, causing the cursed spirits to shriek in agonizing release. A massive explosion rocks the landscape, vaporizing the remains of the caravan into a towering cloud of smoke. Looking down at the devastating aftermath, an overwhelmed Hiro asks what exactly is going on. The dragon explains that the necromancer likely tracked him from the great tomb of Arg, knowing the dragon was responsible for a past grievance. Admitting to past dealings with the tomb's master, the dragon expresses shock that the entity would descend into human settlements just to orchestrate this incident. Urging caution as darkness approaches, he insists they hurry back to the safety of the territory. Flapping his massive wings, the dragon warns his passengers to hold on tight because he is about to fly extremely fast. Hiro grips the dragon's scales tightly, his mind racing as he silently mourns the lost lives of everyone in the caravan. The magnificent white dragon soars majestically over the rugged mountain peaks, carrying the group away from the cursed forest. Outside the Grand Manor, a horde of decaying skeletons slowly approaches the iron gates under the cover of night. Crouching behind a wooden desk, a cat-eared girl gently urges the terrified children to stay hidden, promising they will be safe here. With a stern look of determination, she tells an unseen companion that the rest is entirely in their hands. Standing by the large wooden doors, she orders the men to lock the gate when she steps outside and completely seal the entrance from within. Hesitant, one of the men worries about the fate of everyone who is still trapped outside in the chaos. Gripping her bow tightly, the cat-eared archer reassures him that it is all right and vows they will not lose no matter what. Without hesitation, a warrior's hand firmly grips the hilt of a sword. Slashing with brutal efficiency, the bandana-wearing fighter cleaves through the advancing skeletons to protect the manor courtyard. Spinning around, the warrior relentlessly hacks away at the undead menace pouring into the grounds. Roaring at his comrades, he commands them to get their act together since they are the absolute last line of defense. Facing the relentless undead hordes, he rallies the remaining fighters by shouting that victory will be theirs if they can just hold out until dawn. Watching the desperate struggle, the cat-eared girl turns to Lady Alexia and anxiously asks if the broken barrier can be repaired. Sweating under the pressure, the elven mage grimly admits that she is afraid repairing it is impossible. Alexia explains that an alien force violently broke through, utilizing magic principles far too advanced for her to even comprehend. Surveying the dome of magic she placed over the damaged areas, she doubts the temporary seals will hold if the enemy pushes again. Relying on the defenders, she pleads with her companion to make sure the frontline support does not falter. Nodding firmly, the archer confirms she understands the critical assignment. Trembling at the sheer scale of the assault, she wonders what kind of man could break the ancient dragon's barrier and command a massive army all alone. Meanwhile, a pale hand lifts a dark bottle of wine, lamenting that it is already completely gone. Sitting casually atop a throne of skeletal remains, the dark-haired figure muses on how fleeting humans and their creations truly are. With a sinister smirk, he decides to honor their fleeting resistance by offering them a deadly gift. Instantly, a towering wall of terrifying skeletons looms over the exhausted defenders. Overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, the fighters realize they cannot possibly hold out until morning and despairingly wonder if this is the end. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes across the battlefield, commanding the defenders not to give up. Unleashing a devastating attack known as the Dragon's Grand Tremor, a massive force strikes the ground. Crashing down onto the courtyard, the colossal white dragon pulverizes the earth and obliterates the surrounding skeletons. Shielding Hiro, the maid, and Kiro beneath his massive wings, the dragon urgently asks if everyone is okay. Relieved to see his boss, the warrior reports that all the townsfolk made it safely to the manor without any casualties. He explains that Alexia held the horde off with magic, but the undead eventually broke through the barrier. Realizing the grim implications, Hiro deduces that the mysterious enemy master must have intervened directly. Standing ominously in the dark forest, the necromancer stares down his draconic opponent. Addressing the deathless King Alucard directly, the dragon mocks him for playing with corpses. Under the glowing moon, the dragon and the legendary necromancer face off in a tense standoff. Greeting the dragon as a little lizard, Alucard smoothly questions if the catapulpas was his offering to the humans. Panicking, Hyro stammers in shock, realizing they are facing Alucard, the mythical progenitor vampire. He frantically asks the dragon if he seriously expects them to fight the strongest necromancer in history. Stepping forward in his elven form, the dragon states that Alucard is his opponent to face since he personally sowed this chaos. He warns Hyro that going all out would cause catastrophic damage to the area, leading him to propose a drastic solution. Raising his hand, the dragon officially declares the entire manor grounds to be his personal treasure vault. He explains that this once-in-a-lifetime barrier technique will seal the manor, protecting it flawlessly against all attacks and disasters. Hyro anxiously questions if resorting to such extreme measures is truly necessary. The dragon solemnly reflects on his track record with the vampire, noting that they have crossed blades many times before. He grimly admits that those past encounters ended in complete losses for him. However, he confidently states that he has grown stronger thanks to his lord, and doesn't believe even Alucard can defeat him now. Standing before the group on the barren landscape, the dragon commands them to stay in the manor and witness his glorious battle as he declares its beginning. Hyro urges him not to push himself too hard, while the young maid enthusiastically cheers her grandpa on. Taking a deep breath, the elf narrows his eyes and prepares for the impending clash. He announces that his first priority is getting everyone safely away from the immediate vicinity of the manor. He challenges his opponent, daring him to try and break through if he can manage it. Glowing with immense magical energy, the elf throws his arms wide and violently activates his dragon's treasure vault technique. Alucard's eyes widen in intense shock as he quickly shields his face from the blinding light. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, the vampire glares fiercely through the dissipating dust. Gazing at the massive, glowing cubic barrier enclosing the area, Alucard acknowledges that breaking the dragon's ultimate technique won't be easy even for him. With a confident smirk, he casually decides that he will simply stroll right out instead. Before he can act, a massive blast of dragon's breath hurtles toward him. The elf aggressively thrusts his hand forward, unleashing roaring flames to consume his target. He calls out the devastating flame, offering bomb attack to incinerate the enemy. Colossal explosion engulfs the battlefield in a massive sea of rolling fire and smoke. Watching safely from the forest, Hyro marvels at the press magic, while the maid excitedly praises her grandpa's incredibly cool move. The bandana-wearing warrior laughs in relief, boasting that no creature could survive that and they are totally dominating the fight. Suddenly, a sharp groan echoes through the clearing as a dark force cuts through the smoke. The elf winces and clutches his severely mangled arm as dark energy radiates from the devastating wound. Alucard's voice taunts him from the shadows, mocking the elf's supposed growth since it still faltered before his hex. Horrifying cluster of skeletal remains and skulls begins to manifest from the darkness. The undead king commands his second form of necromancy, summoning a massive bone wall. Alucard glares intensely, his eyes piercing straight through the chaotic battlefield. He charges violently toward the elf, their clash creating a tremendous shockwave that shatters the ground beneath them. The vampire and the elf lock eyes in a tense, high-speed exchange of deadly strikes. Leaping backward to evade a crushing blow, Alucard narrowly dodges the elf's draconic claw swipe. The elf aggressively presses the assault, throwing a massive clawed punch straight at the vampire's face. Alucard swiftly deflects the heavy strike, using his own dark energy to block the draconic limb. Crouching low, Alucard commends the solid aim, but sneers that his opponent is still thinking far too shallowly. The vampire spins gracefully, bringing up a weaponized bone staff to counterattack the descending elf. Heavy impact strikes the elf, sending him crashing violently into the rocky earth. Alucard ruthlessly unleashes his fourth form of necromancy, the Bone Lance. Gripping his dark weapon, the vampire coldly declares that the dragon belongs buried beneath the earth, not soaring in the skies. The elf's massive draconic form hits the ground with a heavy thud, cracking the very terrain beneath him. Defiant despite the heavy blow, the dragon questions if Alucard truly thinks something like this is enough. A skeletal hand roughly grabs the dragon, attempting to hold him down to the earth. The dragon snarls, demanding to know if the vampire actually believed such a pathetic attack could break his wings. Bursting upward with incredible force, the majestic white dragon shatters the skeletal restraints and fiercely roars that there is not a chance. Preparing his final deadly strike, Alucard commands a vortex of floating blades and coldly states that the battle ends now. A massive blinding explosion of light and jagged debris erupts as the devastating forces collide. As Alucard prepares his ultimate 666 form, the funerary rite of the last spear, the elf vows to protect the land even if it costs him his life. Foot slams firmly onto the battlefield as a desperate voice screams for them to stop it. The brave little maid charges forward, fiercely throwing her arms wide to shield the dragon and yelling at the vampire not to bully her grandpa. The defenders rally behind her, echoing the vow to protect the land with their lives despite the immense danger. Shocked by the sudden intervention, Alucard pauses and questions what they are even saying. Stomping his foot down resolutely, Hyro boldly declares that this territory is their domain. Standing united with the fierce dog and their friends, Hyro shouts that they are going to defend their home together. Looking up at the manor's roof, someone boldly declares that this is their territory and vows to protect it with everyone's combined strength. Leading the newly arrived reinforcements, Hiro urgently commands everyone to get into position and prepare for battle immediately. Taking absolute charge, he orders the squad to follow his exact commands as he prepares to activate his special ability. Thrusting his hand forward, Hiro unleashes his revelation magic, casting a core command spell that instantly doubles the stats of all his allies. The bandana-wearing warrior and his men stare in awe as incredible power suddenly overflows through their energized bodies. Surrounded by his undead horde, Alucard admits the buff is handy, but coldly doubts they can withstand his army's relentless assault with just that trick. Unfazed by the terrifying odds, Hiro confidently retorts with a classic human saying that the best defense is a good offense. The vampire lord glares back, sneering at the audacious idea that mere humans could ever stand against his immortal forces. Smirking gracefully, the elven mage challenges his arrogance by asking how he will handle the maximum firepower of the elves. Channeling an immense amount of magical energy, she raises her arms to summon a blinding sphere of concentrated power above her head. Alucard dismisses the looming threat, arrogantly declaring that magic of that pathetic level cannot possibly pierce his defenses. Tactical grin spreads across Hiro's face as he excitedly announces that he has the vampire exactly where he wants him. Suddenly, the elven spell triggers a devastating great wind shield that shatters the surrounding barrier with explosive force. Caught completely off guard, Alucard stammers in shock as he realizes the massive attack was actually a defensive spell. Seizing the perfect opening, Hiro urgently commands the Catgirl rescue squad to charge forward into the fray. He orders the swift squad to slip past the undead and safely escort the fallen dragon and their allies back to camp. Reaching the massive, wounded beast, the rescuers frantically beg the Lord Dragon to assume his elven form for easier transport. Meanwhile, the young maid instructs their faithful dog Gaul to quickly head over to help her grandpa. With the rescue underway, Hiro decisively orders all non-combatants to fall back and retreat safely inside the manor. Rushing to the transformed elf side, a concerned ally gently checks to see if the ancient dragon is all right. Clutching his grievous injuries, the pale elf profusely apologizes for being so carelessly defeated. Frustrated by the clever diversion, Alucard bitterly curses being tricked by mere humans just to shield that pathetic lizard whelp. Standing tall, Hiro boldly declares that as their lord, he will never sell out an irreplaceable comrade who keeps their domain fed. Unmoved by the sentimental speech, the deathless king coldly threatens to simply take the dragon by force. Meeting the vampire's deadly gaze, Hiro stubbornly replies that they will just have to guard him with everything they possess. The vampire pauses for a moment, genuinely acknowledging that he respects their foolish but unwavering resolve. The united defenders stand their ground in the silent forest, bracing themselves for the next terrifying wave. Gliding forward through the darkness, Alucard leads an endless clattering legion of undead skeletons. His dark, piercing eyes narrow with lethal intent as he prepares to completely eradicate the human resistance. Mocking Hiro's earlier bravado, the vampire slowly repeats the human saying that the best defense is a good offense. He chillingly reminds them that this very land was once trampled by humans and forever drenched in cursed blood. Throwing his arms wide, Alucard orders his horde to ravage the enemy, boasting that their flimsy defenses will be crushed by sheer numbers. Seeing the skeletal wave rush forward, Hiro frantically yells for his troops to form ranks and pin the monsters down. Heeding the command, a fierce cat-eared archer draws back her bowstring and calls for the ranged squad to make ready. With a sharp, echoing command, the line of archers simultaneously looses a deadly volley of arrows into the encroaching darkness. A massive hail of arrows rains down from the sky, accurately striking the advancing skeletal warriors in their tracks. The enchanted projectiles violently detonate upon impact, tearing through the undead ranks with a series of blinding explosions. As the heavy smoke clears from the battlefield, the defenders cheer in relief that they repelled the assault without a single casualty. However, their fleeting joy shatters as the haunting, clattering sound of bones emerges directly from the thick smoke. Hiro stares in absolute horror, realizing that the overwhelming skeletal advance isn't stopping at all. Narrowing his eyes in deep concentration, Hiro reminds himself not to panic because timing is absolutely everything. He recalls the tactical philosophy that true invincibility comes from flawless defense, while victory is seized through overwhelming offense. The lesson echoes in his mind, dictating that the perfect defender hides beneath the earth while the ultimate attacker strikes from the highest heavens. Finding his opening, Hiro urgently commands Alexia to unleash her attack right now. The elven mage narrows her eyes sharply as she prepares to execute the crucial spell. A massive swirling tornado of arrows violently erupts across the battlefield to decimate the enemy ranks. The devastating vortex violently rips through the undead horde, shattering bones and throwing skeletons into the... Alexia confidently declares that her blood spear will wipe the undead clean as Hiro cheers their success. Exhausted from the massive magical exertion, Alexia suddenly collapses forward into Hiro's arms. Hiro quickly braces himself, gently catching the weary mage before she can hit the ground. Sitting on the rocky earth, she apologizes for letting her guard down while Hiro anxiously checks to see if she is all right. A fleeting relief shatters as they realize that another terrifying wave of enemies has already arrived. A sinister group of dark-robed skeletal mages emerges ominously from the thick shadows. Sweating with renewed concern, Alexia warns that their frontline will inevitably collapse against these unexpected reinforcements. Discussing their desperate options, they conclude that only massive elf-grade mana can possibly overpower a high-level necromancer. Forcing herself back up, the determined elf declares that she has no choice but to push past her absolute limits. She fiercely unleashes a chaotic combination of blood maelstrom and raging gust to counter the dark magic. Struggling against the overwhelming dark energy, she apologizes to Hyro and admits that merely canceling the enemy spell is the absolute best she can manage. Hyro reassures her that it is more than enough as Amelia rushes in to assist the strained defenders. Throwing back her legendary weapon, the cat-eared archer boldly promises that every single shot from the bow of Artemis will hit its mark. With blinding speed, she unleashes a devastating multi-strike arrow barrage to rain destruction upon the enemy. The deadly enchanted arrows strike the advancing skeletons with pinpoint accuracy, violently halting their march. A series of massive explosions completely annihilate the front ranks of the dark-robed undead mages. Frustrated by the chaotic clash, the archer apologizes to Hyro after realizing one enemy managed to slip through her overlapping targets. Assessing the deteriorating situation, Hyro grimly notes that they will simply bleed out if this relentless war of attrition continues. Trying to maintain morale, a fighter shouts that they can survive as long as they hold their defensive formation. The sturdy Smirnov family warriors draw their heavy blades, eagerly preparing to engage the undead in brutal close-quarters combat. Standing beside the young maid, the fierce archer commands the ranged squad to provide covering fire for the frontline vanguard. She quickly instructs the recovering elven mage to focus solely on intercepting any massive magical attacks. Taking command of the center line, a warrior roars for all hands to take their battle stations and form up around him. Facing the relentless skeletal horde, he fiercely orders his men to crush the approaching undead head-on. A dark, echoing voice sneers at the defending humans, mocking their insolent resistance. Grinning with battle-hungry excitement, the bandana-wearing warrior tells his men to brace themselves for some real work. Massive wooden logs are suddenly released, rumbling violently down the steep slope toward the encroaching enemy. The heavy timber crashes brutally into the skeletal vanguard, crushing bones and entirely shattering their advancing line. The warrior orders his men to only strike the stragglers, realizing the pile of crushed undead has formed an impassable barricade. Alucard arrogantly remarks that while such physical barricades work against living humans, they mean absolutely nothing to his immortal army. Hyro and Alexia stare in absolute horror as skeletal hands begin bursting from the ground directly beneath their feet. The trapped defenders find themselves completely surrounded as the undead bypass the barricade entirely from below. The vampire lord coldly mocks Hyro, declaring a flawless checkmate now that his forces have breached the rear. Instead of panicking, Hyro reveals a confident smirk and states that luring the enemy to the rear guard was exactly what he planned. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Alucard questions if the boy is merely bluffing and trying to act tough. Standing bravely amidst the skeletons, Hyro calmly explains that he merely listened to the whispering voices of the dead. He holds up a dark magical card, revealing that he utilized a secret necromantic art to commune directly with the fallen spirits. He confidently explains the fundamental limit of necromancy, noting that a corpse can only be revived once before rotting away completely. The surrounding skeletons suddenly stop attacking, their hollow voices weakly pleading to finally be allowed to rest. Unfazed by the clever trick, Alucard praises the boy's multiple revelations, but chillingly reminds him that the sheer number of corpses buried here guarantees his victory. Hyro firmly agrees that they cannot defeat the infinite horde alone, which is exactly why they are fighting with everyone's combined strength. Staring down the vampire lord, Hyro boldly declares that everything up until now was just preparation to unleash their maximum firepower. He throws his arm back, confidently shouting the signal for the ultimate counterattack to begin. Standing proudly in front of the ancient dragon, the brave little maid excitedly announces that her power is at maximum capacity and tells Hyro to leave the rest to her. Looking up at the figure on the roof, the silhouette asks if they are both ready to execute the plan. Standing confidently beside a massive wooden barrel, the elven mage and the little maid declare they are fully prepared to handle the incoming dragon breath. Narrowing his eyes with fierce determination, Hyro announces that the real battle has finally begun. Striking a commanding pose, Hyro orders his allies to immediately switch to their specialized dragon roar strategy. The young maid pumps her fist with excitement, enthusiastically cheering for her grandpa to do his absolute best. Bathed in the pale light of the full moon, the majestic white dragon descends aggressively toward the battlefield. Gazing up at the approaching beast, Alucard squints in confusion as he spots a large wooden barrel and questions the humans' bizarre tactics. The vampire lord calculates their strategy, wondering if they plan to douse a gunpowder barrel in oil and ignite it with dragon breath to amplify the explosion. Opening his massive jaws, the dragon hurls the heavy barrel down toward the enemy forces. Unleashing his immense draconic power, the beast fiercely initiates a devastating double dragon breath attack. Caught in the blinding blast, Alucard aggressively raises his dark cape to shield himself from the scorching impact. Thick plumes of smoke and debris violently erupt from the ground as the devastating attack obliterates the battlefield. Emerging completely unscathed from the smoke, the vampire calmly commends the clever tactic, but coldly reminds them that an attack is meaningless if it misses. Massive chunks of rock and debris rain down around the vampire lord as he stalks ominously across the ruined terrain. Refusing to yield, Hyro frantically orders the rear guard to retreat inside the barrier, while the vanguard holds the line until dawn. Staring intently through the chaotic battlefield, Alucard finally pieces together the humans' desperate ultimate goal. The skeletal horde continues their relentless march completely unharmed, proving the bright explosion was not purifying light magic. Narrowing his piercing eyes, the vampire progenitor grimly realizes that the blinding flash was not a magical attack at all. Holding up a brilliantly glowing substance, Hyro reveals that he ingeniously ignited magnesium lime, originally meant for farmland fertilizer. Utterly baffled by the scientific tactic, Alucard questions how a mere farm child could possibly know how to turn agricultural tools into devastating weapons. The vampire lord's eye widens in sheer disbelief as a chilling realization dawns upon him. Glaring intensely at the young boy, Alucard grimly notes that he has encountered someone with this exact anomalous presence once before. He silently analyzes the boy's terrifyingly vast intellect, recognizing a depth of knowledge that completely defies his young age. Observing the flawless tactical execution, Alucard admits the child possesses the commanding prowess of a legendary, battle-hardened general. Desperate to uncover the boy's true nature, the vampire activates the Akashic record to forcibly read the information eternally etched into Hyro's soul. Swirling streams of ethereal text violently erupt from the ancient archive, enveloping the vampire lord in a vortex of forbidden knowledge. Scanning the soul's data, Alucard concludes that this divine blessing or demonic temptation will permanently distort the world's laws if left unchecked. Gripping his weapon with lethal intent, the Deathless King coldly decides that erasing this anomaly from existence is absolutely necessary. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, the bandana-wearing warrior frantically yells for his boss to retreat inside the barrier immediately. Propelling himself violently through the moonlit sky, Alucard thrusts his deadly spear forward and sneers that he will never allow them to escape. Throwing his body into the line of fire, the brave warrior violently clashes his blade against the descending vampire to shield his young lord. Gritting his teeth under the immense pressure, the warrior boldly taunts the legendary progenitor that physical martial arts clearly aren't his strong suit. Channeling every ounce of his strength, the fierce human warrior aggressively pushes the immortal vampire lord back across the battlefield. Standing like an unbreakable shield before Hyro, the warrior confidently declares that he can definitely be useful in a pure physical brawl. The vampire casually acknowledges the warrior's impressive skill, but coldly reminds him that he is aiming for the boy, not the bodyguard. Flashing a fearless, bloodthirsty grin, the warrior completely dismisses the vampire's arrogant threat. Digging his boots firmly into the fractured earth, he tightly grips his blade and prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. He launches himself forward with explosive speed, roaring fiercely that his only absolute job is to protect his boss. Channeling years of rigorous training, the veteran fighter flawlessly executes the lethal stances of formal court-style swordsmanship. Lunging with everything he has, he aggressively unleashes the devastating sacred sword thrust straight at the immortal king's chest. Alucard effortlessly deflects the warrior's blade, genuinely impressed by the sacred swordplay explicitly designed to dispel evil. Unfazed by the vampire's boast that such a weak attack won't cut him, the fierce warrior immediately launches into his second strike. Unleashing the devastating Devil Eagle Slash, the warrior violently cleaves his heavy blade straight into the surrounding horde of skeletons. However, his eyes widen in utter shock as the heavy blade completely fails to make a single dent against the impossibly tough undead bones. Standing confidently amidst his skeletal horde, Alucard mockingly asks if the warrior's spirit is breaking before his sword does. Gritting his teeth in furious defiance, the warrior fiercely roars that his spirit will never break. Alucard aggressively counterattacks with his deadly staff, coldly warning the human that blindly taking the bait will cost him his life. The warrior desperately evades the crushing blows, noticing that the vampire's relentless swings have suddenly become noticeably sloppy and unfocused. Suddenly, a massive draconic force violently slams into the earth, unleashing the devastating dragon's great quake right beneath them. Clicking his tongue in intense annoyance, Alucard glares up at the unexpected magical interference disrupting his flawless rhythm. The immortal king stumbles slightly as the jagged, ruined earth violently shifts beneath his heavy boots. Narrowing his eyes, the vampire lord grimly realizes he was intentionally lured into this exact disadvantageous position. Staring through the settling dust, he acknowledges that his true tactical presence has finally been completely discovered. Hyro urgently explains the enemy's tactical loop to his allies, noting that pulling back will only force the undead into a relentless siege strategy. Realizing the human's cunning plan, Alucard prepares to violently rouse every single corpse buried beneath the soil to crush them completely. Fixing the human resistance with a lethal glare, the Deathless King vows he will never let their desperate strategy succeed. Hyro urgently shouts for Gaul to act, prompting the little maid to enthusiastically raise her hands in absolute readiness. Channeling immense magical energy, the young maid throws her hands toward the sky and happily cheers that it is time to go. Brilliant, pulsing light violently erupts from her small fingertips as she fully unleashes her hidden, overwhelming power. The entire battlefield shatters as she summons the devastating great golden dragon vein directly beneath the enemy forces. Massive pillars of radiant golden light burst from the fractured earth, completely engulfing the shocked vampire lord in pure energy. Alucard clicks his tongue in deep frustration as the holy energy aggressively sears his immortal flesh. Seeing the undead lines violently shatter, Hyro decisively commands his entire force to launch a ruthless pincer attack from both sides. The vampire glares up at the descending dragon and the advancing warriors, realizing he is now completely surrounded by his enemies. Desperate to protect their Dark Master, the remaining skeletons swiftly collapse inward to form a dense, impenetrable defensive wall of bone. Without missing a single beat, Hyro throws his arm forward and urgently signals Melia to execute her crucial strike. Alucard commands his undead to hold their defensive formation, sharply recognizing the incoming lethal threat from the skilled elven archer. Blindingly fast enchanted arrows violently pierce straight through the skeletal wall, directly striking the vampire lord in his chest. Staggering backward, Alucard stares in sheer disbelief that a mere arrow could possess enough raw power to pierce his absolute bone defenses. The cat-tiered archer and the elven mage stand united, having flawlessly combined their wind magic to drastically amplify the arrow's lethal force. Seizing the ultimate opening, Hyro screams for the ancient dragon to deliver the final, crushing blow immediately. The majestic beast plummets from the heavens, roaring fiercely as he unleashes his absolute dragon's protection upon the battlefield. Hyro thrusts his hand forward, commanding the swirling magical vortex to keep spinning with maximum intensity to trap their foe. Refusing to let the enemy escape, Hyro relentlessly orders the magical prison to compress even tighter around the vampire. Intense arcs of lightning violently crush inward, completely paralyzing Alucard and his skeletal guards within the shrinking sphere. Staring at the shrinking energy walls, the vampire genuinely marvels at how the humans weaponized barrier magic into an inescapable prison. Floating helplessly within the radiant sphere, Alucard closes his eyes and gracefully accepts his complete and utter defeat. Trembling from complete exhaustion, Hyro stares at the contained enemy and stammers, wondering if they actually managed to pull it off. A massive wave of immense relief washes over the young lord as he realizes the desperate, bloody battle is finally over. The entire defending group bursts into triumphant cheers, joyously celebrating the flawless execution of their totally impossible plan. Silence slowly reclaims the devastated landscape as the victorious defenders gather cautiously around their captured immortal foe. To their utter surprise, a warm smile spreads across Alucard's face as he genuinely praises them for a truly spectacular fight. He dramatically grants them permission to end his legendary existence, noting that no one has achieved this since the age of the progenitor. Instead of drawing a weapon to finish him, Hyro looks up at the trapped vampire with a bright, unexpectedly kind smile. Hyro casually suggests that they should all sit down, enjoy a delicious meal, and just talk things out instead of killing each other. He logically explains that understanding each other through words is far better, especially since his side is completely out of strength and cards to play anyway. Narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion, Alucard asks the human exactly what kind of dark scheme he is plotting now. The ancient elf warmly replies that his young lord isn't scheming anything, explaining that he is simply a hopelessly honest fool with a very soft heart. The battered warrior grins proudly, declaring that this foolish compassion is exactly why they all blindly follow him into hell. Standing united with his companions, the elf invites the legendary vampire to stay and witness the impossible paradise this great fool intends to build. The deathless king falls silent for a long moment before smoothly stating that he has just one condition for his absolute surrender. A nostalgic smile graces his pale face as he softly requests to taste that exceptionally delicious wine just one more time. Stepping out of the dissolved barrier, the legendary progenitor gently shakes Hyro's hand, looking forward to drinking with his new friends. The morning sun rises brightly over the jagged mountains and the peaceful manor. Wiping the sweat from his cheek, Hyro sighs in relief and decides his hard work is finally sufficient. He turns toward his companions with a satisfied smile and announces that the preparations are completely finished. Holding a large covered dish, the young maid enthusiastically agrees as Hyro instructs her to bring it to the table. Hyro quickly warns her to be careful as she carries the heavy platter past the giant fluffy dog. Bursting with pride, the maid triumphantly presents the meal and apologizes for keeping everyone waiting. A skeptical voice questions the sudden offering of a meal. Relaxing under a parasol held by the defenders, Alucard coldly rejects the food and states he only partakes in plates and sake. Baffled by his refusal, the maid desperately insists that the food is delicious and asks why he won't eat. The vampire lord glares menacingly, threatening to violently rip off her fingernails if she makes him repeat himself. Terrified, the crying maid runs back to Hyro and complains that she got scolded despite working so hard. Hyro silently observes the chaotic interaction, letting out a deep sigh of utter exasperation. Alucard questions the pointless parasol, bragging that he conquered the fatal weakness of sunlight long ago. He commands the human boy to be silent, threatening to tear off his nails next if he disobeys. The elven mage smirks with fearless confidence, boldly daring the immortal king to try it. The maid and the ancient dragon immediately back her up, warning Alucard that Hyro becomes terrifying when provoked. Sweating nervously at their bravado, Hyro mentally notes that an angry vampire lord is definitely far scarier than he could ever be. Woman's eye curves into a warm, playful smile from the sidelines. Lounging casually in a chair, the woman waves happily at Hiro, who screams in absolute shock at her unexpected presence. Noticing his intense reaction, the cat-eared archer curiously asks Hiro if he knows the mysterious woman. Realizing her rudeness, the woman notes that she hasn't properly introduced herself to the group yet. Standing tall, she confidently introduces herself to everyone as the great sage Lillian. The warrior sweats in disbelief, recognizing her as the world's greatest grand mage and wondering how his master knows such a legend. Lillian affectionately embraces the flustered boy, boasting that they are incredibly close and have shared beds since childhood. The archer's eye twitches with visible jealousy as Lillian smugly confirms their deep, intimate bond. Desperate to clear the misunderstanding, Hiro urgently begs Emilia not to let the woman's teasing fool her. He frantically explains that Lady Lillian was merely a resident guest mage who served as their childhood tutor. Lillian playfully pouts at his blunt explanation, complaining that he is being far too cold to her. Ignoring her dramatic whining, Hiro firmly asks his former teacher exactly why she came all the way out to the forest. Lillian casually explains that she has been traveling in search of a brand new patron household. Shocked by this revelation, Hiro immediately asks what could have possibly happened with her position at the Rosewell family estate. Lillian's cheerful demeanor instantly vanishes as she grimly recalls the awful events. She reveals that the family furiously banished her over a disinheritance dispute, leading her to seek out Hiro's rumored new village while handling a guild errand. Her bright smile returns as she admits she followed a delicious smell, deciding to crash their feast. The ancient dragon and Alucard bluntly refuse to share their food and sake, annoyed by the newcomer's greedy attitude. Showing his usual kindness, Hiro formally invites his former tutor to stay and eat since they have plenty of ingredients. Intrigued by the offer, Lillian excitedly asks what kind of magnificent feast they have prepared. A beautifully plated, perfectly roasted cut of premium catalpulpa's meat is presented for the meal. An outraged voice furiously refuses to partake in the meal, insulted by the ridiculous notion of eating their own kin. Sweating nervously, Lillian stares at the bizarre feast and genuinely wonders if the undead king's kin can even be eaten safely. Hiro confidently urges Lillian to just try the food, challenging her to act as if she has been tricked. Sweating with intense apprehension, the Grand Mage nervously stares down at the bizarre meal before her. Mustering her courage, she slowly opens her mouth and takes a hesitant bite of the roasted meat. A violent shockwave of pure flavor surges through them, causing both Lillian and Alucard to freeze as their forks slip from their trembling hands. Completely overwhelmed by the impossible taste, the vampire lord turns his back and admits that Hiro has completely defeated him. Overjoyed by the vampire's genuine approval, Hiro enthusiastically wraps his arms around the immortal king in a warm hug. Acknowledging the absolute brilliance of the meal, Alucard formally declares his complete and utter defeat. Smiling brightly at the praise, Hiro expresses his genuine relief that the feast perfectly suited his guests' refined taste. In return for the magnificent meal, the Deathless King solemnly offers Hiro a special token of his eternal gratitude. Suddenly, a massive vortex of dark, crackling energy violently erupts from the earth to engulf the young lord. As the intense magical storm quickly dissipates, a thoroughly bewildered Hiro frantically looks around and questions what just happened. The vampire lord casually explains that he has just bestowed the legendary progenitor's curse upon the boy. He elaborates that while his curse normally corrupts saints into demonic kin, this specific hex repels evil to form an ultimate protective barrier around the territory. Staring in absolute awe at the ridiculous multi-layered magical defenses, Lillian compares the entire domain to a mythical world from a fairy tale. She muses that this miraculous village, blessed by a silver dragon and protected by a sword saint, far surpasses any of the wild rumors she had heard. Scanning the diverse group of elites, she marvels at the impossible alliance of elves, cat-eared beastmen, and a mythical Cerberus hound. Her gaze finally lands on Alucard, utterly astounded that even the legendary undead king has peacefully joined their ranks. Shifting to a serious tone, the Grand Mage notes that her inspection has finally given her clarity on the dire battle situation currently unfolding in the north. Frowning with immediate concern, Hiro steps forward and asks her to explain exactly what she means. Lillian grimly reveals that Oliver has completely abandoned his crucial position at the northern fort. Shocked by the devastating tactical blunder, Hiro struggles to comprehend why his father would carelessly abandon such a vital defensive point. The sage speculates that the terrifying intervention of the Demon King's army simply made holding the front line impossible for a solitary force. Desperately seeking a silver lining, Hiro urgently asks if the promised royal reinforcements have finally arrived to assist them. Lillian explains that with absolutely no word from the reinforcement envoys, Oliver was forced to withdraw his surviving troops into the nearby civilian villages. Analyzing the rugged northern geography, Hiro realizes with growing horror that trapping the army in the mountain villages makes civilian evacuation physically impossible. His eye widens in absolute disgust as a chilling, deeply sinister realization finally clicks into place within his brilliant mind. Watching the boy's expression darken, Lillian solemnly notes that he has already figured out exactly what Oliver is truly aiming for. Hiro states with cold fury that his cowardly father deliberately intends to use the innocent commoners as a bloody meat shield for his own escape. The grim reality sets in that if this treacherous plan proceeds, the entire northern territory will inevitably fall to the demonic forces. However, Hiro quickly calculates that his prideful father would never willingly allow the prestigious title of the Royal Shield to be so deeply disgraced. He reasons that losing the territory so pathetically would practically guarantee the immediate revocation of their noble title. Staring intently at her former student, the great sage cryptically reveals that Oliver is currently holding a massive trump card. She warns him that Oliver absolutely intends to aggressively reclaim this specific southern territory to restore his lost power. Lillian explains that by violently seizing Hiro's formidable military assets, Oliver could easily crush the north, conquer demonic lands, or even declare total independence from the kingdom. To tie up loose ends, she chillingly adds that Oliver likely plans to banish Hiro straight into the deadly northern warzone to ensure his swift death. Dark, terrifying shadow falls over Hiro's face as he quietly asks her to repeat that treacherous scheme. Furious on his behalf, the fierce cat-tiered archer steps forward and fiercely declares that this land belongs solely to Hiro. Gripping her bow tightly, she passionately recalls how Hiro selflessly wasted a priceless elixir to save her life when she was just a lowly beastwoman. She admits she initially thought he was a fool, but quickly learned that his true strength lies in treating every single person with equal, unwavering kindness. Flanked by the grateful villagers, she boldly vows to protect the happy, peaceful paradise that their young lord sacrificed everything to build. Staring with fierce determination, the cat-tiered archer vows that they will definitely resist even if their kind-hearted lord intends to return the land. Surprised by her intense reaction, Hiro casually questions if that is truly what they think is happening. He closes his eyes thoughtfully, preparing to share his own unyielding opinion on the matter. Thrusting his hand out firmly, the young lord boldly declares that he has absolutely no intention of returning their home. He explains that while he accepted his effective banishment, he did so solely to forge this land into the greatest territory imaginable. He refuses to lose his home halfway through, revealing his ultimate ambition to declare full independence from the Roswell Lord once their conditions are met. His eyes harden with unwavering resolve as he prepares to outline his next decisive move. He boldly announces his plan to travel straight to the northern fort and personally propose a ceasefire negotiation. Looking out over their peaceful town, he warns that inaction will inevitably lead to the Roswell main territory being engulfed by war. He grimly predicts that if they wait, they will be forced to accept his father and a massive influx of refugees without any room for negotiation. Raising a finger to emphasize his point, Hiro explains to the anxious archer that he must make a preemptive move to prevent that worst-case scenario. Stepping forward, the great sage announces that she has a perfect proposal for this exact situation. Smiling brightly, Lillian cheerfully asks if they would be willing to formally take her in as a resident guest. She admits that while she wants to promote herself as a great sage, boasting is practically useless in front of this monstrously overpowered group. She cleverly points out that her prestigious presence will completely prevent Oliver from forcing unreasonable conditions upon them. The archer nervously questions if there is truly any room left for peaceful negotiations. Seizing the tactical advantage of the first move, Hiro happily praises his former teacher's lesson while the archer pouts at the unfair advantage. Hiro firmly shakes the Grand Mage's hand, officially welcoming her to their territory as an honored guest. Taking a graceful bow, Lillian smiles warmly and asks everyone to treat her well during her stay. Taking absolute command, Hiro calls for attention to deliver his next set of crucial instructions. He officially declares the start of a northern expedition, choosing to take only a small elite group to clearly demonstrate their lack of hostile intent. Glancing back, he selects the Grand Mage and the two Dragonkin as his sole escorts for the dangerous journey. The ancient elf calmly agrees to accompany him, noting his past ties to the Demon King might prove extremely useful. Turning to his loyal archer, Hiro gently asks Emilia to take charge of the territory during his absence. She looks up at him with concern, asking exactly how long he expects this critical mission to take. He confidently estimates that the entire negotiation process should take about 3 months at most. Emilia sweats nervously, her jealousy flaring at the thought of him spending 3 whole months traveling with such a beautiful older woman. Noticing her distress, Hiro kindly asks if she is still worried about the situation. Clutching her arm tightly, the archer blushes and admits she feels more deeply concerned than just worried about his safety. She confesses that the prospect of their first separation terrifies her, fearing that unexpected mistakes could easily lead to disaster. Looking up at her tall lord, she desperately wishes he would just reassure her properly during times like this. Sensing her deep anxiety, Hiro promises her with absolute certainty that everything is going to be perfectly all right. He vows to succeed in the dangerous negotiations and return safely to the home they built together. A soft, relieved smile finally breaks across Emilia's face as she absorbs his unwavering confidence. With departure scheduled for tomorrow at dawn, the group immediately begins preparing for the arduous journey ahead. Meanwhile, an ominous silence hangs over a sprawling military encampment stationed near the northern fort of the Roswell territory. Striding through the conquered halls, a dark presence notes that the once proud Roswell forces have been completely and utterly subdued. Slouching arrogantly upon the captured throne, the shadowy conqueror openly mocks the pathetic weakness of the so-called kingdom's shield. Loyal subordinate kneels before the throne, presenting a crucial report detailing unsettling and powerful movements emerging from the southern territory. Sharp, piercing eye narrows with intense intrigue as the Dark Ruler reads the unbelievable intelligence report. The ruler flips through the documents, recognizing the nostalgic faces of an ancient dragon, a legendary grand mage, and a divine artifact gathered together. Utterly baffled, the conqueror realizes this impossible alliance completely shatters the world's balance of power. Pondering the sheer absurdity of the situation, the shadowy figure wonders exactly what kind of great fool could pull off such a feat. Reading further, the conqueror is genuinely surprised to discover that a boy with such a cute face is the mastermind uniting these legendary monsters. A sultry smirk spreads across her face as she whispers that her destined one has finally appeared. Lounging seductively on her new throne, the great demon Lord Ekaterina boldly declares that this boy will inevitably become her companion. Gazing out over the landscape, Hiro notes that the mountain pass ahead marks the border between the Count's territory and the Demon Kingdom. The majestic white dragon soars over the rugged terrain toward the distant border fortress. Soaring through the sky, Hiro advises the dragon to land on the hill ahead to observe instead of dropping directly into the battlefield. The dragon touches down heavily on the rocky outcropping, complaining that carrying everyone is killing his shoulders. Stepping firmly onto the earth, Hiro warns his companions to keep their guard up as things are about to get serious. The group silently surveys the heavily fortified but battered castle situated below them in the rocky valley. Down below, the grim reality of the battle is apparent with shattered gates, ruined watchtowers, and battered soldiers littering the ground. Surveying the complete devastation, Alucard states matter-of-factly that the situation is an absolute disaster. Lillian smirks slightly, noting that such a catastrophic defeat was completely obvious. She explains that fighting without a true commander inevitably ends this way, especially since Oliver completely abandoned his men and fled. Suddenly spotting movement through the dust, Hiro narrows his eyes and questions what is happening below. A desperate horse-drawn carriage races frantically across the rocky terrain, closely pursued by menacing figures riding giant wolves. The cloaked escorts urge their mounts forward, shouting desperately to protect their vital cargo at all costs. Panic sets in as the wolf riders rapidly close the distance, prompting the fleeing escorts to cry out that they are completely doomed. Glancing back at the terrifying pursuers, one of the cloaked riders shrieks in absolute terror. Without warning, a devastating magical blast shatters the earth directly in the pursuer's path as a winged shadow sweeps overhead. Startled by the sudden intervention, the cloaked escort looks up as a calm voice asks if they are all right and tells them to leave the rest to them. Stepping boldly between the carriage and its pursuers, Hiro confidently declares that his elite group will handle the situation. Thrusting his hand forward, Hiro urgently commands the ancient dragon and Alucard to hold the front line without initiating an attack. He then quickly turns to his little maid, ordering Gaul to immediately assist the terrified people in escaping. Pumping her fists with determination, the young maid dashes swiftly toward the panicked escorts to carry out her mission. Coming to an abrupt halt, Gaul stares wide-eyed in sheer surprise at the people she is supposed to be rescuing. She excitedly points at the carriage guards, shouting back to Hiro that she actually recognizes these specific people. Pulling back his hood, the desperate guard reveals himself, prompting the maid to immediately identify him as the smelly guy. Utterly baffled by the unexpected reunion, Hiro loudly demands to know exactly what the man is doing out here in the war zone. Sweating and exhausted, the battered commander grimaces and begins to explain his dire situation. He furiously reveals that Lord Oliver forced them onto a deadly top-secret mission to restore their honor because they previously disobeyed orders. Ignoring the man's misplaced anger, Hiro calmly states that the area is far too dangerous and firmly orders them to evacuate immediately. Gritting his teeth in furious defiance, the stubborn commander wildly refuses to retreat. Standing protectively before the heavy wagon, the guards declare that the vital cargo inside is absolutely essential for surviving the ongoing war. The commander grimly admits that their lives mean nothing compared to the cargo, revealing that their entire noble house will be dissolved if they fail. Staring back with absolute seriousness, Hiro plainly commands the desperate man to completely abandon the cargo. Offering a lifeline, the young lord invites the doomed men to simply come live in his territory if they truly have nowhere else to go. Insulted by the offer, the commander bitterly questions if Hiro is joking by asking them to throw away their pride for a remote backwater village. Unfazed by the insult, Hiro completely agrees with the man's harsh assessment of his domain. He honestly admits that his remote territory lacks lavish comforts, noble titles, and grand luxuries. However, a soft, confident smile slowly touches the young lord's face. He warmly promises that while his village may be poor in wealth, it is incredibly rich with delicious food and genuine smiles. The proud commander lowers his head in deep shame, agonizing over the utter humiliation of a noble being pitied just to survive. Narrowing his eyes with chilling intensity, Hiro coldly questions if the foolish man would actually prefer to die for his empty pride. The towering figure of Alucard stares down at the humans, coldly ordering them to join his army. The human commander sweats in utter confusion, asking what army the vampire is talking about. Suddenly, an overwhelming horde of skeletal warriors bursts forcefully from the earth around Alucard. Shocked by the terrifying undead, the human stammers in fear as Alucard demands they make a choice. The Deathless King gives them an ultimatum to either become his undead soldiers or leave the area immediately. Utterly terrified by the encroaching skeletons, the commander's men scream in pure panic and sprint frantically away. Iroh walks up to the imposing vampire lord, expressing his genuine gratitude for the timely assistance. Alucard casually dismisses the thanks, stating that the humans were simply standing in the way. A pack of massive wolves and their riders surround the group, growling aggressively as they refuse to back down. Annoyed by their bold defiance, Alucard steps forward and threatens to blow them all away with a single breath. The battered commander desperately screams for the vampire to stop the attack. The young maid fiercely commands them to stop fighting immediately, warning that they will never make up otherwise because Papa forbade it. The ancient dragon and Alucard immediately shrink back, profusely apologizing to the little maid for their aggressive behavior. Iroh solemnly notes that the current situation is terrible because initiating a battle is the absolute worst option for successful ceasefire negotiations. A confident voice suddenly interrupts, boldly telling the young lord to leave the entire matter to her. The great sage Lillian steps forward, proudly boasting that her magic carves new paths and makes the impossible possible. She grins confidently, eager to prove that she is completely different from those muscle-brain destroyers. Channeling immense magical energy, Lillian claps her hands together to cast a powerful spell. A massive magical circle suddenly envelops the hostile wolf riders, trapping them within its glowing boundaries. She efficiently executes a spatial transference spell to force their immediate return. With a blinding flash of light, the magical array violently activates to teleport the hostiles away. The spell shatters into brilliant sparks of light, leaving the battlefield completely empty as Lillian breathes a sigh of relief. Lillian tightly hugs the flustered Iroh, cheerfully announcing that she sent the enemies safely home for now. Iroh stares at her in sheer panic, urgently asking where exactly home is for those specific attackers. Blushing nervously, Lillian admits she probably just teleported them straight into the Demon King's territory. Processing the chaotic situation, Iroh realizes that the Demon Kingdom is actively invading and wonders how things deteriorated so quickly. Lillian grimly reveals that the blame for this catastrophic escalation lies entirely with Oliver's reckless actions. She explains that while small skirmishes between the northern tribes and humans have always been common, this situation is entirely different. The ancient dragon points out that the Demon Kingdom stepping in to help directly violates the established non-aggression pact. Lillian clarifies that the pact lacks any real binding or enforcement, effectively making it just a fragile gentleman's agreement. She elaborates that it functions more as a mutual promise to quietly support one another rather than an absolute law. She details the global balance, noting that the Asgard Kingdom serves as the central hub for all major trade and economy. Meanwhile, the Demon Kingdom unites the unaffiliated regions, mediating small conflicts and actively supporting developing nations. Furthermore, the Holy Sasyaka Duchy ruthlessly upholds law and order, with the High Pontiff maintaining world balance in the name of God. Lillian warns that escalating this specific war would render the pact completely meaningless and potentially spark a massive world war. Sweating with dread, Iroh genuinely wonders if his father could actually be involved in something of this catastrophic scale. Lillian forcefully throws open the doors of the abandoned wagon, grimly urging Iroh to take a look inside. Inside the dark carriage, two demonfolk girls sit locked inside tight iron cages, their expressions filled with quiet despair. Iroh stares in absolute horror, instantly recognizing that the vital cargo is actually an illegal human trafficking operation. Lillian disgustedly notes that while demonfolk slaves are incredibly popular among the rich, obtaining them is nearly impossible because of the non-aggression pact. Continuing her grim explanation, Lillian reveals that the treacherous Oliver saw a perfect opening in the chaotic situation. She explains that since the area is lawless neutral ground, Oliver arrogantly believed he could brutally suppress the local tribes with his own troops and spin the narrative however he pleased. However, she notes that mere suppression wasn't enough to satisfy his boundless greed, prompting him to wildly exploit the Demon Kingdom's inability to act publicly under the treaty. Acting no different than a ruthless bandit, the corrupt lord stole precious valuables, kidnapped innocent children, and utilized relentless blackmail against the helpless tribes. Narrowing her eyes in disgust, Lillian recounts how his mounting debts outpaced his rampant spending on lavish decorations, booze, women, and gambling. Desperate to protect his own skin, the cowardly noble raised crushing taxes on his own people, and ruthlessly banished anyone who proved inconvenient to his reign. Listening to the sickening truth, a deeply disturbed Iroh mutters that his father's actions are absolutely horrible. He lowers his head in absolute shame, calling it utterly pathetic that his own family would commit such atrocities just to fatten his wallet. Despite the overwhelming betrayal, the young lord admits with a heavy sigh that he genuinely pities the pathetic man. Suddenly, the ancient dragon and Alucard whip around with fierce hostility, demanding to know who is crudely eavesdropping on their conversation. Piercing eye glares from the shadows, coldly ordering the insolent fools to bow their heads and watch their rude tongues. A booming voice echoes across the rocky terrain, proudly announcing that they stand before Her Majesty, the Demon Queen Ekaterina. Glancing down at the group, the majestic queen smoothly notes that she traced the teleportation magic directly back to Lillian. Sweating nervously, the Grand Mage apologizes profusely to Hiro, admitting that her supposed best plan ironically caused this absolute worst-case scenario. Floating gracefully down from the sky, the Demon Queen locks her piercing gaze onto the young boy and recognizes him as the fallen Rosewell heir. Sensing the overwhelming threat, an urgent voice screams for the Silver Dragon to protect Hiro immediately. Without hesitation, the ancient dragon and the immortal vampire step fiercely in front of their young lord to shield him from the descending monarch. Squaring his shoulders, Alucard boldly declares that he and the Silver Dragon will strike the terrifying enemy together. Refusing to let violence erupt, Hiro throws his arms wide and desperately screams for his companions to stop fighting and just wait. The defenders fiercely argue back, warning their naive lord that these monstrous invaders are not people they can simply reason with. As the majestic queen slowly descends to the earth, the tense defenders stubbornly insist they will only talk after subduing her completely. Unfazed by their lethal killing intent, the Demon Queen casually sighs at how incredibly hot-blooded the group is acting. With blinding, impossible speed, the demonic monarch violently swoops right past the shocked defenders before they can even react. A massive shockwave violently shatters the rocky ground, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris across the battlefield. Hiro freezes in absolute terror as the terrifyingly swift queen materializes instantly behind his defensive line. Standing triumphantly directly behind the paralyzed boy, the imposing Demon Queen completely bypasses the legendary monsters guarding him. Sweating profusely under her overwhelming aura, a thoroughly defeated Hiro realizes just how outmatched they truly are. Casually dropping a pile of restrained captives onto the ground, the queen complains that lifting heavy things will make her arms too bulky. Staring in sheer awe, Hiro grimly realizes that even the combined might of his three legendary companions could never defeat the true power of a demon queen. As the exhausted monarch stretches her shoulders, a desperate Hiro frantically wonders what his next move should be. Taking absolute control of the situation, the majestic demon queen boldly declares that she will personally take action. Pointing directly at the young lord, she aggressively demands that he marry her immediately. Deep embarrassed blush completely takes over the terrifying queen's face as she stammers out her shocking proposal. Extending her hand with absolute confidence, the towering demon queen bluntly asks Hiro to marry her. Utterly baffled by the sudden proposal, Hiro asks what she means while the queen casually compliments his highly attractive human physique. Striking a dramatic pose, the demonic monarch genuinely wonders if the boy is somehow dissatisfied with her. Sweating profusely under the immense pressure, Hiro frantically tries to process the chaotic situation and question why marriage was even brought up. He nervously glances to the side, realizing how incredibly awkward it is to handle this with his companions watching. Weighing his desperate options, the young lord grimly acknowledges that attempting an escape would mean abandoning his friends. He briefly considers accepting the insane proposal just to buy time, but quickly dismisses the idea since her intentions are permanent. His mind races with the terrifying realization that agreeing would instantly make him the new demon lord. Staring down at the silent boy, the queen tilts her head and asks what is wrong. Blushing slightly, she playfully scolds him for making a maiden wait in such an important, delicate moment. Clutching his arm nervously, Hiro profusely apologizes and admits that the desolate battlefield is making him terribly confused. The queen's expression softens as she realizes her mistake, admitting that she completely failed to consider the romantic atmosphere. Turning her head sharply, the monarch loudly calls out for Arnalis. The Demon Kingdom's prime minister instantly materializes on the ruined battlefield to answer her master's summons. Glaring at the rocky terrain, the queen commands an immediate change of location because the gloomy environment is ruining the mood. Adjusting her glasses with a sigh, the prime minister smugly reminds her master that she already warned her about the importance of atmosphere. Taking charge of the situation, the demon queen turns back to address the gathered group. Pausing mid-sentence, the monarch suddenly reconsiders her grand invitation. She decides there is absolutely no need to transport everyone, specifically excluding the ancient dragon and the vampire so she can be alone with Hiro. Hiro urgently demands to know what she means by taking just him, but she silences him and prepares to cast her spell. With a blinding flash of spatial magic, Hiro and the little maid are instantly teleported to the grand staircase of the demon castle. The prime minister places a hand to her face, sighing heavily at her master's incredibly forceful methods. Recovering from the violently rough teleportation, Hiro is deeply relieved to see that the little maid and the dragon somehow managed to tag along. Scanning the heavily fortified demonic throne room, the young lord grimly realizes that his path of escape has been completely severed. Looking down with a piercing gaze, the queen commands Hiro to finally give her his answer. Lounging seductively on her massive throne, she orders the boy to dedicate his song of love to her to his heart's content. Sensing the overwhelming magical pressure of the throne room, Hiro accepts that running away is entirely impossible. Dropping to one knee in a respectful bow, the brave young lord firmly declines the incredibly generous offer. Leaning forward in absolute disbelief, the queen demands to know why he would refuse a direct proposal to become her husband. She proudly clarifies that she is offering him the highly coveted position of first wife, not just a mere concubine. Maintaining his respectful posture, Hiro solemnly apologizes once more. Looking straight into her terrifying eyes, he boldly declares that he has already sworn a future with another woman. Intrigued by his unwavering loyalty, the demonic monarch asks exactly what kind of person this mysterious rival is. Her eyes narrow in self-doubt, assuming that his chosen partner must be so magnificently superior that even a demon queen cannot compete. Waving his hands frantically, Hiro quickly interrupts to clear up her massive misunderstanding. He begins to honestly describe the woman who completely captured his heart. Smiling warmly at the memory, Hiro proudly reveals that the one he trusts most is a fierce warrior from the war-catered tribe. The queen stares at him in deadpan shock, aggressively questioning if a mere beastwoman is truly more attractive than her. Sweating nervously, Hiro frantically stammers that he doesn't just have a cat ear fetish, explaining that he simply fell in love with her specific soul. To his absolute shock, the demon queen throws her head back and bursts into genuine, roaring laughter, joyously declaring that she absolutely loves his honest answer. Sitting back on her throne, the demon queen laughs in amusement that he rejected ultimate power to choose a cat-eared girl. A confident smile graces her face as she states that her judgment of his character was absolutely correct. Startled by the sudden clatter, Hiro flinches as a heavy chain drops onto the floor beside him. Towering over the young lord, the monarch narrows her eyes and wonders exactly what he is plotting behind that cute face. Leaning in dangerously close, she demands to know his true intentions for bringing an army of legendary monsters if not for sightseeing. She coldly warns him that depending entirely on his answer, he might not leave the castle alive. Standing his ground, Hiro firmly declares that their only objective is diplomacy. The queen looks slightly surprised, questioning if direct diplomacy with her country would cause problems with the kingdom. Taking a deep breath, Hiro prepares to explain exactly what his faction hopes to achieve. Standing beside his young maid, Hiro formally proposes concluding a truce agreement between the Demon Kingdom and the Roswell Earldom. Processing the unexpected request, the queen and her prime minister realize that a truce is what he meant by diplomacy. The monarch sharply reminds him that the responsibility for this entire war lies completely with the human side and Earl Roswell. Hiro respectfully agrees, explaining that a spreading war will force endless refugees into his domain and make management impossible. Leaning back with a scowl, the queen bluntly refuses his proposal regardless of any conditions he might offer. She furiously yells that it is incredibly arrogant for humans who trampled her territory to demand peace, just because the conflict is now inconvenient for them. Calming down slightly, she acknowledges his desire to protect his home, but insists that simply agreeing would completely ruin her reputation. She smoothly proposes that the only way to protect his land without a formal agreement is for his territory to secede from the kingdom of Asgard. Hiro's eyes widen in absolute shock as he repeats the terrifying word. Panic sets in as the boy frantically argues that secession is impossible for a newly established territory. He urgently explains that he doesn't even possess true ownership since the land was merely lent to him by his father. Pushing forward, he notes that attempting to secede under these conditions leaves them with only one desperate option. He grimly states that such an action would inevitably result in a full-scale military uprising. Refusing to ignite a new fire, Hiro insists they cannot stop one war just to create another massive conflict. The queen casually dismisses his concerns, telling him not to worry about the political fallout. She confidently plans to convince the Asgard king and the Pope at the upcoming three-nation conference, so no one can complain. She notes that Earl Roswell will surely confiscate the territory if the war continues anyway, making this preemptive move highly beneficial for Hiro. Sweating nervously, Hiro admits that achieving independence to protect his people was always one of his ultimate goals. Looking down at the hesitant boy, the queen softly asks if he is worried he cannot pull it off. Hiro averts his gaze, honestly admitting his deep apprehensions about the massive undertaking. The queen challenges his hesitation, asking why he won't just accept her marriage confession if their goals align perfectly. She lists the overwhelming benefits, noting that becoming her husband guarantees his protection and brings his monstrous military power under official Demon Kingdom supervision. Despite the logical advantages, Hiro looks away as he struggles with his own personal feelings. Sighing heavily, the monarch drops her imposing aura and gracefully admits she will not force the marriage if he truly rejects her. Shifting to global politics, she insists his independence is still necessary because the ancient dragon and undead king are walking national disasters. A bead of sweat forms on her cheek as she reluctantly confesses that she would be completely helpless if those monsters attacked her seriously. Utterly baffled, Hiro points out that she effortlessly overwhelmed his legendary guardians in their previous encounter. The queen quickly defends her victory, explaining that their chaotic, uncoordinated charge allowed her to launch a flawless surprise attack. She proudly boasts about striking them directly in their vital spots with a perfectly timed earth spell. However, she seriously admits that it was purely a stroke of luck and fears her entire country might be blown away in a rematch. Glancing away, she concludes that tying those unrestrained idiots down to a newly independent territory would benefit every nation in the world. The Demon Queen grimly admits that those legendary monsters have tormented her since ancient times. She bitterly recalls how the ancient dragon used to constantly lift her skirt back when she was just a child. A shadowy figure of the undead king looms over a barrel, As she complains that he keeps stealing the expensive sake she painstakingly collected. Smiling brightly, the queen proudly declares that she finally settled that long-standing grudge during their previous battle. However, her expression darkens as she warns that if her country monopolized such overwhelming military power, all the great powers in the world would inevitably attack them. Placing a hand thoughtfully on her chest, she firmly decides on a new course of action. She cleverly suggests staging Hyro's independence as a forced act under her leadership, effectively deterring other nations from attacking without a considerable reason. Resting her chin on her hand, the monarch notes that a mere verbal promise of protection might be too weak to deter their enemies. Turning to her prime minister, she commands Arnolith to bring the special jewel directly from the throne. The queen promises to entrust the precious jewel to Hyro as a permanent symbol of their newly forged friendship. She explains that the legendary family treasure possesses the power to guide whoever holds it to far greater heights. Deciding it would be too annoying to make those monstrous idiots even stronger, she concludes that using the jewel on the ancient dragon will solidify the territory's defenses. Reaching down, the majestic monarch gently places her hand directly onto the little maid's head. Dark magical aura swirls around them as the queen bestows a powerful fragment of her own soul onto the young girl. Brilliant light erupts from Gal's forehead as a mystical glowing teardrop, marking violently manifests upon her skin. Massive, feathery white wings suddenly burst forth from the little maid's back in a blinding display of divine energy. Gal floats gently in the air, her adorable form now adorned with both a divine angel wing and a dark demonic wing. Staring in absolute awe, Hyro and the queen marvel at how the legendary creature from fairy tales has evolved into a mythical divine demon dragon. Excited by her incredible new form, the winged maid dashes happily toward Hyro to show off her amazing transformation. Suddenly, her eyes go blank and she begins to collapse mid-step, weakly murmuring that she actually did it. Hyro panics and rushes forward, quickly sliding across the floor to catch the unconscious maid before she hits the ground. The queen calmly reassures the terrified boy, explaining that the conflicting divine and demonic powers within her body are simply repelling each other. Clutching the little girl tightly, an anxious Hyro stares down and desperately asks if she is going to be all right. The monarch kindly offers to invite the rest of his companions inside, assuring him that Gal will completely recover if they rest here for a few days. Looking down at her new ally, the queen advises Hyro to study national politics while she handles the official declaration of his territory's independence. She calls out to Arnolith once more, preparing to assign her trusted subordinate a new critical task. Gesturing toward the stoic prime minister, the queen instructs Hyro to learn the complexities of international politics directly from her expert advisor. Arnolith pushes up her glasses, hesitating slightly as she warns the demon queen that the current political situation is becoming exceedingly difficult. Narrowing her eyes in sharp suspicion, the demonic monarch demands to know exactly what her advisor means by that. Holding a pale avian familiar, the prime minister grimly reports that Lord Oliver has completely abandoned his main territory and is currently marching straight toward Hyro's domain. Heavy boots stomp violently across the rocky earth as the relentless army closes the distance with terrifying speed. Leading his armored knights and a captive maid, the treacherous Lord Oliver glares forward, fully intending to violently seize the great demonic forest for himself. Marching under a banner reading the Vilewood, Lord Oliver leads his heavily armored knights and a maid into the dense forest. The stern-faced nobleman and his imposing entourage venture deeper into the intimidating wilderness. Sweating nervously, Oliver anxiously wonders if they have reached Hyro's territory yet, while worrying about monster attacks in the wild. A sudden rustle in the dark bushes startles the anxious lord. A flock of white birds scatters into the sky as the group trudges along a shallow stream surrounded by thick foliage. Gripping his pipe tightly, Oliver glares forward with mounting exhaustion and irritation. He suddenly trips and crashes to the ground, prompting his concerned maid to ask if he is all right. Scrambling back to his feet, Oliver angrily shouts that a minor stumble cannot possibly slow down the kingdom's shield. Glaring to the side, he quietly mutters to himself that he is completely fine. He bitterly complains that giving land to an incompetent fool who cannot even build roads was a massive mistake, blaming Hyro for losing their carriage and forcing them to walk for days. Knight casually points out that Oliver lacks regular exercise, suggesting this arduous trek might actually be good for him. Oliver turns his lethal glare onto the knight, coldly remarking on the man's fondness for physical activity. As the knight stammers nervously, Oliver casually invites him behind a nearby rock for a private duel. Draping his arm menacingly over his maid, Oliver orders the terrified knight not to hold back so he can thoroughly enjoy punishing him. The towering trees cast long shadows over the quiet forest path. Emerging from the dense woods, Oliver and his maid finally arrive at the edge of a vast, open clearing. Looking out over the lush landscape, the bewildered lord asks what this miraculous place could possibly be. He narrows his eyes, genuinely wondering if this thriving settlement is actually the savior's rumored village. Surveying the perimeter, he notes the presence of a powerful barrier to repel evil, despite the complete lack of defensive walls. He marvels at the sheer number of bustling farmers actively working the incredibly vibrant fields. A wicked smirk crosses his face as he declares they have finally arrived and prepares to assert his dominance as their true lord. Drawing his weapon, Oliver fiercely commands his heavily armored units to line up and form ranks immediately. The loyal knights advance with their halberds raised, proudly announcing the grand return of the Lord. The armored vanguard marches aggressively toward the invisible boundary, protecting the peaceful village. Oliver strides confidently behind his frontline soldiers, fully expecting to march right in and take command. Suddenly, intense arcs of magical lightning violently repel the advancing knights, causing a shocked Oliver to scream in confusion. The startled maid gasps in sheer disbelief, desperately wondering what kind of invisible force just attacked them. Staring at the invisible wall, Oliver furiously demands to know why he is the only one capable of crossing the boundary. Analyzing a glowing magical display, the maid asks him to wait a moment while she investigates the law of causality spell blocking their path. She carefully reads the complex ethereal text, discovering that the spell can manipulate magical energy to enforce predetermined outcomes. Adjusting her glasses, she stammers in absolute awe at the ridiculous scale of the magical ward. She urgently reports that a temple-grade cage barrier, uniquely layered with the potent scent of blood, has been deployed across the entire territory. She explains that the blood curse forcefully repels any intruders harboring malicious intent, noting that the terrified monsters have gathered at the forest's edge to avoid it. Oliver scowls furiously, bitterly wondering how much trouble his son plans to cause him and completely blaming Hyro for the loss of their carriage. Remembering the past, Oliver resents how his hard-earned position in the kingdom began to crumble solely because his eldest son failed to secure any major achievements. He angrily reflects on Lillian ruining the vital northern trade deal, convincing himself that his reign would have been flawless without Hyro's interference. Gripping a tree trunk, the treacherous father sneers that everything is Hyro's fault and confesses his deep, lifelong hatred for the boy. The tense moment shatters when a young cat-eared beastkin casually approaches, innocently asking the armed men what they are doing. Insulted by the casual tone, an armored knight aggressively raises his axe and screams at the beastkin for daring to speak to them so disrespectfully. Unfazed by the massive weapon, the little boy simply asks what is wrong and helpfully suggests they go talk to the Lord if they are in trouble. Lunging forward with brutal force, the nobleman viciously strikes the young cat-eared beastkin, sending the child crashing to the ground. The terrified child tumbles across the rocky earth as the imposing count glares down at him. Sneering with absolute disgust, Oliver aggressively questions how mere livestock dares to speak directly to a noble. Gripping his weapon, an armored knight prepares to strike, as the count coldly declares the offense a serious crime and orders an immediate execution. Before the deadly blow can land, a sudden movement intercepts the heavy swing. The knight's heavy halberd violently stops in midair as a fierce defender steps. A sturdy boot forcefully kicks the knight's weapon away, successfully shielding the trembling child from the lethal attack. Executing a devastating counterattack, the unseen defender violently kicks the armored knight away, sending him flying across the rocky terrain. The knight's heavy armor shatters upon impact, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as Oliver watches the sudden intervention. A dangling pendant catches the light as a bewildered Oliver wonders what the child could have possibly done to warrant such defense. Standing protectively over the child, a fierce voice warns that such violence will not be tolerated because this land falls strictly under Hyro's jurisdiction. Furious at the interruption, Oliver scowls and demands to know who dares to speak so arrogantly to him. Gently comforting the injured child, the cat-eared archer boldly introduces herself as Amelia, acting as the domain's guardian while her lord is away. Oliver's eyes narrow sharply as he demands to know exactly what has happened to his son. Sweating nervously, Amelia politely explains that Lord Hyro is currently away on an extended business trip. A sinister smirk crosses the nobleman's face as he notes that Hyro's absence makes his plans perfectly fine. Throwing his arm out aggressively, Oliver commands his soldiers to immediately collect the overdue taxes from the helpless village. He ruthlessly orders his men to execute anyone who resists, seize all stored supplies, and sell the women and children if they cannot pay. Appalled by the horrific orders, Amelia fiercely protests that this isn't even his land to tax. The count scoffs at her defiance, mockingly questioning her claim that the land belongs to someone else. He haughtily explains that the territory belongs entirely to the Rothwell family, meaning as the head of the house, he is merely lending it to Hyro. Realization hits Amelia as she correctly deduces that the cruel man standing before her must be Hyro's father. Standing her ground, she firmly argues that even a count lacks the right to steal a village that Hyro painstakingly built from nothing. The nobleman's expression darkens as he repeats the word take with a mocking tone. He arrogantly dismisses her accusations, claiming he is simply fulfilling his noble duty by collecting taxes from his own rightful land. Amelia furiously accuses him of twisting logic to justify blatant banditry, insisting that any legitimate taxes should be collected directly from Hyro. Ignoring her completely, Oliver sneers that his foolish son clearly failed to train his slaves properly. Before Amelia can react, a heavily armored knight grabs her roughly from behind. Struggling violently against her captor, the fierce archer threatens to unleash the full power of the war cattiers if he doesn't let her go. A sharp voice barks out a lethal command, ordering her not to move a single muscle. Holding his blade directly to the child's throat, the knight stands ready as Oliver chillingly warns that any resistance will result in the brat's immediate death. Glaring with utter contempt, Amelia asks the cowardly noble if he feels any shame for using an innocent child as a hostage. Unfazed by her moral outrage, Oliver casually retorts that she should be the ashamed one since he is merely exercising his rightful authority. Gritting her teeth, Amelia mutters in absolute disbelief at the man's sickening audacity. Sudden, bizarre reaction catches the furious archer completely off guard as the nobleman pauses. Bursting into mocking laughter, Oliver theatrically declares it a historic discovery to see a mere beast experiencing human shame. Trembling with genuine disgust, Amelia asks how a monster like him could possibly be Hyro's father. The Count's smile vanishes, replaced by a cold, penetrating glare as he admits that is merely how things appear on the surface. Looking at the vile man, Amelia sorrowfully laments how two people connected by blood could be so completely different in spirit. Forcefully grabbing her chin, Oliver sinisterly proposes they use her body to find out exactly what makes them so different. Staring down at his captive, he sadistically promises to carve a memory into her flesh that she will never forget. Refusing to lay with a commoner in the open, the arrogant Count loudly orders his maid to set up his private tent immediately. The obedient maid bows respectfully, confirming that the Lord's preparations are fully complete. Blushing fiercely as she is dragged away, a desperate Amelia begs him to stop and warns that Lord Hyro will definitely intervene. The knight quickly gags her, aggressively muffling her desperate pleas for help. Strolling casually toward his tent, Oliver tells the crying girl to be quiet and mockingly assumes this isn't her first time being used. He stops in his tracks, callously remarking that a beastkin like her must have experienced this exact treatment many times before. Suddenly, a squad of fierce, muscular warriors blocks the nobleman's path to the tent. Glaring at the unexpected interruption, a deeply annoyed Oliver demands to know who these insolent men are. The bandana-wearing warrior steps forward, his eyes burning with battle-hungry resolve as he proudly declares that he works under Lord Hyro. Furious at the continued disrespect, Oliver scoffs that his idiotic son clearly failed to teach his subordinates how to speak properly. He aggressively lectures the warriors on the absolute divide between nobles and peasants, asserting that commoners exist solely to feed and serve their masters. Staring in helpless silence, Amelia listens as the arrogant nobleman claims absolute ownership over everyone. Oliver confidently declares that everything his son owns automatically belongs to him, completely laying claim to the people, the land, and the warriors. Spreading his arms wide, the arrogant Count tells the warriors he can treat his property however he pleases and assumes they have no objections. Heavy silence falls over the clearing as the bandana-wearing warrior repeats the word objections with dark amusement. Launching himself violently through the air, the fierce warrior delivers a devastating punch straight to the Count's face, roaring that he has a ton of objections. The massive strike brutally connects, completely shattering Oliver's arrogant composure. Facing the fierce warrior, Oliver mutters in genuine surprise about the unexpected objection. The warrior lunges forward with a furious scream, calling Oliver a blockhead and declaring that he has plenty of objections. Oliver's eye narrows sharply as he coldly remarks that this predictable aggression is exactly why lowborn fools are so easy to handle. Revealing a glowing divine revelation card called Scapegoat of Atonement, Oliver arrogantly tells the rushing warrior to eat his counterattack. The warrior throws a devastating punch, but reality violently warps around the target. The spatial magic activates instantly, causing the nobleman to switch places with an armored knight just as the blow lands. The heavy strike connects brutally with the unintended target, prompting Oliver to click his tongue in annoyance as the knight collapses. Realizing the trick, the warrior notes that Oliver's magical skill swaps him with a designated target, preventing an easy kill. Infuriated by the assault, the swapped knight readies his weapon and screams at the insolent wretch to back off. The warrior and the knight aggressively clash their blades, sparking a fierce duel in the rugged clearing. Deflecting the heavy strikes, the warrior praises the knight's solid sword form but warns him that he is paying far too much attention to his front. Suddenly, Amelia and the elven mage materialize behind the distracted knight, calmly declaring the retrieval complete as they subdue him. Oliver's eyes widen in absolute shock as he realizes an elf has just intervened in the skirmish. The Count grimaces, admitting he never expected his son to have elves under his wing, and acknowledging her as the true prize of this domain. Assessing the tactical situation, the warrior calculates that the old man still has around 30 guards lurking in the forest based on a prior report. He realizes that a head-on clash is impossible with their current numbers, and inviting the enemy into the territory is entirely out of the question. Sweating from the immense pressure, the warrior resolves that he absolutely must hold the line and stir things up until Master Hyro returns. Turning his fierce gaze back to the Count, the warrior boldly calls out to the old man. The warrior mockingly asks if Oliver genuinely believes his elite royal knights can easily conquer them with such pitiful numbers. Gesturing proudly to his men, he boasts that Master Hyro's divine revelation has drastically enhanced their abilities, putting them on equal footing with the royal guard. Heavy silence falls over the rocky terrain as Oliver stares down his defiant opponents. The Count stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he repeats the mention of Master Hyro's supposed divine revelation. Standing tall and imposing, the Count proudly introduces himself as Oliver Rosewell, the absolute head of House Rosewell. Unfazed by the prestigious name, the warrior scoffs and questions if Oliver truly thinks a noble title carries any weight out in this untamed wilderness. Oliver sighs in deep disappointment, wondering aloud how a fellow noble as devout as his opponent could be swayed by such insolence. The Count coldly addresses the warrior by his true name, identifying him as Smirnov, the former Holy City Knight and legendary sword saint. Shocked by the accurate identification, Smirnov demands to know how the Count managed to uncover his hidden past. Oliver calmly explains that as a seasoned soldier himself, he could easily deduce Smirnov's prestigious background just by observing his flawless swordplay. The Count questions why Smirnov blindly trusts an exiled boy, asking if Haro's word is somehow worth more than the sacred declarations of the High Priest. Oliver reveals that the mysterious book Haro possessed was tainted by darkness, declaring it a devil's tome that even the High Priest could not decipher. Confused and shaken, Smirnov clutches his chest, but stubbornly insists that Master Hiro's divine revelation is absolutely real. Oliver scoffs at the warrior's blind faith, eagerly preparing to show him what a true divine revelation actually looks like. Unleashing multiple glowing cards simultaneously, Oliver commands his forces to use the overwhelming power of the Oracle to destroy the traitors. Empowered by the massive magical buffs, an armored knight roars as incredible energy surges violently through his body. The supercharged knight propels himself forward with terrifying speed, launching a lethal assault directly at Smirnov. Smirnov barely manages to bring up his blade to intercept the ferociously heavy strike, struggling to hold his ground against the sudden onslaught. Gritting his teeth under the immense pressure, Smirnov realizes the enemy's power is on a completely different level, and wonders if this is the true might of the original Oracle. Brutal thud echoes across the battlefield as one of Smirnov's loyal men is violently knocked away by the supercharged knights. Sweating profusely, Smirnov grimly admits that they cannot possibly defeat these seasoned kingdom defenders under these enhanced conditions. Realizing they are completely outmatched, Smirnov frantically orders his entire squad to fall back and retreat into the safety of the barrier immediately. Groaning in pain, a fallen knight struggles on the ground. Oliver furiously orders his remaining knights to pursue the retreating defenders and not let them escape. Smirnov firmly states that chasing them is pointless since they became enemies the moment they opposed the domain. He warns the knights that the barrier won't let them through anymore, and he won't let them linger here either. Drawing his blade, the fierce warrior boldly declares that he will take on all of them himself, and warns them not to complain if they get hurt. Enraged by his arrogance, the knights charge forward and yell to teach him a lesson since one man cannot do much. Violent shockwave erupts as Smirnov aggressively clashes with the advancing forces. Standing his ground, the veteran warrior fiercely swings his blade to hold back the armored assault. Smirnov deftly maneuvers through the chaotic melee, parrying multiple strikes from the overwhelming numbers. Glaring at his attackers, Smirnov coldly addresses the lot of them. He questions if they are truly okay with following a bastard noble who selfishly does whatever he pleases. One of the knights angrily retorts that Smirnov is a noble himself. Smirnov fiercely counters that the kingdom's shield is meant to protect the people, not those in power, which is exactly why he abandoned his house. Hesitating slightly, the knights murmur that they have no choice but to do this job to feed their families. Shaking off their doubts, the knights yell at each other to stop dawdling and attack without holding back. Conflicted knight slowly calls out to Lord Oliver. The hesitant soldier questions if there is truly any point in fighting people from their own domain. Oliver casually remarks that he is surprised to find a fool among his ranks who would actually listen to the enemy's words. A sinister smirk creeps across the treacherous Count's face. He coldly reminds his soldiers that they are merely pawns who have absolutely no need for self-awareness. Oliver activates a terrifying divine revelation called Harassment of the Mad Tyrant that forces his subordinates to become berserkers. An agonizing groan escapes the knight as the dark magic violently invades his body. The corrupted knights unleash monstrous roars as their minds completely break under the spell. The berserk knight launches himself forward with terrifying speed, forcing Smirnov to desperately block the heavy strike. Sweating under the immense pressure, Smirnov grimly realizes this overwhelming power doesn't even seem human anymore. The crazed knights violently push the warrior back, their attacks growing completely erratic and overwhelmingly heavy. A sharp blade viciously slices into Smirnov's arm, spraying blood across the chaotic battlefield. Gritting his teeth in pain, Smirnov screams that there is no need to go this far because the knight's arm will become completely useless. Completely consumed by the madness, the knight hollowly repeats that one should live by working oneself to the bone with all their might. The corrupted soldier trembles violently as his body pushes far past its natural physical limits. Smirnov aggressively attempts to break the knight's relentless assault. The fierce warrior clicks his tongue in deep frustration, realizing that even his expert parries aren't enough to stop the crazed attacks. He deduces that the old man's skill made them stronger, but completely turned them into mindless undead. Smirnov realizes that the only way to physically stop their rampage now is to take their lives. Refusing to cross that line, he fiercely declares that he absolutely cannot kill them because he wouldn't be able to explain it to Master Hiro. Desperately clashing blades, the warrior stubbornly maintains his vow not to kill his former comrades. Searching for a non-lethal strategy, the sword saint frantically tries to think about what his master would do in this dire situation. The rocky terrain shifts slightly as a dark presence begins to maneuver around the distracted warrior. Stepping directly behind Smirnov, Oliver coldly notes that the warrior's back is wide open. The Count mercilessly stabs Smirnov, mocking him for thinking violence is wrong like some bleeding heart fool. Smirnov violently coughs up blood as the devastating strike brings him to his knees. Watching in sheer terror, Amelia desperately screams the wounded warrior's name from inside the barrier. She frantically warns Oliver not to touch the barrier and begs Smirnov to stay safely inside where he cannot be harmed. Oliver simply smirks and acknowledges that this defensive rule is very good to know. He sinisterly concludes that if he cannot bypass the barrier, it would be much more effective to just burn the entire village down. Amelia glares fiercely, refusing to be threatened and confidently stating that the fire won't reach the village as long as the barrier stands. Oliver coldly decides to educate the ignorant girl, explaining that a normal barrier only blocks attacks but cannot block the air itself. He chillingly warns that even if the flames do not cross the boundary, the intense heat definitely will. The Count sadistically notes that whether they roast directly or over charcoal, they will still burn to death either way. Turning away, Oliver admits that while setting this up was troublesome, their stubbornness actually saved him the effort of executing this pre-planned strategy. Amelia desperately yells that if he does that, he won't get away unscathed. The Count's maid confidently reassures her master that they have already prepared a special barrier designed to block even the outside air. Oliver proudly declares that with this setup, they can effortlessly eliminate both the commoners and the monsters to claim the territory as their new foundation. Sweating nervously, Smirnov asks if the Count seriously plans to use a dragon to burn the entire village down. Oliver gladly introduces his ultimate weapon, a rare specimen he obtained up north during a trade. He announces the arrival of the Flame Cyclops giant soldier. Glaring at the trapped defenders, Oliver promises to watch them suffer as the beast engulfs the entire area in flames with a single breath. Smirnov glares up at the cruel nobleman, bitterly cursing him as a filthy bastard. Oliver fiercely throws his hands forward, commanding the Flame Cyclops to unleash its devastating fire. A sudden, massive flash of spatial magic interrupts the summon, causing the Count to stagger back in absolute confusion. Oliver stares at the empty sky in sheer disbelief, as he realizes his colossal flame cyclops has completely disappeared. A calm voice echoing from above announces that they have successfully secured the missing giant soldier. High above the battlefield, the silhouettes of Hyro and his elite escort slowly descend from the sky. Looking down with deep exasperation, Hyro sighs and asks his father how much trouble he intends to cause before he is finally satisfied. Standing triumphantly beside the demon queen and his loyal friends, the young lord glares down at his ungrateful parent. Narrowing his eyes in deep frustration, Oliver mutters a complaint about how much trouble they have to cause before they are finally satisfied. Looking down at the arrogant nobleman, Hyro, Gaul, and Lillian stand united as Oliver disgustedly calls his son a disgraceful child. Kneeling exhausted on the rocky earth, Smirnov apologizes for messing up while an anxious Hyro rushes to check on his injured comrade. Hyro gently tells the battered warrior to go get his wounds treated and promises to handle the rest of the situation personally. Blood streaming down his face, the fierce warrior fiercely declares that he is fully counting on his young lord to make things right. Oliver and his maid stare in absolute shock at the massive, unconscious body of the Flame Cyclops, lying completely defeated on the ground. Stepping forward with cold authority, Hyro sarcastically apologizes to his father for not being able to greet him properly after their long separation. The treacherous Count glares back, aggressively demanding the meaning of this privileged behavior that kept a woman waiting. Hyro firmly explains that he received word of the sudden visit while inspecting the northern region and requested an immediate return. Oliver's eye widens with intense suspicion as he repeats the mention of the northern region. Biting his thumb in deep thought, the Count realizes the earlier incident that ruined his newly acquired weapon was entirely the great sage's doing. Hyro glares sharply at his father, demanding to know exactly what he means by the word weapon. Oliver coldly dismisses the question, telling his son to be quiet since he owes him absolutely no explanation. Unfazed by the dismissal, Hyro forcefully demands that the Count explain his own atrocious actions regarding the village. Throwing his arm out with burning fury, the young lord fiercely demands to know why his precious companions are being treated so cruelly. Oliver stares back with utter contempt, mockingly questioning if Hyro seriously considers his necessary actions to be cruel treatment. The Count arrogantly berates his son for sightseeing with a woman during a war instead of joining the army, declaring the territory unfit for the empire. He disgustedly points out that unscreened criminals and aberrant races are swarming the land, causing them to bare their fangs the moment the royal knights arrived. The great sage and the archer gently comfort the injured beastkin child, as Oliver complains that Hyro hasn't even bothered to discipline his slaves. The cruel nobleman insists that stepping in to forcefully do Hyro's neglected job doesn't constitute cruel treatment in the slightest. Hyro instantly cuts him off, fiercely telling his treacherous father not to give him that pathetic crap. The furious boy roars at the top of his lungs, boldly declaring that the noble forces were the ones who cowardly struck first. He aggressively accuses his father of attacking an innocent Katir'd child entirely outside the bounds of the protective barrier. Highlighting the violent intrusion, Hiro points out that the heavily armed knights actively tried to rob the peaceful village. Tearful Amelia looks away as Hiro furiously shouts that Oliver even tried to harass her. Unshaken by the heavy accusations, Oliver smoothly claims that the entire situation is just a serious misunderstanding. The nobleman casually shifts the blame, claiming his men simply mistook the child for a monster since they are navigating the dangerous Vilewood. He entirely dismisses the harassment claim by insisting he was merely assessing the village's condition and that the beastkin actually invited him. Seeking confirmation for his lies, the Count looks to his nervous maid Mars, who obediently agrees with his fabricated story. Hiro stares at his father in absolute, disgusted silence as the sheer audacity of the lies hangs in the air. The boy sharply repeats Oliver's ridiculous claim that the terrified beastwoman supposedly invited him. Oliver scowls heavily, aggressively questioning the defiant look in Hiro's eyes and asking if the boy truly dares to disbelieve his own father. Hiro glares back with absolute certainty, coldly declaring that he doesn't believe a single word and won't accept such obvious lies. Clenching his fists in pure rage, Hiro yells that he cannot accept the excuses when his comrades were hurt and his lover was left crying. Oliver completely stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing sharply as he repeats the shocking revelation that the beastkin is Hiro's lover. Unapologetic and fiercely protective, Hiro boldly declares that Amelia is incredibly precious to him. Sinister realization dawns on the Count as he mutters about a proper kingdom citizen committing such disgusting barbarity. Thrusting his arm forward with lethal intent, Oliver loudly announces to his knights that the area is officially a rebel faction allied with aberrant races. Glaring with cold fury, Oliver officially declares Hiro's entire territory a grave threat to the peace of the Asgard kingdom. He ruthlessly orders his remaining forces to hurry up and instantly eliminate the ringleader Hiro without a second thought. Surrounded by imposing skeletal knights and a massive beast, the Demon Queen coldly forces the captured royal soldiers to join her disgraced army or face incineration. Glaring at the terrifying display, Oliver demands to know if they honestly think they can get away with this in his territory. Hiro stares back with unwavering resolve, flatly stating that the land simply shouldn't belong to the Rothwell territory anymore. The arrogant Count stammers in absolute disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a thing could possibly happen. Stepping forward with purposeful strides, Hiro formally announces that he has a direct report for Count Rothwell. The young lord boldly declares that the Vilewood is officially seceding from the Asgard kingdom to become the independent forest of paradise. Sweat completely soaking his face, a furious Oliver screams that declaring independence is absolutely absurd and completely impossible. Hiro calmly explains that they have already secured approval from the Holy Principality and the Demon Realm following his fateful encounter with the Demon King. He adds that Cardinal Seidoa will conduct a formal interrogation regarding the rogue Flame 100 demon soldiers with the church's full cooperation. Pushing up her glasses, the great sage Lillian smoothly warns the Count that he may be tried as a national criminal, depending on the outcome. Driven into a corner, Oliver's mind violently spirals as he absolutely refuses to be the one judged and taken from. He desperately twists reality to fit his massive ego, suddenly asking if his son arranged this entire scenario just to prepare the throne for him. Screaming with crazed desperation, the treacherous father insists that nothing else could possibly make sense. He furiously demands to know how a powerless failure like Hiro managed to tame such legendary monsters. Pointing an accusatory finger, he questions how a boy devoid of any divine revelation could have ever brought such incredible prosperity to the wasteland. Oliver maliciously sneers that someone with absolutely nothing should have never been able to succeed. He concludes with a deranged smirk that such a miraculous transformation is completely impossible, unless Hiro was somehow reborn. Unfazed by the rant, Hiro firmly counters that innate talent doesn't determine everything, explaining that true strength is earned through constant refinement and sheer perseverance. Drawing his heavy sword, an enraged Oliver charges forward, roaring for his son to prove his supposed rebirth in combat. The disgraced noble violently swings his blade down, but Hiro effortlessly parries the heavy strike with his own weapon. Father and son clash aggressively in a high-speed duel, their blades sparking as they maneuver across the rocky terrain. Moving with blinding speed, Hiro flawlessly disarms his father and points his sword directly at the Count's throat. Holding the absolute advantage, Hiro calmly urges his father to surrender since defeating him is completely impossible now. With the blade resting against his neck, a bewildered Oliver stammers, unable to understand how his bookish son mastered the sword. Hiro looks down with cold sincerity, revealing that his newfound strength is entirely thanks to his father. He explains that surviving the harsh, unforgiving Vilewood forced him to grow stronger just to protect himself. Dark, twisted sense of pride flashes in Oliver's eyes as he mutters that he is glad to hear it. However, his expression instantly contorts into pure rage as he furiously accuses his son of repaying his supposed kindness with betrayal. He aggressively demands gratitude for the massive favor of granting Hiro the barren land in the first place. Screaming like a madman, the Count lists the immense favors of giving Hiro life with his own blood and raising him to this age. He furiously asks how the ungrateful boy plans to repay such an insurmountable debt. Oliver violently commands Hiro to repay him right now by immediately handing over the new country and all its military forces. Releasing a heavy sigh, Hiro drops his sword into the dirt and quietly agrees to return every single favor he was given. A sinister, triumphant grin spreads across Oliver's face as he reaches out, praising his eldest son for finally understanding his proper place. Spinning around with explosive force, Hiro delivers a devastating, full-power punch straight into his father's arrogant face. The crushing impact violently launches the nobleman backward through the... Oliver skips brutally across the rocky earth, tumbling in a pathetic heap of dust and ruined pride. Clutching his bruised and bleeding jaw, the humiliated count screams in utter shock, demanding to know what Hiro is doing. Hiro glares down at the pathetic man, coldly asking what he thinks is happening. Raising his fist, the young lord proudly declares that he just completely repaid his father's vile kindness with righteous retribution. Sitting calmly on the rocky ground, Hiro explains that he is genuinely grateful for every favor he received and ensures that true kindness will always return in time. Glaring intensely, he furiously accuses his father of using the flames of resentment to satisfy his own greed and dragging countless innocent people into suffering. He solemnly notes that while there is unfortunately no direct law to judge those specific atrocious actions, justice will still be served. The young lord coldly warns Oliver that everything he has done will come to light soon, making it incredibly hard for him to live a normal life. He grimly predicts that the treacherous count will eventually face the court of absolute justice, where the Rothwell family will be stripped of its title and its lands dissolved. Taking a deep breath, Hiro prepares to officially declare his final judgment, so his father understands exactly how much his foolish policies made the people suffer. With unwavering authority, the young ruler fiercely calls out Oliver Rothwell's name across the silent battlefield. He firmly declares that entry into their lands is now strictly forbidden, and officially sentences his father to permanent exile from the newly formed nation. Stepping forward, Hiro coldly commands the disgraced noble to leave the area immediately, stating that this is the absolute last mercy he will ever show him. Narrowing his eyes with lethal seriousness, the young lord chillingly warns that he cannot guarantee Oliver's life if he refuses to run. Terrified out of his mind, the cowardly count turns and violently sprints away across the rugged terrain while screaming in absolute panic. Exhausted by the intense confrontation, a wide-eyed Hiro collapses heavily onto the grassy ground beneath a tall tree. Amelia quickly rushes over to his side, gently asking the battered young lord if he is all right. Offering a weak, trembling smile, Hiro profusely apologizes to the worried cat-eared archer for scaring her. He tightly clutches his bruised and bleeding knuckles, letting out a soft groan of pain from the heavy punch he delivered. Gently tending to his injured hand, Amelia sighs and softly remarks that he clearly pushed himself to do something he isn't used to. Looking at him with deep concern, she quietly asks if letting the treacherous noble escape was truly the right thing to do. Hiro solemnly explains that if he built their new nation through bloodshed, conflict would become its permanent symbol, making peaceful exile the absolute best course of action. He acknowledges that there are simply some people beyond saving and notes that his father was always destined to destroy himself anyway. Hearing his logical reasoning, Amelia gently asks why he is acting this way if he truly believes that. Tears stream freely down Hiro's face as the fierce archer softly asks why he looks so incredibly pained by the outcome. Looking away with a heartbroken expression, the young ruler softly admits that he cannot argue with her keen observation. Crying openly, Hiro confesses that a part of him still foolishly hoped his father could be saved, lamenting that he simply isn't cut out for this kind of ruthless rule. Amelia warmly holds his trembling hand, reassuring him that his tears are simply because he forced himself to do something entirely unfamiliar. Leaning affectionately against his shoulder, she warmly promises that the Forest of Paradise will be a wonderful nation, because it is led by the kindest king in the world. Meanwhile, the disgraced and exiled count trudges completely alone through the dense, shadowy woods. Clutching his bruised face, Oliver bitterly curses his humiliating defeat, muttering about how vile it is to have his supposed kindness repaid with betrayal. However, a desperate glimmer of hope crosses his mind as he considers the private funds he left behind, praying that Hiro inheriting them might eventually save their ruined house. His solitary escape is suddenly interrupted as a mysterious cloaked figure steps from the shadows and announces they have been looking for him. The ominous figure casually reveals that they have already placed a specialized barrier around the area to completely cut off his escape route. Stepping closer, the stranger coldly advises the battered nobleman not to resist because they would rather not get rough. Glaring at the unexpected intruder, Oliver's eyes widen as he recognizes the boy and demands to know what Marison wants from him now. The young boy, dressed in pristine holy robes, smoothly declares that he has arrived as an envoy of the Holy Church to permanently escort his father away.
The scene opens on the imposing exterior of the Holy Church Cathedral in the Kingdom of Asgard. Inside the Grand Hall, a solemn voice announces the commencement of a divine judgment overseen by the three allied nations, signaling the beginning of the proceedings. The King of Asgard presides over the gathering from his throne with a stern and authoritative presence. Pontiff Logia listens closely in the silence, his expression unreadable as the heavy trial begins. Beside him sits Duke Sachika, adjusting his glasses while observing the room with a discerning and critical eye. The council demands an explanation from the accused regarding his recent rout in the Northern War, his abandonment of his domain, and his cowardly flight into the great forest of demonic beasts, telling him he is to explain everything. Standing isolated at the center of the inquisitorial floor is Oliver Roswell, facing the crushing weight of these accusations. Defending his tarnished honor, Roswell loudly insists that the conflict stemmed from a barbarian border violation and claims his retreat was merely a strategic withdrawal rather than a genuine military rout. The council scoffs at this weak defense, declaring it entirely unthinkable for the king's revered shield to be bested by mere barbarians. They coldly dismiss Lord Roswell's defense from the podium, calling his desperate words nothing more than pathetic excuses. Suddenly, the sharp and echoing crack of a cane striking the stone floor interrupts the tense deliberation. Cardinal Theodore of the papal office steps forward into the light, his plague doctor mask giving him a deeply ominous aura. Looking down at the sweating accused, the cardinal aggressively demands to know on what grounds Roswell dares to pass off his lies as mere excuses. Theodore reveals that he offered sanctuary to fleeing soldiers during his inspection of the northern battlefield, and those very men have already confessed everything about the matter. A group of weary, cloaked soldiers is quickly escorted into the grand hall as living proof of the cardinal's damning claims. Gesturing to the trembling men, Theodore explains that these soldiers fled the demon kingdom and have already been broken during a thorough inquisition. He mockingly notes how easily the soldiers spilled their darkest secrets, finding their complete lack of resolve rather underwhelming. Without hesitation, the cardinal presents the official documents containing the complete contents of their shocking confession to the silent assembly. The documents reveal that these lesser nobles of House Roswell were ordered on a secret mission by the Earl himself to transport mysterious cargo from a border village. Though unaware of the cargo's true nature, they were instructed to deliver it to a black market merchant or slave trader in a desperate move meant to shift the war's balance. Sweating profusely under the immense pressure, Roswell denies any knowledge of these men in his ranks and frantically demands proof that he was the one who issued the order. In swift response to his defiance, the council reveals they have already received a highly incriminating letter regarding the subject. The letter details frequent disappearances of demon women, children, and combatants near the border, which prompted an urgent investigation before the situation escalated into an all-out war. The investigation definitively exposed Oliver Roswell as the mastermind behind the kidnappings, leading to a formal request for the king to deliver a swift investigation and severe punishment after a sudden hero appeared to save the day. Furious and increasingly panicked, Roswell shouts that there is a limit to such blatant lies and demands to know exactly whose claims these are. The hall falls into a stunned, breathless silence as it is revealed the letter came directly from the Demon Lord himself. The council confirms the Demon Lord personally provided this written evidence during the recent Three-Nation Conference, leaving absolutely no room for error. Adding to the shock of the assembly, the document officially names the great hero who uncovered the dark plot as Hero Roswell. The council deliberately twists the knife, pointing out that there is another name written in the document which belongs to his own legitimate son. Hero not only rejected a marriage proposal from the Demon Lord out of sheer loyalty to the kingdom, but he also single-handedly rescued the kidnapped citizens and violently brought the slave trade to justice. To balance a new military power that surpasses the allied nations, the kingdom had no choice but to grant Hero his own independent nation, meaning they lost both territory and a rare asset. Trembling with rage and deep humiliation, Roswell spitefully declares that Hero is no longer his heir because of the boy's disastrous results during the Divine Oracle. The crushing truth finally dawns on Roswell as he pieces together the sheer magnitude of what this is really all about. Desperate to save his own life, Roswell wildly points fingers at the assembly and screams that Hero is the true culprit behind this entire conspiracy. He desperately rants that he always knew the boy was a cunning brat, claiming the high priest himself proved Hero was tainted by demons and is now an agent of the Demon Lord. Roswell wildly accuses his estranged son of attempting to strip the kingdom of its defenses simply to pave the way for a demonic invasion. The council sharply cuts off his frantic rambling, signaling with finality that Lord Roswell has said enough. They coldly inform him that if he continues to make excuses, they will have no choice but to subject him to a brutal inquisition since the testimony and physical evidence are all there. Cardinal Theodore grimly warns him that a forced admission of guilt at trial will result in him being burned at the stake and his entire noble house being completely abolished. Utterly defeated and cornered by his own blinding hubris, Oliver Roswell can only stare at the floor and mutter in disbelief at the absolute absurdity of his ruin. Standing at the podium, Roswell desperately implores the king to share his thoughts on the tense matter. Sitting tall on his throne, the king declares that the kingdom of Asgard and the duchy of Sachika belong to the Holy Church, forming a community bound by shared fate that stands united against the worship of the demon lord. He sternly adds that while an ecclesiastical declaration of war would be understandable if proper preparations were made, he has no choice but to condemn Roswell's grave sin for needlessly endangering their domain. Despite this harsh condemnation, the king admits that passing judgment himself might result in a sentence that is far too lenient when considering Roswell's many years of great service and contributions. Therefore, the king officially entrusts the final verdict to Cardinal Theodore, a man sworn to the divine and a dedicated member of the Holy Church. Pushing for mercy, the king asks the cardinal to take the earl's factual achievements into consideration and deliver a lenient verdict. Hidden behind his dark mask, Theodore acknowledges the request and boldly asks permission to deliver his judgment. Pointing directly at the accused, the cardinal calls out Oliver Roswell's name. The cardinal delivers his chilling verdict, coldly commanding the disgraced noble to take his own life. Looming over the shocked earl, Theodore explains that this is his final salvation since they already possess all the evidence despite his refusal to admit to his crimes. Theodore calmly elaborates that if the defendant dies during the Inquisition, the matter will be pursued no further, entirely sparing them the necessity of holding another trial within 10 days. Leaving the choice in Roswell's trembling hands, the cardinal warns that accepting death will save his family line from annihilation and entrust the house to the next heir, whereas living means bearing the entire incident's responsibility alone. Gritting his teeth in total defeat, Roswell reluctantly accepts this grim salvation. Praising the wise choice, Theodore instructs him to take the tablet waiting in his cell so that God may grant him his salvation. A sinister smirk crawls across Roswell's face as he mockingly offers his thanks to God. With a swift gesture from the cardinal, armored guards step forward to escort Oliver Roswell away to the dungeons. The guards march the disgraced earl out of the grand hall, his dark silhouette disappearing through the towering archway. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of magical light explodes into the blinding darkness. The bright flare instantly illuminates a dense, shadowy forest far away from the cathedral walls. Crouched in the tall grass after his sudden magical teleportation, Roswell chuckles darkly to himself. Sneering at the church's pathetic attempt to end him, the earl boasts that his divine oracle is far from insignificant and laughs at their twisted concept of salvation. He tightens his grip on a magical card labeled Flee, a powerful artifact capable of escaping from any situation. Rising to his feet, Roswell plots to use his hidden fortune to live a life of leisure and eventually start up some kind of business. His smug plotting is instantly shattered when a haunting voice from the shadows tells him he really doesn't know when to quit. Startled, Roswell snaps his head toward the dark trees and demands to know who is there. A heavy staff strikes the earth as unseen figures step forward, declaring themselves the boast of the Holy See and the Spear of God. 3 figures emerge fully into the light, revealing a tall masked man flanking 2 young girls wearing eerie, blank masks. They are the Papal Office Special Inquisition Enforcement Unit, a highly specialized and terrifying strike force. Shocked to the absolute core, Roswell stumbles backward at the sight of Cardinal Theodore leading the midnight ambush. One of the masked girls glares at him with cold eyes, reminding the cardinal that things played out exactly as she predicted. She smugly explains that prioritizing a tracking spell was the right call, knowing a piece of trash like Roswell would prioritize his own skin over killing himself. Sweating with sheer terror, Roswell realizes the little brat saw right through him and used magic anticipating his cowardly flight. Narrowing his eyes with sudden, desperate clarity, the Earl accuses the group of plotting something far more sinister. Leaning heavily on his cane, Theodore admits he is surprised that Roswell isn't entirely stupid, despite his irredeemably awful personality. The Cardinal remarks that they could have avoided doing things this way if Roswell hadn't gotten involved out of his own petty greed. He reveals that the Holy See's true target all along has been the great forest of demonic beasts. More specifically, Theodore clarifies they are after the rapidly growing military power of Hero Roswell. He lists Hero's terrifying allies, including the 2 great dragon clans of Gold and Silver and the dreaded Undead King. The staggering alliance also includes the warrior catfolk, the elf, and the esteemed great sage Lillian acting as a guest of honor. Theodore bitterly explains that all of this immense military power was meant to become the strength of the Asgard kingdom, and by extension, a weapon for the Holy Seas alliance. He pauses, letting the heavy and violent implication of what could have been hang in the silent air. Clenching his fist in zealous fury, Theodore screams that their most cherished ambition of annihilating every last heretic who worships the demon lord could have finally been achieved. Regaining his menacing composure, the cardinal states that they have come to make Roswell take responsibility, offering him only two choices, yes or death. Disgusted by the fanaticism, Roswell spits that those aren't the words he would expect from a clergyman, calling them a torture-loving bunch of fanatics. Theodore calmly counters that they use the Inquisition to investigate heretics, insisting it is an interrogation rather than a form of torture. The cardinal reveals their dark secret. They have discovered a way to extract the divine oracle from heretics and entrust it to the faithful, while those who lose their oracle are summoned to God's side to become a new life and be granted salvation. He solemnly justifies this forbidden ritual as the truly only way to guide heretics back to the righteous path. Horrified by the twisted implication, Roswell asks if they intend to steal his heaven's revelation. Theodore reveals that one of their priests already examined Roswell during the trial using the Eye of God revelation. He explains that Roswell's revelation deviates from the natural order, meaning that even if they extracted it, no one other than Roswell could use it. The cardinal notes that with such a God-granted miracle, they should be able to save countless heretics. Trapped and entirely enraged, Roswell growls at the cardinal not to screw with him. He furiously rejects their twisted definition of saving people, screaming that he refuses to take part in a massacre. Panting heavily from his sudden outburst, the Earl glares violently at his masked captors. Unfazed by the tantrum, Theodore coldly reminds him that he only has the two choices presented just a moment ago. Reaching out his gloved hand, the cardinal commands Oliver Roswell to make his final decision. Roswell trembles violently, his mind racing as the crushing weight of his inevitable fate bears down on him. Dragging a hand across his sweating face, Roswell finally caves and agrees to lend them his strength. Internally, the corrupt noble justifies his surrender by swearing he will do anything to reclaim his lost status, declaring his true faith lies not in God, but in his own insatiable desire. Pleased with the capitulation, Theodore demands that he start getting it back for them immediately. The cardinal explains their realization. In order to preach the teachings of God, one needs the actual power of God. Anxious and impatient, Roswell asks what exactly they want him to do and demands they stop beating around the bush. Theodore plainly states that they require the divine oracle of the Dragon Clan. He orders Roswell to capture the Golden Dragon, as they have already located the resting place of the former divine dragon's remains and require a divine oracle to be placed inside them. The cardinal reveals their apocalyptic endgame. They will sublimate those remains into a new god and transform it into a devastating power that will destroy all enemies of the Holy See, unleashing a terrifying new threat upon Hero. The scene opens on the newly established, peaceful settlement within the Forest of Paradise. A lone cat prowls quietly along the top of the sturdy stone walls protecting the domain. Staring thoughtfully at a torn leaf, a quiet voice ponders what to do next. Hero sits peacefully on the wall alongside his loyal dog, taking a rare moment of rest. Amelia suddenly appears behind him, relieved to have finally found where he was hiding. Leaning over him playfully, the cat girl teases him for actually slacking off for a change. Hero seriously denies this, explaining he was merely thinking about their next steps since the ancient dragons have yet to return. Amelia kindly reassures him that no one would complain if he rested, considering he has worked non-stop since their independence 3 months ago. She proudly lists his immense efforts, from appointing departmental administrators to doing physical labor on the city walls and handling farm work. Staring out into the distance, Hero humbly admits there is a mountain of work left and feels his efforts are still not nearly enough. With a hardened expression, he declares they must first deal with the immediate problem right in front of them. Amelia's smile fades as she solemnly agrees with his assessment. Looking down from the high walls, the pair stares anxiously out at a massive gathering of people. Amelia nervously estimates the crowd has grown to about 5,000 people over the last few days. Sweating slightly at the overwhelming numbers, Hero states that while accepting them all at once is impossible, they cannot simply abandon them either. Seeking his guidance, Amelia asks what he plans to do about the massive encampment. Pressing his hand firmly against the stone wall, Hero prepares to take action. He explains his intention to personally check out the situation down below to formulate a proper plan. Shocked by this risky idea, Amelia urges him to send Gallius or Sminov to investigate instead. Ignoring her protests, Hero calmly asserts that some things simply cannot be understood without seeing them firsthand. He pauses, hinting at the potential danger of the unfolding situation. Flashing a warm smile, he reassures the worried catgirl that he will be perfectly fine since she is coming with him. Blushing deeply, Amelia tightly grabs his arm and demands he not leave her side. Flustered but determined, she quickly urges him forward as they head down to the encampment. The pair carefully navigates their way through the sprawling, crowded tent city. Observing the organized atmosphere, Amelia notes the gathering feels less like a desperate immigrant group and more like a bustling village street. She points out the presence of a functional market and surprisingly well-dressed individuals among the refugees. Spotting something unusual, Amelia directs Hiro's attention to a strange item nearby. A cloaked figure is shown devoutly clasping a peculiar, cross-like emblem in their hands. Hiro observes that it appears to be a religious object, noting how reverently the people are praying to it. Confused by the unfamiliar icon, Amelia asks if Hiro recognizes it. Deep in thought, Hiro admits he has never seen the symbol before, noting it is completely different from the Holy Church's iconography. Staring intently at the emblem, he struggles to identify its mysterious origins. Suddenly, a tall hooded figure approaches and casually reveals it is a relief of the undead dragon cult. Sensing immediate danger, Amelia aggressively throws her arm in front of Hiro and yells for him to get back. She fiercely demands the mysterious stranger remove their hood and reveal their identity. Chuckling smoothly at her hostility, the stranger apologizes for being rude. Pulling back his hood, the man warmly greets them after their long time apart. Utterly shocked, Amelia recognizes the man as Jack and demands to know what he is doing leading the immigrant group. Flashing a wry smile, Jack sighs and admits it is a bit of a long story. Jack smoothly suggests it would be faster for them to see the situation for themselves, especially since they seem so interested in the undead dragon cult. Gesturing forward with a polite bow, he invites them to follow him toward the heart of the encampment. Hiro's eye widens in absolute shock as he takes in the unbelievable sight before him. Sitting majestically behind a towering pile of wine barrels and milk jugs are the ancient golden dragon and the undead king. Staring blankly at the bizarre scene, Amelia notes that her bad feeling about the cult's name was completely justified as they are literally being worshipped. Thoroughly bewildered, Hiro turns to the smiling merchant and demands to know exactly how things ended up like this. Adjusting his glasses with a tired sigh, Jack explains that the bizarre cult only took shape recently, but the root of the issue started 3 months ago. He reveals that after Earl Oliver mysteriously vanished, his legitimate son Marisun officially inherited the troubled Rothwell domain. Amelia looks surprised at the news, muttering that she assumed the cowardly Earl would have simply fled straight back to his own territory. Jack grimly continues that Marisun's rule brought no end to the tyranny, especially since a new, dangerous faction began to seize absolute power. Hiro furrows his brow, curiously asking about the identity of this mysterious new faction. The merchant solemnly confirms that the Holy Church itself stepped in to take control. He explains the horrific new reality where the Church violently enforces its own faith, using the Inquisition to brutally punish anyone caught worshipping a different god. Jack describes the terrifying plague doctors who drag people away in the night, warning that those taken either never return or come back as entirely different, broken people. Pausing dramatically, the merchant reveals that his own nightmare began directly amidst that terrifying religious purge. He explains that every single member of his loyal caravan was abruptly and permanently dismissed from the Ardmic Merchant Guild. Jack angrily states that while the official charge was aiding a rebellion, their true motive was to completely confiscate all of Hiro's valuable cargo. He notes that losing one's cargo completely destroys a merchant's credibility, which is effectively a death sentence in their line of work. Refusing to be robbed, Jack quickly dispatched his remaining caravans to secretly gather all the goods from the guarded warehouses to return them to Hiro. Unfortunately, their desperate focus on retrieving the cargo left them completely blind to the encroaching inquisitors who cornered them on false charges of heresy. Just as all hope seemed completely lost, Jack dramatically reveals that a miraculous savior suddenly appeared from the shadows. He gestures grandly toward the ancient golden dragon and the imposing undead king, revealing them as the unlikely heroes of the hour. Desperate citizens, who had already heard rumors of a dragon-commanding savior, immediately flocked to the majestic duo bathed in the moonlight. Once the refugees safely reached the village, they began fervently worshipping the pair to seek their blessing and strength. Smiling warmly at Hiro, Jack compliments his impressive foresight and leadership. The merchant praises Hiro for brilliantly encouraging the massive refugee camp to govern itself while they waited to be officially accepted into the domain. Utterly bewildered, Hiro stares blankly and asks exactly who told the merchants such an absurd lie. Jack flinches slightly, a drop of nervous sweat sliding down his cheek as he realizes something is very wrong. Trembling slightly, Jack points toward the massive dragon and the undead king, silently confirming they were the ones who gave the order. Jack nervously admits the pair told the refugees to just govern themselves because Hiro would eventually figure everything out. Hiro's eyes darken in realization as he finally understands why the sprawling makeshift camp and active market were established without his permission. Sweating profusely, Jack asks if it really wasn't Hiro's grand plan, prompting Hiro to firmly deny any involvement. Glaring dangerously at the oversized freeloaders, Hiro demands to know if they have any pathetic excuses for their actions. Sweating under his furious gaze, the undead king arrogantly claims they were merely graciously ruling in place of the incompetent humans. Hiro fiercely berates them, expressing how worried he was about their disappearance only to find them carelessly playing God after they promised to watch him build his kingdom. Glaring down at the boy, the dragon angrily demands to know if Hiro can still act so self-righteous considering he blatantly abandoned them at the demon lord's castle. The dragon complains bitterly that they were forced to exhaustively breathe fire onto magic or just to heat the massive, freezing castle. To add to the immense humiliation, they were even forced to give the demon lord shoulder rubs and provide endless entertainment. The undead king screams in pure frustration, blaming Hiro entirely for forcing them to endure such a deeply humiliating ordeal. Unfazed by their whining, Hiro coldly reminds them they brought it upon themselves and points out he couldn't afford to wait while an enemy army was rapidly closing in. Turning away with an arrogant huff, the undead king completely dismisses Hiro's logic by claiming human affairs mean absolutely nothing to them. Watching the two ancient beings throw a childish tantrum, Amelia smiles awkwardly and admits she actually feels a little bad for them. Ignoring their pouting, Hiro sharply scolds them for allowing the refugees to govern themselves, pointing out that vital resources like food and water are strictly limited. The undead king confidently reassures him not to worry, gesturing grandly to their massive, stolen stockpile of food and alcohol. Picking up a familiar bottle, Hiro's face drops in horror as he realizes they simply stole the emergency provisions he had explicitly left with Jack. Chomping aggressively on a massive barrel, the dragon angrily argues that he hunted the meat himself and can devour it whenever he pleases. Losing his temper, Hiro yells that the money from selling those specific goods was desperately needed to support the lives of everyone in the domain. Utterly unrepentant, the massive dragon screams back that he doesn't care about economics because meat is simply for eating and alcohol is for drinking. Trying to defuse the situation, the undead king calmly dismisses the dragon's logic but argues they can easily just manufacture more wine quickly. Hiro's eyes instantly go terrifyingly blank at the sheer ignorance of the word quickly. Exploding with genuine rage, Hiro furiously screams that the wine represents the exhaustive hard work of his entire domain and refuses to forgive their blatant disrespect. Utilizing his unique skill to command beasts, Hiro viciously tells the whining dragon to shut up before threatening to beat the lesson into them physically. With a furious shout and a massive surge of aura, Hiro commands the ancient dragon to instantly slam its head into the dirt. Staring coldly at the completely subjugated pair, Hiro darkly announces that he has a special plan just for them. Channeling his absolute authority as the sovereign ruler, Hiro prepares to hand down a severe punishment. He sternly commands them to immediately cultivate enough farmland for complete self-sufficiency and fully construct a massive residential sector. Furthermore, he orders the complete development of the main road into a brand new territorial district. Leaving absolutely no room for debate, Hiro entrusts the entirety of this backbreaking physical labor exclusively to the two giant troublemakers. Thoroughly outraged by the massive workload, both the dragon and the undead king scream in violent protest. Crossing his arms, Hiro coldly explains that this punishment will finally teach them just how agonizingly difficult it is to actually manage a domain. The undead king glares fiercely at the boy, furiously reminding him that they are sworn allies rather than mere subordinates. Hiro shoots back that stealing resources under the guise of an alliance is the exact same tyranny his father practiced, demanding they pay off their massive debt through hard labor. Looming menacingly over the giant beings, Hiro drops his voice to a terrifyingly quiet whisper. Flashing a bright, terrifyingly cheerful smile, Hiro threatens to completely cut off their food and alcohol supply, leaving everyone around him trembling at his ruthless efficiency. Smiling brightly, Hiro ruthlessly declares that from now on, the two freeloaders will receive absolutely no meals. Adding insult to injury, he coldly informs them that their precious evening drinks are also completely cancelled. The massive dragon and the undead king immediately erupt into furious, panicked screaming at the absurd decree. Flailing in absolute desperation, the ancient beings demand to know how they are supposed to survive without their liquor and food. Crossing his arms dismissively, Hero points out that human sustenance is merely a luxury for them anyway and shouldn't be a real problem. Turning away from the whining immortals, the young lord directs his full attention to Jack. He calmly asks the merchant to disclose the exact location of the stored goods and the total expected proceeds from selling them. Adjusting his glasses, Jack reveals the goods are gathered in Sunartia and could easily fund the town for a decade if sold at full price. Nodding in agreement, Hero notes that as the kingdom's easternmost trade city, they cannot afford to remain idle in their current situation. He glances back at his imposing allies, silently ensuring they understand the gravity of the situation. Turning back, Hero commands Jack to push the construction forward using local materials, promising the period will only last until his return. The merchant respectfully agrees, prompting Hero to declare their imminent departure once preparations are complete. Furious at being left behind to work, the golden dragon grumbles that such an absurd punishment simply cannot be allowed. Realizing Hero is actually leaving, the massive beast frantically screams for the boy to stop. Staring out at the empty path, the undead king mutters in stunned disbelief that the boy has actually left them behind. Sweating nervously, the dragon wonders aloud if Hero's vague return date means tomorrow or an entire year from now. The undead king bitterly blames the dragon, stating this entire mess is the direct result of humoring his idiotic nonsense. Panic setting in, the golden dragon nervously calls out to his dark companion. The dragon's eyes widen with sheer terror as he realizes that when Hero is serious, he absolutely follows through with his threats. Slumping in total defeat, the dragon whines that they will starve and never taste liquor again at this rate. Glaring sharply over his shoulder, the undead king ominously asks if the foolish beast finally understands their dire reality. Realizing they have no choice, the Dark Lord suggests they stop bickering and work together to overcome the monumental task. The two ancient, godlike beings reluctantly shake hands, forming an alliance of pure desperation. The undead king immediately points out the glaring flaw in their plan, admitting they know absolutely nothing about human living conditions. Pondering the issue, the Dark Lord recalls that he has at least some prior experience helping with farmland. He quickly formulates a destructive plan, suggesting they blast the nearby forest with dragon's breath to harvest lumber. He adds that the dragon can violently churn the earth with a great tremor to clear out roots and stones for farming. Confident in his dark magic, the undead king boasts his skeleton minions can clear the debris and finish the farmland in a mere 3 days. However, he grimly acknowledges that constructing the residential area is the real problem. Sitting quietly nearby, Kero the loyal dog lets out a helpful bark. The two powerful beings turn to the small dog, desperately asking if the canine has a brilliant idea. The undead king reasons that the dog might actually know something useful since it constantly lives alongside Hero. Without hesitation, the undead minions aggressively shove the poor dog into a makeshift wooden cage. Trapped inside, the confused dog scratches frantically at the wooden bars. Realizing he is stuck, the dog simply lies down on the straw with a blank expression. Disappointed by the lack of architectural genius, the ancient duo quickly dismisses the dog as completely useless. Staring at a ruined building, the undead king genuinely questions why fragile humans bother building houses when caves would suffice. He quickly corrects his own logic, noting that fragile humans cannot be compared to beasts before darkly suggesting they all just join his undead army to survive the winter. A sinister realization dawns on the Dark Lord as he considers the macabre alternative to building houses. He wickedly concludes that turning the refugees into undead soldiers would completely eliminate the need for food and shelter, perfectly solving both their problems. The silver dragon looks at his dark companion, asking exactly which one of them is truly the fool. Warning the undead king, the dragon points out that massacring the refugees Hero is trying to save would completely defeat their purpose and make losing liquor the least of their worries. Pondering the dire truth of the dragon's words, the Dark Lord silently admits that such an outcome would be highly troublesome. A nervous voice suddenly interrupts the ancient beings, timidly offering them a bottle of liquor. Sweating profusely, Jack steps out from the bushes and presents a bottle of wine as today's offering. The clever merchant notes their good fortune in needing alcohol, offering the bottle in exchange for them hearing a desperate grievance. Jack begs the powerful entities to use their immense strength to reinforce the refugees' simple shelters so they can actually survive the harsh winter. Looking down at the trembling merchant, the undead king condescendingly addresses him as a frail child of man. Looming menacingly over the human, the Dark Lord commands Jack to lead them to his shelter immediately if he truly values his life. Utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, Jack collapses backward into the dirt with a panicked scream. The undead king defensively scoffs at the terrified merchant, demanding to know if sharing a roof with someone like him is really that displeasing. Bowing deeply into the dirt, the trembling merchant frantically begs the Dark Lord to simply spare his life. Slightly annoyed by the dramatic display, the undead king sighs and tells Jack to change his wording a little. He quickly clarifies that they are not angry and merely wish to see the kind of houses these fragile humans live in. Still sweating heavily, Jack awkwardly explains that his shelter is just a simple tent and a mat, hardly something worthy of being called a house. Looking down sadly, the merchant mutters that he could at least build a proper hut if only he were a carpenter. Intrigued by the unfamiliar human term, the undead king asks what a carpenter is. Jack regains his composure and explains that a carpenter is a human specialized in construction who possesses the necessary skills to build structures capable of withstanding the elements. The undead king notes the usefulness of such people and curiously asks if there are any carpenters currently in the camp. Jack grimly confirms there are carpenters present, but they completely lack the materials needed to build anything more than a shabby hut. Crouched next to Caro the dog, Jack cautiously asks the imposing entities why they are asking such specific questions. The Dark Lord seriously states that they must build farmland and a residential area, heavily implying the terrible Wrath Hero will unleash if they fail. Jack's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes these terrifying beings intend to grant them actual work and homes rather than just offering guidance. The silver dragon frantically hushes the loud merchant, calling him a fool and warning him to keep his voice down before everyone hears. The warning comes too late, as a growing crowd of hopeful refugees gathers around, whispering in awe about the promise of a house and steady work. Overcome with intense gratitude, the tearful refugees pledge their lifelong loyalty to the ancient beings and praise the dragon for saving the world. Weeping with sheer relief, the desperate crowd thanks the heavens that they will finally be able to survive the approaching winter. A massive drop of sweat slides down the undead king's pale face as the crushing weight of their newfound responsibility sets in. Sweating nervously alongside him, the golden dragon notes they have passed the point of no return and urges the Dark Lord to do something quickly. The undead king instructs the massive dragon to carry him into the sky, confidently declaring he has a plan. Preparing to take drastic action, the Dark Lord mutters that there is no helping the situation now. The golden dragon violently launches itself into the air, leaving a massive, shattered crater in the earth behind them. Soaring high above the vast forest, the dragon nervously asks Alucard what exactly he is planning and if they are even going the right way. The undead king confidently recalls the merchant's words, noting that a house can easily be built as long as there is a carpenter present. He coldly concludes that they simply need to summon deceased carpenters to this land to handle the grueling physical labor. However, he groans in frustration as he realizes that selecting carpenters strictly from the recently dead yields far too few workers for the massive project. Channeling his immense dark magic, the undead king decides to extend his summoning range beyond the forest and reach far deeper into the years of the dead. Gathering a blinding orb of raw magical energy between his hands, he prepares to bestow a temporary immunity to sunlight upon all his new undead minions. Floating gracefully down from the sky, the Dark Lord unleashes his immense magical power upon the unsuspecting earth below. Slamming his hands onto the ground, he violently screams a command to create an undead army. Massive skeletal hands violently burst from the shattered earth, signaling the terrifying arrival of the summoned dead. A colossal, terrifying horde of skeletal warriors rises from the dirt, completely surrounding the powerful Dark Lord in a sea of bone. The watching refugees completely panic at the horrifying sight, screaming in absolute terror as the horde of undead surrounds their camp. Flashing a calm, reassuring glance, the undead king tells the screaming crowd to fear nothing. Standing amidst the rattling skeletons, he gently explains that his towering undead army is actually composed of their very own ancestors. Raising his voice with absolute authority, the Dark Lord demands the full attention of his new, terrified believers. He preaches that while they cannot survive the winter without help, they must engrave his words into their hearts to become the true foundation of this new nation. Echoing Hero's earlier threat, the undead king declares they must pay the price of labor to live in this land and intends to show the true strength of his believers. With a confident smirk, he grandly announces that the silver dragon will miraculously grant them the necessary farmland to harvest blessed food. The desperate refugees erupt into a massive, echoing cheer of absolute joy and relief at the divine miracle. Instantly put to work, the giant skeletal constructs begin rapidly building large wooden houses with terrifying, tireless efficiency. Watching the massive undead workforce, the silver dragon remarks in awe at the sheer, outrageous number of skeletons roused for the menial task. The dragon notes that if the undead king had used this immense hidden power against Hero, there is absolutely no way he would have lost their earlier battle. The Dark Lord completely dismisses the idea, explaining this power was painstakingly stockpiled over thousands of years specifically to fight the gods, not for petty skirmishes with a human boy. The dragon quickly deduces that the undead king only tapped into this sacred power because he is genuinely curious to see the outcome of their current alliance. Staring thoughtfully into the forest, the Dark Lord silently confirms he wants to see exactly what kind of nation Hero will ultimately create. A dark, anticipatory smile slowly creeps across the undead king's pale face as he envisions the future. He quietly admits that watching the boy build a kingdom seems far more interesting than his ancient, destined battle with the gods. However, he sighs and admits his magical reserves are severely depleted, meaning he will be unable to raise any more undead for quite a while. The silver dragon sighs in relief, noting it is a good thing he waited for the perfect chance to strike before exhausting his power. Suddenly, the ancient beings are interrupted by an aggressive voice furiously demanding to know what they are doing. The scene shifts to reveal a fierce, beautifully imposing woman declaring that she has come to fight. Her sharp eyes narrow as she confidently boasts that she has always been much better at attacking than waiting around. Standing tall with her dark weapon and flanked by her loyal subordinates, the demon lord declares the time has finally come to strike first. A lone horse-drawn wagon rattles loudly as it travels along a rough dirt path through the dense forest. Inside the wagon, Hero sighs with relief that Jack's quick actions allowed them to return in under a month. Amelia warmly agrees, praising the merchant for securing such a successful negotiation. Staring anxiously ahead, Hero admits he is deeply worried about whether their powerful allies are actually following his orders. Amelia shares his concern, wondering aloud how the massive construction project left to the ancient dragon is progressing. Hero rationalizes that even if the ancient beings accomplish nothing, simply learning about the territory is a good start. He admits he cannot truly get mad at them since they are neither official subordinates nor permanent residents. Hero realizes his companion is completely ignoring him as her eyes widen in absolute shock. He repeatedly calls Amelia's name, trying to snap her out of her sudden, stunned silence. Trembling slightly, Amelia slowly raises her hand and points out the window. She breathlessly directs Hero's attention to something massive looming in the distance. As the wagon clears the trees, an imposing stone fortress completely surrounds the landscape. Staring in pure disbelief, Amelia questions if they are truly looking at the forest of paradise. The wagon grinds to a sudden, heavy halt on the dirt path outside the massive stone walls. Beyond the gates lies a sprawling, fully constructed city teeming with organized streets and grand architecture. Flocks of white birds soar peacefully over the newly established, bustling metropolis. Hero and Amelia stand completely frozen in place, their jaws dropped in absolute, unadulterated shock at the impossible sight. Peering over the reins, Jack wonders aloud if Lord Rothwell has suddenly returned to reclaim the territory. He firmly states that constructing a massive checkpoint like this in mere weeks is completely impossible. Fearing the worst, the merchant urgently suggests they turn back to the trade city immediately. He nervously questions if the Smirnoff guards are truly capable of keeping them safe in this bizarre situation. Gripped by absolute panic, Jack violently snaps the reins and prepares to flee. He yells for the horses to hurry back to safety. A sudden blur of movement shakes the rustling trees as unseen forces sprint through the dense foliage. The trio stares in awe as the massive stone gate remains completely open, inviting a brilliant light to spill out from the city within. Amelia cautiously notes that the imposing entrance has been left completely unguarded. Staring up at the towering stonework, Hero marvels at the truly impressive craftsmanship. Shaking off his deep hesitation, Hero resolves to uncover the absolute truth of the mystery. He confidently steps forward and leads his companion straight into the unknown city. The group walks down the bustling streets, completely bewildered by the peaceful, thriving atmosphere. Jack observes it doesn't resemble a military base, while Amelia notes the citizens are just living entirely normal lives. Suddenly, Hiro stops dead in his tracks and points urgently at a nearby building. He commands Amelia to look closely at the strange symbol carved directly above the doorway. Hiro's eye widens in absolute horror as he instantly recognizes the deeply ominous iconography. He realizes with utter dread that the emblem belongs exclusively to the fanatical immortal dragon cult. Looking down the immaculate, stone-paved streets, Hiro completely questions reality itself. He cannot fathom how this bustling religious sanctuary is the exact same untamed land he left to the ancient dragon. The young lord's mind races as he frantically tries to comprehend the impossible timeline. He desperately wonders how anyone could construct a flawless metropolis in merely a few weeks. Sweating profusely under the crushing weight of the situation, Hiro struggles to process the sheer scale of the architectural miracles surrounding them. A passing civilian suddenly stops and stares blankly at the newly arrived trio. Amelia whispers nervously, wondering if this random man recognizes Hiro as the prophesied savior. Flustered by the intense stare, Hiro awkwardly rubs his neck and quickly tries to deny his grand status. He humbly insists he is not nearly as extraordinary as they might believe. The man's face instantly lights up with absolute, zealous ecstasy at the boy's quiet words. He loudly declares that such a beautifully humble attitude proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Hiro is their true savior. Overcome with intense religious fervor, the man aggressively throws himself to the ground. Bowing his head deeply against the cobblestone, the desperate believer begs for a divine miracle. He fiercely pleads with Hiro to extend his saving hand to the persecuted immortal dragon cult. The tearful man explains that their sacred teachings have been brutally suppressed and unjustly condemned as mere heresy. He warns that if the violent persecution continues, the entire cult will be completely wiped out. Frowning deeply at the grim news, Hiro's mind races to identify the true culprit. He wonders exactly who possesses the immense power and motive to launch such a devastating purge. The grim truth suddenly dawns on Hiro as he recognizes the classic, brutal methodology of labeling enemies as heretics. He darkly concludes that the Holy Church must be the ones directly behind the violent religious suppression. Looking down at the pleading man, Hiro knows he cannot simply turn a blind eye to such blatant suffering. He realizes that his powerful allies, the ancient dragon and Alucard, must be deeply involved in this sprawling mess. The tense silence is violently shattered by a sudden, frantic shout from nearby. A voice desperately calls out to Hiro, aggressively demanding his immediate attention. A massive, imposing silhouette completely darkens the sky above the immaculate city streets. Hiro stares in sheer awe as the colossal, winged figure finally comes into full view. Suspended high above the street is a ridiculously grandiose banner declaring the duo as the absolute pinnacle of killing immortals. Hiro stares in total disbelief at the dramatic display honoring the ancient dragon and the undead king. Sweat dropping at the absurd spectacle, Jack mutters that this is completely different from the grim heretic inquisition he had pictured. Amelia nervously agrees, noting that the political situation has rapidly deteriorated into a terrifying mess. Narrowing his eyes, Hiro realizes someone highly capable must be pulling the strings behind this massive, organized cult. He fiercely wonders who on earth has the ability to actively manipulate two ancient, godlike beings. The crushing realization hits the group like a physical blow as they take in the fully established society. They instantly know they have arrived far too late to stop the absolute chaos from taking root. Suddenly, the beautifully imposing demon lord emerges from the shadows, her body tightly wrapped in heavy chains. She angrily shouts Hiro's name, violently declaring she is completely sick of waiting for him. The entire group violently flinches in absolute shock at the sudden, impossible appearance of their greatest enemy. Jack and Amelia simultaneously scream in sheer terror as they come face to face with the legendary demon lord. Standing confidently, the demon lord asks why he thinks she is here. Looking down from the rooftop, she aggressively warns him not to underestimate her and mocks the idea that they wouldn't attack again simply because they withdrew once. Staring back with a serious expression, Hiro demands to know if she has broken their alliance and come to wage war again. Landing gracefully on the ground, the demon lord clarifies that her original goal was indeed war, but this time her target is entirely different. Her heavy boots strike the cobblestone path as she steps forward with imposing authority. Towering over the group, the demon lord coldly locks eyes with the tense catgirl. Leaning in closer, she reaches out and curiously touches Amelia's soft ears. She lets out an intrigued hum as she examines the trembling catgirl up close. Amelia visibly sweats under the intense scrutiny while the demon lord's companions watch the bizarre interaction in silence. Pulling back, The demon lord realizes Amelia's true heritage and asks if her being from the Warcat clan is supposed to be a problem. She bluntly reveals that when she proposed marriage to Hiro, he evasively rejected her by claiming he already had a lover waiting in his country. The demon lord passionately boasts that with Hiro as her husband, they could dominate the entire world, questioning if he is truly a man worth giving up such absolute power for. Standing tall, she declares her intention to determine his true worth for herself, warning that he will have to step aside if he fails to meet her expectations. Without a moment of hesitation, Amelia firmly rejects the demon lord's grand proposal. Glaring fiercely, the catgirl admits her lower status as a beast human but reminds the demon that Hiro is the true representative of their country. Amelia confidently states that Hiro values people over power and rank, proudly adding that he personally told her she is important to him. Clenching her fists with unwavering resolve, Amelia swears she will never step aside of her own free will. Her eyes burn with determination as she prepares to face whatever terrifying consequences may come her way. The two fiercely stubborn women lock eyes in a tense, silent standoff. The demon lord glares back, her immense aura flaring as she loudly reminds the catgirl that she is the strongest woman in the world. A heavy, suffocating pressure fills the stone plaza as the two rivals refuse to back down. Sweating profusely, Hiro desperately tries to defuse the explosive situation by begging them to stay calm and not fight over him. A loud, unexpected voice suddenly echoes through the plaza, instantly shattering the tense atmosphere. A tiny demon girl storms forward in a maid outfit, angrily reminding the demon lord about a promise not to fight. The little girl scolds the towering demon lord, calling her "dad," and tearfully demanding to know why she is fighting when she hates it. Utterly flustered by the sudden scolding, the mighty demon lord stammers helplessly while Amelia watches in absolute bewilderment. The imposing aura completely vanishes as the demon lord awkwardly tries to soothe the upset child. Hiro watches the bizarre family dispute unfold, silently noting that the terrifying authority of the demon lord has been completely ruined. Desperate to regain control, the demon lord snaps her attention to her retainer and demands to know why the child is here. Her bespectacled subordinate calmly explains that they came looking for her because she had been gone so long and seemed frustrated. The retainer pulls the little girl into a protective hug and brutally scolds the demon lord for taking her frustrations out on an innocent child. The demon lord frantically denies having ill intentions while her subordinate ruthlessly points out that this exact behavior is why she has no suitors. Sighing deeply, the retainer asks for Hiro's forgiveness, explaining that the demon lord merely wanted to evaluate the woman Hiro had chosen. Realizing the entire conflict was just a test, Amelia's eyes widen in sudden realization. The demon lord awkwardly looks away, admitting that her terrifying threats were not actually serious. Dropping her aggressive facade, she offers a genuine apology for violently testing Amelia's resolve. Flashing a warm smile, the demon lord praises Amelia's bravery and officially acknowledges her as a strong, worthy partner for Hiro. Deeply embarrassed by the sudden praise, Amelia bows respectfully and apologizes for her own earlier disrespect. The demon lord gracefully accepts the apology, reminding the catgirl not to worry because love is ultimately a battlefield. With a sharp, competitive smirk, the demon lord darkly promises that she will not hesitate to strike the moment she sees an opening. Hiro earnestly promises that he will make sure to be careful. A voice questions if the demon lord really came all this way specifically for that reason. The demon lord calmly replies that she only made the trip because Lillian specifically requested it. She explains that the previous war's defeat destabilized the Rothwell territory, making it highly likely that unchecked refugees would rush into neighboring lands. Knowing Hiro would inevitably accept all the displaced people, she reveals that he was asked to send food and materials in advance to prepare. Taking advantage of the massive shipment, the demon lord personally came to inspect the situation, only for their paths to cross unexpectedly. Because of this mix-up, she notes that her subordinate ended up waiting uselessly at the mansion. Gesturing to the ancient dragon, she casually mentions having to teach a violent lesson to locals who refused to accept faith in the demon lord and tried to drive her away. Thoroughly confused, Hiro nervously asks why her powerful subordinate would do something so drastically out of character. Flashing a knowing smirk, the demon lord guesses that the proud being was simply embarrassed. She points out that he likely didn't want her to see him working so hard for the sake of fragile humans. Stunned by the revelation, Hiro softly murmurs the word work in complete disbelief. In a flashback, Alucard directs a skeletal worker as a narrator notes how unthinkable it is for these ancient beings to collaborate with humans. By raising an army of 200,000 undead workers, Alucard remarkably managed to construct the entire city in just 10 days. The narration marvels at the sheer impossibility of the fully constructed city standing before them. The demon lord notes that since humans are usually just targets for extermination, those ancient beings must hold a deep affection for Hero to help him. Smiling warmly with deep gratitude, Hero decides he must also make a genuine effort for them and prepare a proper feast. A voice warmly agrees that a grand banquet served personally by the king sounds like the perfect reward. Her eyes softening, the demon lord softly admits that she finally feels satisfied with the outcome. She silently observes the peaceful surroundings, genuinely praising it as a wonderfully good country. Walking alongside the cheerful group, she admires how incredibly difficult it is to build a nation where the king and the people truly live for one another. She finds it highly enviable that the locals can harvest crops 3 times faster than usual thanks to the heavens' revelation. However, she astutely points out that this also means 3 times more physical labor, yet everyone still works with absolute joy. The demon lord declares this joyful labor to be the ultimate proof of citizens who willingly follow the true path of their king. Blushing slightly, Hero humbly dismisses the immense praise as being nothing quite so grand. Smiling sheepishly, the young ruler admits he still lacks strength and simply does the best he can with what he has. The demon lord observes that the aid supplies were not in vain, noting there should still be enough food for several months despite the massive construction efforts. Sweat dropping nervously, Hero admits that having such an enormous stockpile of food is actually going to be a problem. Utterly baffled by his concern, the demon lord blankly asks how having too much food could possibly be an issue. Hero explains that while they can sell some of the excess food, they still have far too much left over and simply cannot let the precious gifts go to waste. Furrowing his brow with determination, Hero adds that they will also be hosting some very important guests soon. A tense, silent moment passes as the weight of his ambitious plan hangs in the air. Standing proudly before a newly built structure, Hero declares this the perfect opportunity to strengthen ties with the immigrants and formally thank the ancient dragon. Raising his fist with absolute resolve, he announces the official occasion of the Forest of Eden's independence anniversary. Surrounded by his cheering friends, the demon lord, and the massive dragon, Hero joyfully declares the start of a grand, celebratory banquet. The scene opens with a bird's-eye view of a bustling city street, teeming with people gathering for a massive event. Jack grimaces at a plate of rough-looking food, complaining to Alucard that the offering looks more like tree bark than actual cuisine. Suddenly, a loud crunch echoes through the air as someone takes a massive, eager bite of the mysterious dish. Jack's eyes wide in absolute bliss, he clutches his cheeks and loudly declares the taste to be completely incredible. The dish is revealed to be carriage, a legendary cuisine so incredibly delicious that it is said to bring even dragons to their knees. Overcome with emotion, Jack weeps tears of pure joy at finally getting to taste a dish truly fit for royalty. Raising their glasses high in the air, Alucard, Jack, and the massive dragon joyfully cheer together in a grand toast to the carriage. Carrying a massive wok, the demon queen looks out over the crowd and marvels at the incredible sight of the city streets being transformed into a giant standing buffet. Sweating under the immense pressure, Hero explains that inviting every single citizen means they had to mobilize absolutely everyone to either cook or eat. Staring at the young lord with deep affection, the demon queen softly admits that every single moment spent with him brings a brand new surprise. Her warm smile fades slightly as she glances sideways and dramatically shifts the topic of conversation. Sweating and visibly stressed, Hero loudly complains that he never imagined he would be the one forced to do all the serving. Furiously losing his temper, Hero aggressively yells at the demon queen to stop flapping her jaw and actually start moving her hands to help. Watching Hero frantically dash around the cooking pot, the demon queen calmly notes that she truly pities the man who will eventually become his steward. Pointing an accusing ladle at her, Hero firmly reminds the demon queen that this entire chaotic feast was originally her idea. Slumping in utter defeat over a bubbling pot, the demon queen sighs that she wanted to learn from his example but never expected to be doing manual labor. Trying to reason with her, Hero points out that simple cooking should be incredibly easy compared to the complex politics she usually handles. The demon queen's eyes narrow into a terrifying, deadly glare as she furiously warns the boy never to underestimate her. Throwing her arms wide in absolute defiance, she shamelessly screams that she has literally never lifted a single finger for herself since the day she was born. Doubling down on her extreme laziness, she proudly boasts that her food simply appears before her as long as she waits for it. She arrogantly reveals that her loyal servants handle absolutely everything for her, even going so far as dressing her down to her undergarments. Utterly dumbfounded by her pathetic pride, Hiro stares in shock as she violently demands to know why royalty like her should ever serve the common rabble. A stern voice suddenly cuts through her arrogant tantrum, bluntly agreeing with Hiro's completely logical assessment. The entire group stares at the arrogant ruler in complete disbelief, utterly baffled as to why she is so eagerly declaring her own complete incompetence. The little maid brutally accuses the demon queen of wanting a capable husband solely to compensate for her own uselessness, prompting an immediate, angry denial. The bespectacled retainer calmly steps in, warning that continuing this foolish argument will inevitably make Amelia angry again. Blushing softly, Amelia humbly denies being angry and kindly reassures the demon queen that she doesn't think she is useless at all. The catgirl gently explains that while she also relies heavily on Hiro, she worked hard to learn baking and warmly compliments the delicious-looking carriage the queen prepared. Eager to diffuse the tension, the little maid excitedly announces that the loyal dog Gol will happily taste test the queen's cooking. Without a moment's hesitation, the eager canine snatches a piece of the golden fried chicken and takes a massive, crunchy bite. The little maid's face completely lights up with pure joy as she loudly declares the dish is incredibly delicious and tastes exactly like her father's cooking. Regaining her arrogant composure, the demon queen smirks proudly and boasts that cooking such a dish is a trivially simple matter for someone of her immense stature. Staring intensely at the plate, the little maid suddenly trembles and mutters that seeing the queen cook actually made her incredibly sad because she thought it signaled the end of the world. Tossing a piece of chicken into the air with sheer delight, the child enthusiastically praises the queen's amazing skills while the ruler awkwardly accepts the compliment. The heartwarming moment is instantly shattered when Hiro steps forward and bluntly informs the dog that he ate from the wrong plate. Holding up a perfectly golden batch of fried chicken, Hiro calmly clarifies that he cooked the delicious batch they just ate, while pointing to the queen's actual handiwork nearby. Utterly humiliated by the sudden revelation, the demon queen violently glares at the boy and furiously hisses that he should have just kept his mouth shut. Unfazed by her terrifying aura, Hiro casually brushes off her anger and firmly insists that she shouldn't lie to an innocent child just to protect her own fragile ego. Realizing she was completely deceived, the little maid stares at the demon queen with an expression of pure, unadulterated betrayal and loudly demands to know why she lied. Pointing an accusing finger, the furious child brutally interrogates the towering ruler, loudly demanding to know if she lied just to hoard all the food because she is a bad girl. Sweating under the harsh accusation, the demon queen desperately tries to backpedal and tells the little maid she misunderstood. The imposing ruler's face completely pales as pure panic sets in. Desperate to deflect the blame, the demon queen furiously points her finger and screams that there is another liar present. She aggressively directs everyone's attention toward a specific person in the crowd. Holding a glass of wine, the hooded great sage looks entirely confused and stammers a denial of ever telling any lies. Refusing to back down, the demon queen loudly commands the sage to place a hand on their heart and confess to hiding secrets. Confused by the sudden accusation, Elle looks up at the robed figure and innocently asks if the mister is also a bad guy. The catgirl quickly intervenes and scolds the child for being rude to the esteemed great sage. When Jill points out that the mister looks like a mister, Amelia patiently explains that the great sage is actually a lady. Peering out from beneath the hood, the great sage asks Amelia if she never explicitly told her the truth. To everyone's absolute shock, Hiro casually hugs the sage and bluntly reveals that Lillian is actually a man. Amelia's face goes completely blank as her brain struggles to process the unbelievable revelation. The great sage chuckles awkwardly under the heavy, stunned silence. Completely losing her mind, Amelia screams at the top of her lungs in pure, unadulterated shock at the gender reveal. Unfazed by the massive reaction, Lillian calmly explains that he never intended to deceive anyone but simply refuses to be constrained by gender norms. Capitalizing on the distraction, Hiro sternly turns back to the demon queen and demands to know if she has an apology to make. The proud demon queen grumbles violently, her face twisting in immense frustration at being backed into a corner. Swallowing her massive pride, she bows her head and formally apologizes for lying, which Joelle immediately and cheerfully accepts. Looking around the packed plaza, Hiro suddenly realizes they are surrounded by a massive crowd and worries they ruined the feast. A familiar villager quickly steps forward and warmly reassures the young lord that they didn't disturb anything at all. The villagers happily explain that little Jill was actually the one who gathered everyone together. Utterly surprised by this revelation, Hiro turns his attention to the little maid. Blushing softly, Paul looks up at her adoptive father and begins to explain her secret plan. She shyly admits she did it simply because it's fun and she loves seeing everyone smiling. The little girl's expression turns solemn as she recalls the many problems they faced in the past. She remembers the terrifying times when dangerous men arrived to threaten their peaceful lives. Looking down sadly, Paul recalls how all those terrible events made her feel incredibly sad. However, her face brightens as she remembers the unwavering promise her father made to her. She proudly states that Hiro swore to build a wonderful place where everyone could live happily together. Looking around the bustling, joyful city, Paul happily declares that his promise came true since everyone is always smiling now. She passionately announces that the entire city wants to give something back to Hiro for everything he has done. Throwing her hands into the air, the little maid enthusiastically gives the signal. The entire gathered crowd of villagers, friends, and ancient beasts erupts into a massive, unified cheer for King Hiro. Staring out at the sea of smiling faces, Hiro is left completely speechless and deeply moved by the surprise celebration. Suddenly, a brilliant light explodes from the magical book attached to his hip, revealing a massive number. Pulling the glowing grimoire from his belt, Hiro marvels in pure amazement as the number of available magic uses skyrockets. Intrigued by the magical phenomenon, the demon queen notes the unusual scripture and asks if it reacted to the citizens' voices. Hiro explains that the book collects his heaven's revelations, allowing him to receive divine blessings by accumulating good deeds. The demon queen closes her eye, silently processing the sheer magnitude of his unique, God-granted power. With a smug smirk, she quickly points out that if he had simply used his immense magic earlier, preparing the feast would have been absolutely no trouble at all. Continuing their conversation, Hiro casually remarks that it isn't as if he can simply choose which divine rewards he receives. Looking up at the imposing demon queen, Hiro explains that finding meaning in rewarding the people through hard labor would be completely ruined if he just solved everything with a divine revelation. The demon queen stares back with a serious expression, firmly clarifying that she understands his point but that isn't what she is trying to say at all. She points out that the entire country is essentially being supported by his personal funds and questions if his financial situation is truly sound enough to handle it. Placing his hands on his hips, the young lord confidently states that he simply isn't collecting his revenue in the form of traditional taxes. The demon queen's eye narrows in genuine confusion as she asks what exactly he means by not collecting taxes. Hiro explains a unique system where the lord commissions work directly from the people, sells the excess harvest, and uses those very profits to fund even more work. Closing her eye thoughtfully, the ancient ruler softly murmurs that she finally understands his unconventional methods. She admits she initially thought it was completely reckless to accept so many unscreened refugees, but now sees that a growing population directly increases both efficiency and profits. The demon queen concludes that this mutually supportive system works precisely because the desperate refugees arrived with absolutely nothing and are eternally grateful to escape crushing taxation. Staring out at his thriving domain, Hiro shares his ultimate ambition to let the people freely participate in the economy and government to build a truly strong, free nation. A sharp smirk touches the demon queen's lips as she bluntly calls his idealistic vision incredibly foolish. She aggressively questions if the young lord genuinely intends to surrender the entire nation's absolute authority over to the common rabble. Unfazed by her harsh criticism, Hiro firmly states that this is what he truly believes in. Standing proudly before his loyal friends, Hiro confidently declares that a nation, by its very inherent nature, belongs entirely to its people. His eyes harden with absolute resolve as he passionately argues that a system where corrupt nobles collect crushing taxes simply for letting people live on their land turns the nobility into nothing but cruel shackles. He solemnly notes that when the nobility grows fat while the desperate people waste away, the entire domain will inevitably fall into irreversible decline. Staring darkly at the ground, Hiro warns that continuing such a tyrannical cycle will only result in endlessly increasing abandoned lands and miserable citizens. The demon queen stares down at the deeply principled boy, quietly murmuring that she finally grasps the true depth of his convictions. She realizes he possesses a profound vision of the future that can only be seen by someone who has personally suffered the harsh reality of a corrupt domain. Narrowing her eyes skeptically, the towering ruler questions if it is truly possible for a king to live like a commoner while expecting the people to govern with the wisdom of a king. Meeting her intense gaze without hesitation, Hiro earnestly states that the core concept itself is not actually that difficult to achieve. Standing tall beneath the shadow of the mighty demon queen, the young lord declares that only one single thing is truly necessary to make his dream a reality. He firmly clarifies that simply wishing for a better world is never enough to spark genuine change. Clenching his fist over his heart, Hiro passionately declares that a ruler must possess the absolute, unwavering resolve to see their vision through to the very end. Looming over the boy with an imposing aura, the demon queen remarks that he has an incredible amount of nerve to lecture a ruler who has reigned for hundreds of years. A genuinely impressed smile slowly breaks across her face as she officially decides to bear witness to the bright future his country will forge. Bowing his head slightly, Hiro respectfully promises to do his absolute best to ensure his future actions perfectly align with his bold words. The touching moment is abruptly shattered when a frantic voice loudly screams out the young lord's name. A desperate, heavily panting guard violently sprints into the plaza, screaming that a terrifying emergency has just occurred at the mansion. Utterly shocked by the sudden panic, Hiro's eyes widen as he urgently demands to know what is going on. Refusing to waste a single second, the terrified guard desperately begs Hiro to grab the young lady and run back to the estate immediately. Without waiting for an answer, the frantic man aggressively grabs Hiro by the arm and forcibly drags him away while the young lord demands an explanation. Arriving at the grand estate, Hiro freezes dead in his tracks as his eyes widen in absolute horror at the terrifying sight before him. The group stands completely paralyzed just outside the wrought iron gates, staring up at massive, imposing figures casting dark shadows over the courtyard. Several colossal, terrifyingly majestic dragons have aggressively descended upon the mansion, completely crushing the roof beneath their immense weight. Bearing its massive, razor-sharp fangs, the terrifying beast aggressively snarls at the foolish mortals and violently demands that they give him back. Looming ominously over the trembling group, the colossal ancient dragons fiercely declare they have come to reclaim the great Lord Shinu.